The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
We've passed the midway point at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Rested and recharged, players came out swinging following the rest day. Melik is running away with the seniors title, notching his 5th win for a 2-point lead over the field. Despite a topsy-turvy round and some near upsets, leaders in the juniors drew their games to remain in a 3-way tie for first. Alice Lee continues to impress, maintaining a narrow lead after her 4th win, but Zoe Tong is right behind her after another incredible victory. Leaders are asserting dominance and challengers are pressing. Day 7 of impeccable chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 7 of the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. We are here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, where some of the best chess exhibitions in the world, some of the rising stars and legends of the US chess are competing upstairs. Let's go and follow the action. The St. Louis Chess Club is proud to present the 2023 edition of 3 tournaments in 1, Junior Girls, Juniors and Seniors, featuring the best of young talent and talented veterans. Our coverage from St. Louis begins now. Hi, I'm Woman Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, it's been great. I mean, the decisive number of games, the tournament's just flowing right along.
Right, and we have only 3 rounds left, so I think we can expect even more battles.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our broadcast of these 3 national championships. If you like decisive games, you certainly came to the right show. And I tell you, these matchups for round 7 are some of the most important of all the tournaments. Let's take a look. Let's begin with the standings.
Right, and let's start with girls' standings. We have a sole leader. Alice Lee is having a fantastic tournament, 5 out of 6, closely followed by Zoe Tang, 4.5, and then there is a 2-way tie, Kari Saib and Ru Yangyan with 3.5 points each.
And in the juniors?
In the juniors, we have actually a 3-way tie so far for the first place. So it's going to be a lot of, on the field today. Abhi Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Guo, all with 4 points.
And in the legends?
In the legend, we have one incredible player, Melik Khachiyan, 5.5 points out of 6. And then we have a 4-way tie. A lot of players are right behind him. I mean, right, 2 points behind him.
Right behind him.
Still, Vladimir Akopian, Gregory Kaidanov, Maxim Dlugy, and Alex Shabalov with 3.5 points each.
And tell us about the format for these 3 national championships.
The format is 3 10-player round robins, meaning each player plays everyone else in their respective tournament. The time control is classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. There are no draw offers allowed, and the traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for draw, and 0 points for loss.
I said we're zipping right along, but tell us about the remaining schedule, Kate.
Yeah, we have 1 round a day. We start at 1 p.m. Central Time. Today, round 7. Then we have 2 more rounds to go, and if necessary, we will have playoffs on Tuesday, July 25th.
Wonderful, and as always, we're very fortunate to have in studio Cristian with us. As we see, Melik said he's really zoning in because he knows
focused.
Today is a big match. And Cristian, you're going to tell us about the big matches of today, and they exist. Boy, do they ever.
Oh, absolutely. Good to see you guys. We are finally entering the final stretch of these three incredible national championships, and the action is only heating up. Let's take a look at who our main protagonists are in each of these three events, and we're going to start with the seniors section. We see Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan. We just zoned in on that focused man, as you can see, unblemished in the tournament so far. Only a draw in round 3. He had some luck along the way, but you need luck in order to perform at 5.5 out of 6 possible points. That's just an incredible line score that we see. This is the tournament of his life, and he could potentially clinch the title today. So let's see what's going to happen in today's rounds. As you can see, he's focused. He knows what's at stake. He's waiting for his opponent. And what an illustrious opponent he has. I mean, look at the road ahead. Today he's going to be facing Kaidanov in round 8, Patrick Wolff, and in round 9, Alexander Shabalov, the defending US senior champion. And by the way, Kaidanov, if he wins against Melik, and you know he's going to try to do so, he's only going to be 1 point behind the leader going to the final 2. So big matchup in round 7. Let's see what's happening in the US junior girls. This is a one-lady story, and that is FIDE master Alice Lee. She is bringing to the table so much experience at only 13 years of age right now. Also unblemished, as you can see, we're following from Melik going straight into another leader. And by the way, she is leading with 5 points out of 6. She is ahead of her nearest competitor, half a point ahead of Zoe Tang, and 1.5 points ahead of a player that she will be facing today, and that is Carissa Yip in round 8, Iris Mu, and in round 9, Shreya Mangalam. But I have to say, today's round with the black pieces against Carissa Yip, I mean, this one is going to be a huge clash. And what's happening in the junior section, you might be wondering? Well, this one is much tighter at the top. As you can see, 3 players are sharing the co-lead: Abhimanyu Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Guo. The only one undefeated in the tournament so far is Abhimanyu, and I have to say, he escaped some difficult positions. You don't have to go far in the past. Yesterday, he escaped in such a difficult endgame. I have to say, he was 2 moves away from pretty much going into a resignable position. Unfortunately for Kirk Ghazarian, he wasn't able to find the final blow, and Abhimanyu escaped with a draw. Today he will be facing this young man right here, Arthur Guo. Actually, this is one of the co-leaders as well. He's been having an amazing, stellar event. He could have easily gone on a 4 out of 4. In fact, he's not facing Abhimanyu, he's facing Andrew Hong. This is the battle of the co-leaders. Andrew Hong put a lot of pressure yesterday against Balaji Daggupati. Unfortunately, with the white pieces, with the clock ticking down, he wasn't able to find the finishing touches. And right now, he's going into this one with the black pieces on equal ground with Arthur Guo and Abhimanyu Mishra. Guys, we have some amazing battles ahead of ourselves. I'm excited for round 7, guys.
Me too. No question about it. Those are key matchups. But Kate, do the honors as we see the players coming into the tournament hall getting wanded.
Making sure
like
they
that,
don't
holding
have
up your
any
jacket.
electronics.
There he is.
Right, as we see
Abhimanyu Mishra is ready to find his place. Is he playing in the main hall or in the attic?
He's wondering the same thing. He's trying to find his board, right? There he is.
There it is. Let's take a look at the pairings.
Right, let's start with the girls junior. So we have Wu against Atwell, Liu against Tang. Now the big matchup, Yip against Lee.
Marquee matchup for sure, as the 2 favorites in the tournament face off.
Right, then Mo against Yan and Mangalam against Prasanna.
And tell us about the pairings for the juniors.
In the juniors, Mishra against Wang, Zhu against Ghazarian, Daggupati against Liang, Guo against Hong. That's the key matchup here.
Absolutely.
And Stearman against Jacobson.
And the seniors. We know one.
Right, so we start with Ruth against Dlugy, and here we go. Kaidanov against Khachiyan.
Exactly.
Wow, I'm very excited to see how this game is going to go.
Right.
Then
That's the
Wolff
big one.
against Gurevich, Shabalov against Benjamin.
Also a big match.
Right, and Akopian against Novikov.
They've been fighting hard. What have the players been fighting for, Kate?
they're fighting for a very generous prize fund. So in the Girls Junior Championship, we have $20,000 prize fund, with first place taking home $6,000, all the way to 10th place, $500.
And for the juniors?
Yeah, in the juniors, the prize fund is $40,000, and first place is gonna win $12,000.
Nice.
All the way to 10th place, $1,000 there.
Exactly.
And we have the champions bonus, right?
No, the seniors first.
Let's go first with seniors. All right, that's a really big prize fund, $75,000, with first place winning $20,000, and last place $3,000. Still a very nice paycheck.
Yeah, I was looking at the players. They're getting so excited. We are too, as around 7, some very, very important matchups. As there we see Mishra.
Very focused. Again, the
very
players,
focused.
some of them are there very early, but now we are really about to start the first move.
He's been having some
40.
difficulties with the white pieces,
Yes.
especially in the opening,
Yes.
getting an advantage out of the opening. A lot of the players said he was predictable in his opening choices. Let's see if Justin Wang will be able to take advantage of that predictability as well.
E2, E4.
Oh, that's
Played-
different. We've seen, I believe, D4 in the last game.
Played
And we see-
enthusiastically.
Justin didn't even write down that move.
It was like he was ready. By the way,
E5.
in the game of Carissa Yep and Alice Lee, we're seeing a center,
Wow.
a counter with E4 and D4. That's very, very unexpected here.
Wow, and Queen C4, that's not an opening you see very often.
It's funny. I always thought that the move D4 was wrong, and let me just because I thought that with white you needed to nurse an advantage. You can't just create one by force, because we're even. You know, we've got 2 equal armor, and the move D2 D4 was, to me, is an attempt to force onto a position when black hasn't done anything wrong. And that was why I always thought that this line with queen takes d4 was premature.
Players are playing so fast.
I was
What's
about
happening?
to say. I mean, everybody knows everything.
Come on, you get 30 seconds per move. You can take 5 seconds here and there to just think about your move. But no, they know what they are doing. Both of
Well,
them.
they are snapping out the moves, and I must say, this move. Again, Alice is playing like she knows exactly what she's doing, so we'll leave it to her. But if you gave me this position and said, okay, what are your candidate moves, I would have to go a little bit deep. A7, A5, it is not the immediate candidate move that I would think about. I think a lot of players would be reaching for the D pawn here to play D6 and bishop E6. I'm thinking, Cristian, that A5's theory.
Oh, yes. And it's,
yes.
in fact, the top engine move in the position.
Wow.
And Alice definitely knows what she's doing. Well, A5 is a multi-purpose move, right? Because you're not only defending the bishop and potentially threatening ideas of knight to E5, now that the bishop is no longer en prise, but you also have ideas of potentially following it up with A4, A3 at the right moment, right? You will be attacking the white king on the queen side. So A5 makes a lot of sense. And of course, most likely you're going to follow it up later on with D6, bishop E6, or knight to E5, the ideas that you mentioned, Yasser, but A5 cannot be a move that hurts black's position.
Okay, take us through what the precepts of theory suggest that white...
I wouldn't, well, first of all, this position hasn't been reached that many times, right? And A5, I think there is only a couple of games, in fact. D6, 4 games in this position, A6, 3 games, and A5, 2 games. G4, by the way, was played still the best move in the position, and perhaps both of these players are actually very much aware of what to do.
Look
in
at
this
D5.
Line. D5! I mean, they're blitzing computer moves right now. I'm telling you, they're blitzing computer moves, and these are the best computer moves. E takes D5, knight E5, this is what we're expecting. A pawn sacrifice. The question is, how are you going to follow it up after queen to D4? You don't want to go to E2, obviously, because that's going to open up any sort of attacks on the E file. To F4, sure, you can go there, but maybe the queen on F4 is not going to be well placed. It seems like c6 is a very powerful move. The question is, what if I just simply take b takes c6? So just simple chess like this. Now we see the bishop on b4, nicely protected by the pawn on a5. The queen doesn't really have a task. The queen is just going to be attacked by black's pieces. Knight to g6, maybe at the right moment, knight to d5, or bishop takes c3, and then knight to d5. Black seems to have a lot of play, and it's still quite unclear how are you going to develop your pieces on the king side. Bishop to d3 doesn't work because of the knight on e5. Maybe knight to e2, but if you do that, rook to b8 once again. How do you continue your development? Where is your attack? Because I know where my attack is. My attack is on the b file. My attack is against your king. Where is your attack? You've launched this pawn forward, the g pawn, but I don't have any weaknesses. You need to have something to attack with. You need to have something to hook with the g pawn, potentially a pawn on h6. That's not there, right? So you still need plenty of moves to materialize your attack, and in the meantime, I'm just checkmating you on the queen side. This one is, look, Alice knows what she's doing. This is what's quite surprising, and this is a psychological blow for Carissa, because you play e4, e5, d4. You at least hope you're going to surprise your opponent, right? Because almost nobody plays this. And then Alice Lee comes and just blitzes out novelties, the best novelties in the position in this obscure line. A counter sacrifice with d5. I mean, this is just incredible play and incredible knowledge by Alice Lee.
I mean, talk about guesswork, because, okay, what I do know about the center counter, and it is very limited knowledge, I want to say, but like on move 4, Queen e3 is by far the most
That's the main line.
move.
I thought that's the only move in the position that makes sense.
Exactly. And then you play Queen c4, and your opponent immediately hits you with every, engine-generated a reinforced move.
It's kind of ridiculous. Queen to d4 and now c6. Still the best move.
e5. You had mentioned that queen f4. Yeah, you don't want to go there. But queen d4, keeping your queen nicely centralized, make a lot of sense to me.
Yes.
And then immediately, again, you were talking about 30 seconds. I don't need no 30 seconds. I know exactly what I'm doing. Bang, c7, c6. In the words of Walter Brown, immediately.
Bishop to f4. I mean, these ladies know exactly what they're doing.
Bishop f4.
And Alice is guessing. Slow down. We don't have time to analyze it because you play so fast.
Wow. Yeah, give us a chance to do our commentary, right? Okay, tell us what's going on after.
I mean, they're just following the top engine line.
Wow.
Bishop f4, queen takes c3, and now knight takes d5. Most likely going to come in a matter of milliseconds. Boom. Knight takes d5.
And I'm assuming the queen's going to go back to d4? Is that
should be, yes.
Yeah, she did it very quickly. So
because if I take the knight, bishop takes e5, I would be very happy for you to capture the queen on c3, right? To go into like 2 pieces.
I will capture the queen on
oh, you will? You're not going to give a check?
No, check, I think f4 would be
okay, so if you take, I take the queen on d8.
Take on d8. Take on
bishop
a2, sorry, first. I will take on a2 first.
King b1.
You go king b1, I take on d8. You take, I give you a check on e6, and then I go rook to d1.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
But look at how fast. Knight takes g4. Let's just, sorry, I mean, we've only looked at one game. Round 7, we knew round 7 was going to be a barn burner. But boy, talk about what's going on.
Okay, queen
just
d4.
snap. Queen d4, knight takes g4, a la tempo.
Incredible.
Christian.
Absolutely incredible.
Help.
The best move, once again, this is a piece sacrifice, right? Because after f takes g4, I will take back on g4. I don't have any big blows that's going to immediately recapture my piece. But I just simply take on g4, and that's it. That's enough for compensation. Incredible, absolutely incredible opening preparation by Alice Lee. I have no idea how she guessed this d4. I have no idea how she guessed queen to c4. This obscure line, queen to e3, as you mentioned, is the main line by far.
And Christian, computer's evaluation after taking the knight during capturing?
You don't want to take the knight. No.
I don't want to take the knight.
It's already lost.
Oh, wow.
If you take the knight, it's lost.
because I don't have a good square for the rook, right?
It's 2 pawns, but also this guy's hanging. You've got bishop takes d1. I mean, it's not, you can't move the rook because the check. And if we put something in the way, you just take it. Let's just see this. So if you just take it, c4, I'm assuming there's some horrible refutation to this. I'm assuming. What's the horrible refutation to this?
Let's try to figure it out. Where is the refutation? So I have a couple of ideas. Can I go queen f6, queen f5?
That might just be bad news.
Rook
It's
d3.
not.
You have rook d2. I have rook e4, but I'm
Rook d2, rook e4.
I'm much more worried about bishop to d2.
That's 3 pawns?
Rook c8 is coming. Yeah. That might be a problem.
And I can play bishop c3 to block that because I open up that rook.
What a crazy prep. Oh my word. Well, we knew it was going to be a barn burner coming
Yes.
into today's round, but we've got so many key matchups. I mean, our attention has been focused here. Let's just go to Melik's set for, oops, sorry. That wasn't supposed to happen. I wanted to see what Gregory Kaidanov is in one of those situations. If he wants to compete for first, he's got to win with the white pieces,
Right.
full stop. A7, A6. It's like the Cherbulinsk variation of the Slav defense with B7, B5. At one time, this was actually a very popular line of play for Black, but like so many things in opening theory, it just kind of fell out of fashion. I certainly don't know why. A2, A4 by Gregory. Christian, I'm not really aware of this move A2, A4 in this specific position.
It's a bit of a sideline, yes.
Is it a sideline?
It's very much a sideline. Bishop to e2 seems to be the main
Yeah,
line
by far. Yeah,
Yes,
right?
Yes, by far. H3 also a move. Bishop d2. A4 is all the way down at 3% of the moves being played in this one. 56 games in my database with the move A4. It
56?
kind of asks for an immediate reaction, right?
Right.
Are you going to take on C4? Are you going to go B4? Like, how are you going to deal with this tension
I
on the queen
suppose
side?
B4 to just kind
B4
of
is the main line, yes.
push the knight away.
Yes. B4 is the main line. Knight to E2
Right.
seems to be the right way to continue after that. And exactly, the knight e2 comes with an immediate threat. That is knight to e5 most
Exactly.
likely. You don't want to see that with a tempo.
Right.
So most likely you have to go knight bd7.
And away you go from here. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on this. I just want to take a quick.
Oh, he played b4, yes.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
paper on the board, so.
I want to take a quick glance at the Akopian versus Igor Novikov game because this is this is one of those. There are so many lines of the Najdorf that are incredibly sharp and like razor's edge type of moves. Bishop h3. The idea here is as clear as a bell. You want to play g4. You want to play knight f4, and yes.
Targeting that e6 square.
You want to
that pawn.
sacrifice a piece on e6 square, whether it be the bishop on h3 or the knight on d4. At one time, until the move bishop h3 was discovered, it was always felt that if Black could play b5, b4, chase the knight away, play d6, d5, you equalize, right? Because it's not so easy. Like if the rook were, for example, on g1 here it'd be very clear. You'd play g5
Right.
so that when I take, you can't recapture with the knight. Since we don't have that, until the move bishop h3 was discovered, the Black was considered to be safe. But once bishop h3 and g4 became played, then this variation took off.
Yeah,
I
and
think
white really doesn't care if Black captures the pawn on e4.
Right.
But
I
it's
think
not
there
going
was
to
this-
recapture, but just go immediately g5.
There was a game of Peter Leko, a very important game. I think one of the World Championship in Mexico. I'm not sure if I'm remembering that correctly, but yeah, this was Very, very sharp. Now, the move played by Igor, knight d7 to b6, threatens knight to c4. You kind of win a tempo in terms of being able to defend the e6 pawn. b2, b3, and I'm telling you, they're playing really, really quickly. So
Well,
once
I'll
again,
tell you exactly
please,
why.
why?
Look at this position.
Yeah.
This is from Akopian versus Novikov, U.S. Senior Championship 2022.
There we go.
Wow.
There's a
Last
repeat.
year. So they're repeating what they played last year.
There we
and
go.
in that one, Novikov made an immediate mistake. He played the move knight to e5, which is giving, as you can see, the question mark is giving white the advantage. After bishop to f4, g5 is also a move that takes the initiative into white's hands. So this was definitely a bad move for
Right.
black.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Now
last
we
week.
have knight to b6, which is the main line,
Yesterday.
in fact. So definitely something. But Novikov stopped for a second, so perhaps he did not anticipate that Akopian is going to repeat what they played last year, exactly what they played last year, because right now he's starting to think once again. And we've seen he was ready, but knight to e5 probably was the first time that he started thinking in last year's game, and he
Right.
made a mistake with that one. He got a losing position, but guess what? He, in fact, turned that game around and won that game. I believe it was round 1 or round 2, if I'm not mistaken. But big game, that was Akopian definitely had good and bad memories from that one, because he had a winning position, he ended up losing. He's definitely trying to get a winning position in this one as well. And I have to say, I mean, last game for from Akopian was just a masterpiece against Maxim Dlugy. He's definitely riding that high, riding that boost of confidence, and right now with the white pieces, he needs to make a move. He needs to win. He needs to continue winning in order to be able to catch potentially the leader, Melik Khachiyan.
After a pause, Igor played the move e6, e5, and we saw Vladimir just walking around. He's like, he hasn't sat at the board, it seems.
Yeah.
He's just played all of his theoretical moves. And after the move e5, Cristian, what does theory say about the position?
Well, it's interesting. Knight to f5, at least according to my database, is the only move that has ever been played.
Right.
But king to b1 doesn't seem to be a terrible move. Just a piece sacrifice.
You just want to ignore that the knight is attacked and just you want to
And you're
tuck the
not
king
even
away.
supposed to take that. you're supposed to go bishop c5. I'm expecting knight f5. I don't think we're going to see king to b1, any sort of crazy stuff. I think we're just going to go with knight f5, which is by far the main line. Then black has some options. You can take on f5, can engage in that trade, or you can take on e4. Still, it seems like perhaps Vladimir is not aware of the fact that
It's his move.
Igor made a move. It's
He's just
time to
very
go back.
interested in other people's games. You know, it's U.S. Junior Championship girls, so he's looking around to see what's happening on those boards.
Well,
Exactly.
he's looking at Melik's set. He's looking at the leader right now. He wants to see what's happening in that game. That's the big one.
Well, for me, capturing on f5, I play e4 takes f5, and I'm thinking, you know, white is ready to, you know, blast open the center. And yeah, if you do play a move like d4, a moment ago you were going to talk about a piece sacrifice. This one looks very, very attractive.
We're expecting knight f5.
I'm thinking that this is like a super sharp variation, and you're just like saying, yeah, you can play king b1, and I'm like, what?
But
And we
knight
have knight
f5
f5
is the
before.
main line by far. So is the only move that has been played before.
Right, but you didn't give us any variations. You just said knight f5 is the main move.
Well, it's a big question. Are you going to
Okay.
take on e4? And I still have, look, I need some time to go through the variations so
Okay.
that I don't feed you
Okay.
nonsense. I don't ever want to feed you
No,
nonsense.
no,
You know what I mean? I want to feed you beautiful variations. You have to give me some
Beautiful
time, Yasser. D takes e4 seems to be the main line, and now white has a couple of options. f4 is one of them. Try to blast open the center like that, or you can go knight eg3. Reinforce the knight on f5. Now, if you continue taking, good luck defending this one after g5. Everything opens up. I have knight d6 coming into play. I have the other knight jumping to e4. Once, for example, knight to d7, knight to e4. something is going to land on d6, and that's not going to be good news for your king. So this one is looking really, I mean, look how beautiful these knights are in the center. So definitely big tasks, defensive tasks ahead of themselves, both of them, by the way, because white has to calculate a lot of variations if he doesn't know them already. And Igor, right now he's signaling with his thinking that perhaps he's not remembering every single detail. Bishop takes f5 was his choice.
Yeah.
I like that. Get rid of that knight. You know what? Get rid of that knight. Empty the c8 square for my rook. I can start seeing some potential for black's pieces as well for an attack on the c file. And I really don't like to have that knight on f5 hovering around my king.
Thank you, Cristian. Let's just jump to the junior tournament and pick up our tournament co-leaders, Kate.
Right.
Arthur versus Andrew Hung. Bishop b5 check, kind of like a signal that you don't want to go into the open Sicilian. You want to avoid a theoretical battle. Then after knight d7, you do want to go into an open Sicilian, and you don't want
some sidelines a little bit.
Exactly. c5 takes d4, queen takes d4, a7, a6, bishop e2. So a little bit of a difference, a little bit of a wrinkle here. If you had played d4, c takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6, bishop b5, you're going to be forced to part with your light square bishop. Yeah?
Yeah, and that's actually a very nice variation. I've been playing it for so many years, the check over variation.
But by playing bishop b5 check, provoking the knight to d7, now you get a variation where you don't necessarily have to give up your light square bishop, but you did give black this tempo move, a7, a6, knight f6, castles, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, rook d1, castles. Now, the players are moving very quickly here, so I'm assuming this is all theory, that I don't know.
But it looks like only Arthur Go is playing fast, right? Andrew Hung now 1 hour, 16 minutes. So either he started thinking in this move, or yeah, he's been thinking for 10 minutes. So he was probably not expecting move e5.
I would say certainly not. Help me out and tell me what I'm missing. So if I take, I'm assuming you're going to take with the knight, taking advantage of the pin, so I am not trading. But I'm just wondering about a very funky move, knight h5. So I'm stopping bishop f4, or at least I think I'm stopping bishop f4, and I want to take this knight. Do you want to play
What if
f4?
I go f4?
Yeah, but that's the question. Is that a move that you want in the position? I mean, I don't know if it's something we're happy with.
I think we are.
Yeah,
Because now we have even knight d5.
Knight d5, maybe
knight
start.
d5.
And I can
My
start
knights
with
in the
b4.
center are amazing.
I can start with b4 to be super aggressive.
Even b4.
b4.
Yeah, also. I was hoping that I had this move as an answer to b4, but your knight d5 is also really off-putting, right? Because you're hitting e7 with the tempo, and well, if I take, I'm afraid you might recapture or take on e7. I don't know. It's a really, really sharp game in this key matchup of our tournament leaders, Kate.
Right, so we have a three-way tie for the first place. Abhi, Mishra, Andrew Hung, and Arthur Go with 4 points. And here we have them facing each other. So very important game for Arthur Go and Andrew Hung.
Absolutely.
And Arthur has been showing very good opening preparation, I have to say. I cannot recount the last game where he was not necessarily worse, but out-prepared in the opening. He's really been showing stellar opening preparation, and right now, once again, he's bringing the fight to his opponent. This is some sort of obscure line as well.
Exactly.
Not taking on e5 first, but knight to h5 first. It makes much more sense, right?
Sure.
Because there's no more f4, at least in this position. And this is just, in fact, a pawn sacrifice. I will go queen to h4. You take on e5,
Right.
and now I have a couple of funky moves. One of them is bishop to g5. This looks very natural. But another one is a4. Just simple a4, stopping your counter chances on the queen side, the expansion with b5. just playing for some sort of a strategical advantage. I'm trying to take away squares from your pieces and saying that I have enough time later on to develop my attack, and you don't have good squares for you. Once again, squares for your pieces. Queen to c7 is met with knight to d5. Queen to a5, I would assume I'm going to take directly on e7.
Right.
Restabilize the material balance in the position, and that's going to be very good for white. So, very intriguing position. What I'm worried about is that Andrew is spending a lot of time right now, and this is not an easy position to navigate with the black pieces. Definitely a lot of pressure on Andrew, and Arthur, I have to say, has won the opening battle.
Wow, wow, what a pawn sacrifice. I mean, I'm a long time player. Boy, ages ago, a different lifetime ago, I loved to play the dragon. And the reason I like to play the dragon, because I fell in love with the name. I mean,
but everyone
kid doesn't want to play the dragon? You know, come on, you want to play the dragon? I mean, you got to be cool, right? So playing the dragon and being a pawn up, my goodness. I mean, yeah, I would think that this position is very good for black, but it's like this move a2,
rook on
a4.
d1. I mean, that's powerful.
True, but you know, like it's a strange thing. I don't really see weaknesses in the position. I do have a problem though. Like if I try to, you know, bring my knight back, you'll recapture the pawn. And I'm thinking, I know it looks stupid, but I want to play, you know, ideas of this and just ask you what you want to do. If you go a5, that's okay. I mean, you take some squares over there on the queen side. e6, queen c7. I don't know. f7, f6 looks a little bit strange, but for the moment, I'm just giving myself the square. And if I have to go to f4, and you take twice, and then I'll follow it up with e5. I don't know, Kate. You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, f6 is an interesting move.
What's your initial take? Do you like the pawn sacrifice?
I do. I do like that.
You
pawn
like the rook on
sacrifice.
d1. You like the pressure that
And the
it
bishop on
brings.
c8, it's going to take time before that guy is developed. Knight on
Right.
h5. I kind of like your f6 move, though, trying to get the knight to f4 and holding on to that pawn since you at least got it. Something for that, you know, active white pieces.
Look, if you're going to suffer for the extra pawn, you might as well suffer whole hog, right? I mean, go all in. And this game for the for our tournament co-leaders, I mean, it's very, very promising. Cristian, what other games have caught your attention as we puzzle over this pawn sacrifice?
Well, another big one is the one between Abhimanyu and Justin Wang. And let's take a look at what's happening in this one. And we've talked about Abhimanyu being caught in the opening. Justin Wang definitely tried to do that as well in today's game. And he essayed the Petrov, the Russian defense, which I'm sure came as a slight surprise for Abhimanyu. But take a look at this. At this point, after bishop to g5, queen to c7, 1 hour and 35 minutes for Justin Wang, 1 hour and 29 for Abhimanyu. So Abhimanyu knew what he's doing as well. c4 is the main line in the position, and I'm sure this was something that probably black has prepared ahead of time. Bishop to e8 follows up queen to h4, queen to h3 with taking on c4 and then covering up with bishop to f7. It leads to a position which gets simplified and in general is considered to be quite close to equality. But right now, Abhimanyu chooses rook to e3, a very interesting option, I have to say. And it's very important how you react right now. If you react with bishop to e8, which is what you were doing after c4, this doesn't work anymore. Because now you don't have time to cover up e7 and the weaknesses on the e file. Queen to h4, supporting bishop e7, bishop to f7 or bishop to g6. Let's say bishop to g6, you don't want to give up the f5 pawn. Bishop to e7, rook to e8, but now I have rook to e1.
Right.
That's why you put the rook on e3 first. Not only you want to swing it on the h file and create mating attack on the h file, but also you want to put a lot of pressure on the e file. So I really like what white is doing in this position. This move, rook to e3, has stopped Justin Wang from 1 hour and 35 minutes. He's down to 1 hour and 18, so close to a 20-minute thing right now. He's trying to figure out the details in the position. What changed with this move, rook to e3? Justin will have to spend some time, will have to spend some mental resources, try to understand exactly what changed and how to respond to it.
And Christian, talking about deep think, when we look at a game Carissa Yip and Alice Lee, Carissa is stuck. I mean, she's thinking for 20 minutes
I
right
would be
now.
stuck too.
After knight
I mean,
takes
knight takes g4, that's a very, I guess, unexpected move. And I mean, what a great preparation from Alice Lee. And Carissa is just thinking.
I would be, yes, I would be absolutely stuck too. I mean, you guys saw the variations after knight to g4. Right. But by the way, I'm being told Ghazarian is in fact losing in this position.
Losing?
What just happened?
Wow.
Take a look at this. So knight to c4 was the last move. Bishop takes c4. Right now, if you take king to b1, this is supposed to be losing. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. Why is it so bad?
It has echoes of the game between Akopian and Novikov, right? The knight e5, knight c4. Knight
Right.
C6. Yeah.
Right.
But losing.
But why is it +3?
+3.
I'm trying to understand why, right? If you continue development, I understand. Now I go
G5.
g5 and you have some problems on the d file, right? With the queen already on c4. But what if I just simply go d6, right?
Okay.
This is a very natural way of
I still push,
developing.
right? G5.
I still continue with g5. Let's say if you go knight to d7, I have a feeling
I've got
g takes,
G6.
maybe even g6.
Yeah, g6.
G6 and B3.
And then b3, and then you lose on e6.
Then we're
Very
cooking.
happy.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Yeah, now we're cooking
After
with
this,
gas.
I understand.
Right.
But really, is it that bad?
But then I've got to ask king b1. Okay, if queen c7, g5, knight
What?
h5.
what would you like to
Queen
go again?
c7,
Queen c7, yes.
g5,
g5.
knight h5. I'm assuming you take the
I would
pawn?
take, yes.
g6. And I'm
Say bishop g5.
right. And here I'm just a pawn down and
A pawn down, and the problem is that you're also getting viciously attacked. That's the big problem in the position.
yeah,
right?
there's knight takes b5.
If you
knight
go
takes-
Right,
here,
there's
I
some-
take, and now I actually
queen
take on
g5 check
b5.
and knight takes b5.
A lot of
this is the
holes in
problem.
Black's position.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Queen is coming to b4 with check, knight
I'm
comes
not
to
a happy
b6.
camper. No,
Not
no,
good.
no.
This is really not good.
This is very, very difficult.
And he took on c4 with the queen. I mean, guys, this is really, really bad. If king to b1 is +3 and Ghazarian is speeding into this losing position, 1 hour and 27 minutes. He's playing a la tempo.
Right.
And Christian, is that a big difference if I don't start with king b1 and I just start with g5?
I would assume not, but let's see. Okay, so if you start with g5, apparently b4 is a way to create counterplay
A2.
because the a2 pawn is hanging.
Oh.
So you have to just focus on
So-
defense first. And the problem is, I think b4 is going to be met with knight a4, and I'm not sure you're defending the b6 square.
Exactly.
Queen
So-
c7, I continue with g5. Yeah, this one is looking really bad.
So king b1, tucking the king in, just allows you to meet b4 with knight a4.
Yeah, yeah, it
Takes
seems like
away the one threat that black has in the position.
The
and
pawn on
preps.
h6 is a big problem.
Yeah, the hook. Yeah.
Because exactly, it's the hook, right? Once I go to g5, you have either the option of giving me the h6 pawn, which is simply going to be a
Bad.
pawn up,
Right.
or opening up the h file, which is equally as bad, because once the h file opens up, you're not castled. I have my rook on h1 ready to pounce on the h file. This one is looking really bad for black indeed. Now, the more I look at it, the more I start understanding how bad this is.
Okay, going back to our game of Carissa Yip and Alice Lee, again, this great rivalry. Alice has actually gained 5 minutes on her clock, right?
She played so fast that-
let's be very, very clear. She's gained time on her
And
clock.
Carissa made a move, knight e2.
And basically, Carissa has said, the problem is capturing the knight is simply great for Alice. And she said, okay, I'm going to sacrifice a pawn, pretend like I had it all prepared as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting rook g1, I'm
And I
getting
get
that
rook
file.
g1, and I'll get some compensation. Plus, by the way, at this exact moment, you might say Carissa's got the 2 bishops, so she's got a compensation. But does she, Cristian? Does she have a compensation, Carissa? Or was it a pawn blunder?
No.
She doesn't have a compensation.
Well, I mean, it very much depends on what Alice is going to do next. Alice has the opportunity of continuing to create threats with a very powerful move, queen to h4.
Queen to h4.
Queen to h4. Not an easy move, a very hidden move, at least to my eyes.
Clearly.
But it has a clear threat, right? Knight to f2.
So if we take the knight...
By the way, queen to h4 seems to be the only move. Gives black the advantage, but if you don't play it, white has the advantage.
Whoa.
Yes, so important critical moment right now. Let's
take
see.
the knight.
I mean, Alice is ready to make a move. I mean, this is...
Yeah, I feel like she was
She was
expecting that
prepared.
move.
She was getting ready. I mean, does she know everything? She's only 13 years of age.
I mean, come on.
She solved chess. What is this?
So queen h4, I'll take the knight.
Okay, you take the knight. I take with the bishop. I continue.
And I'll go rook g1 because I vacated the g1 square, and a moment ago I was trying to coordinate a mate.
And now I go
on
rook
G7.
a d8.
And you just play like, hey.
Like nothing is happening, exactly.
Finishing development, getting all the pieces to join the party.
I have to say this is really, really difficult.
What the
This
heck?
is really difficult stuff. This is not normal chess.
Alien chess.
I don't think this is easy to find over the board if you don't know it.
I mean, pretending here that like, okay, black is piece down, but compensation.
Like you know what you're doing? Wow. Okay, so I kind of get it. I kind of understand that maybe, you know, you've got threats of taking on d1. So if I just say, okay, my bishop's a target, I get out of dodge, I make a pin, and by the way, you can't take the knight because of the pin, but also mate. And if you move the knight, I'm going to take the bishop. You've got to play knight e3, right?
Normally, I would be quite supportive of this move knight to e2 and Carissa's chances, practical chances. The problem is, the more I look at the position, I don't see any other moves for black but this queen to h4 followed by rook a d8. You cannot go back to e5. You cannot go to f6 because of c4. So you don't really have moves in the position, right? If you don't go queen to h4. Knight f6, c4, you lose a piece. Knight e5, you lose a piece. Knight e6, obviously, you don't want to do that. Knight to e3, I just simply take on e3. You cannot do that. You're pinned, right? So you cannot move the knight. At least we established that, and I think that's an important thing to establish for black.
I mean, you can do move like b5, right? Just stopping c4.
Yes.
But then maybe you actually capture that knight.
And the whole difference
and rook g1 maybe, right?
Over the early capture, the inclusion of b5, knight e2 hugely improves white's position because of this move rook g1, right?
Right, having the queen on h4, so the d8 square is vacated and the rook can get there.
I'm still like at a loss to, I'm struggling to understand this position after rook d8, bishop d2. I suppose you're going to win my queen with knight e3, but
yes, knight e3.
that is, but what's the body count here? Isn't it?
So how do you do it? You take, and now the question is, how do I defend that g7 pawn? Maybe I don't even have to.
You're just going to take?
Can I take?
Oh, but then we have rook takes.
I
Takes
know,
king
that was what
f8.
I was
No, king
banking.
f8.
This is what I was banking
Some crazy
on, but-
position, right?
Right? But there's nothing to say. Amazing.
Yeah, there's no checkmate.
Amazing.
That much we
Yeah,
established. What if
black
you
is
take with a
happy.
bishop?
Wow. Wow. So what a preparation. By the way, this is the first thing that Alice has made since Carissa started the game.
Right, move 15, first thought of Alice Lee actually in the game. Everything else, that was just
But again,
memory.
look, the engine is saying Alice is doing amazing in this position.
Only with queen h4.
But it's not easy, guys. It really is not, because queen to h4, check this sequence out.
Okay. Queen h4.
Not only that you have to worry about taking on g4 and rook to g1, but what do you do after bishop d2? Actually, kind of curious what your immediate reaction is.
Spinning.
The only move is queen f2.
Yeah.
You have to sit.
Right.
Not easy.
Right.
This queen to h4 followed by queen to f2. All these moves, you know, with the engine it's easy to understand them, right? But without, they're a
the
bit...
trade. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think Alice is going to spend a little bit more time. I thought that at one moment she was ready to play, but I think now she's
paused.
still needing more time to think.
So help me out once more. I apologize here. Queen h4.
Yes.
Rook to g1.
Okay, rook to g1.
I guess it's knight f6.
That's a different move. Yes, I go knight f6 now.
Knight f.
There's no more c4, yeah? So queen to h4, not only that you're creating threats, you're also dodging this pin on the d file. Very important.
Wow. There's no more c4. Because I was really banking on c4, actually. c4, knight. I wanted to chase the knight to the b4 square, go bishop g5, force the trade of queens, and sorry, just to put it on the board for a moment.
No, it's time for Alice to go in the tank. She probably did not analyze this because, again, it's a bad move according to the engine. It doesn't show whenever you analyze this position. And right now she will have to figure it out over the board.
It's always frustrating when you have a great piece of preparation and your opponent doesn't go through the main line. It's like, just play the main line. Sorry, let's just go to around the tournament hall for the girls' championship, because Zoe's in the competition too.
Right. She's second
and she's competing
so far.
very, very well. Thank you for asking. What about me? Let's see what happened. As an Lapin with h2, h3. And yes, if you wanted to ask what happens if you take the pawn,
Don't do that.
I've only lost like 3 or 4 games like this, maybe more actually. This has really occurred to me. I'm not ashamed to admit that I have fallen for the old double attack. We used to call this the Danny Kopech system, where we put the bishop out early. It's kind of a funny line because it's so transpositional. If I showed you this position at the start, or just this position, you go, oh yeah, this looks like a normal chess. But then if I showed you how we got here, you go like, what are you doing? Bishop d3, d5.
It's kind of transposing into Alapin.
Right.
And I think we saw similar positions, Zoe playing already, right? Once with the long castle, the knight on a3.
But this is not supposed to be a good line for black, where you develop the queen too early, because we're supposed to be able to play knight to d2 and knight to c4, putting, we put pressure on the e5 pawn, and it's not that easy for black with the knight on f6 to play f6.
Can I go g5, g4 just really quickly?
Let's go. Why not? Let's have some fun with it.
Attacking on the king side.
Okay, go, and I'm assuming you're going to play g4?
Yes.
Wow.
So if you recapture, I'm going to recapture with my knight, and then I'm defending the e5 3 times.
Exactly.
Very happy.
But here you can take, right?
Yes.
This is frustrating. And if I go, I don't have time to play bishop takes e6 in this position. Okay, so no bishop b3.
Knight takes g4.
Knight takes g4. Okay.
Bishop takes is an option, but let's stick with knight first.
Where am I supposed to? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Bishop to b3, or I don't know if I'm worried about your kingside attack or not. But let's say I go bishop to b3 in order to trade here.
So I can take on d3.
Right. So yay! I've got this great idea. Yay! Yay!
Yeah, my
and
pawns.
something like this,
I'm very happy
right?
about my pawns.
It's a compensation, but it's an interesting line, g5, g4, and, well, we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's just go around again. Iris versus Ru Yangen. Something calm.
Yeah, very calm. The players are just kind of developing.
Chill. Okay.
But the last, Rochelle,
Rochelle?
that's not calm.
What's going on today?
Stormy weather there.
Okay, this has actually become popular And I've been seeing that this was an old ideas of Botvinnik Petrosian. They're going back into the dusty part of the chess library here with this G4, H4 business. Bishop E2, Knight H3, G5. Look at this.
Wait, G5, so I can take it en passant, but maybe I'm actually helping black with that, right? H take, black is happy.
Are we sure that black is happy? I mean, it looks strange, right? That we could, how come we can't take advantage of the open F file? He asks, puzzled, non-understanding. So I guess you go G5.
G5, yeah.
Weird stuff. Let's just see the game position, because that was a really impactful visual when we came into the position.
F5.
Dang.
Putting pressure on G4, that makes sense.
Clear. Well, if white has to go into a defensive posture,
because there's also like knight C4, right? I will be happy if you trade your light square bishop, because maybe then the pawns on light squares can be pretty weak.
Well, it just seems somehow that, well, black is dictating things here at the moment. And again, F5 on the board, Rochelle on the back foot. Let's go. Let's go to Shreya's game with Gracie, and bishops of opposite color and crazy. I know that this is a favorite variation of Ding Liren, and he plays the black side of this, and he has really good results. And every time I look at the position, I think black is bad, like has a bad position.
Yeah, it fits, because the bishop on D5 looks really nice. The bishop on F6, on the other hand, is kind of blocked. Maybe white can go F4, G4.
Right.
I feel like I would prefer white here as well.
Except Ding Liren does really good with it. Gracie's just played the move queen back to C7, which is okay, intriguing. We'll keep an eye on this one. Cristian, I want to toss it over to you. And today's games are very puzzling. I mean, help me
I'm really
out.
struggling to keep pace, I have to say, because we have so many intriguing games and so many crazy openings.
Right.
And I will try to take you through as many as I can.
Okay.
Take a look at this. So Rook to E3 was played. We were discussing about C4 and Rook to E3 being the second best move in the position, the second most played move in the position, but definitely something that created some unpleasantries for Justin, because he didn't know how to react. But he did react quite well after a very long think. Rook to F7 makes a lot of sense. The threat was Rook to H3. You have to find a way to defend the H7 pawn. You don't want, whenever the rook is landing on H3, to go H6. No. Because after bishop takes H6, most likely you will get checkmated, right? Yeah. This is pretty much over. So we don't want to see that. You want to play G6. That's why now we see the rook on F7. So it makes sense. Very good reaction by Justin Wang. Not only that, but remember what was the weak square in that bishop to E8 line? The E7 square, right? So right now with the rook on E7, you no longer have ideas of bishop to E7. At least they're not coming as easy. And immediately, Abhimanyu plays the move C4. Great move, still following some sort of his preparation. And again, asking black, how are you going to react? And it seems like the best reaction, which is very far from natural in the position, is C5. C4, C5, and guess what the next move is for white? Rook E1.
That was my first thought.
That was your first thought.
That is never going to happen.
What? Rook E1.
Right, because this is theory. And I think Abhimanyu is very much aware of this theory.
Well, what's the point of rook E1? Like,
just getting out of dodge of c takes d4, basically.
And you don't want to do c3 instead?
Yes, I don't think you want to do c3 because I can take and then take on, you take, I take on c4, right?
Right.
And the queen is defending the pawn on c4.
Right,
so you don't have time for that. The question is, why wouldn't you start with this, c takes d5? And the answer is because you have to wait for me to first take on d4, otherwise I go c4. I don't take the pawn on d4, I go c4, I pass by. Now you go bishop to e2 or bishop to f1. f4, it seems like black has a lot of compensation and your attack is pretty much over because without the bishop on d3 it's going to be very difficult to control my expansion on the queen, on the king side with the move f4, right? Which is going to help my case quite a lot because once I get f4 on the board, first of all, bishop on g5, it's not that easy to get it back home, right? Rook f5, potentially targeting that bishop on g5. Bishop f5, bishop g6. I finally find a way to activate my pieces in the position. So this one is looking like a great version and a great sacrifice for a black. You have to wait a couple of moves. But by the way, none of this is going to happen.
Queen a5
because we have a move on the board. Queen to a5. This has been played once 4 years ago. In 2019, I would assume this was some sort of correspondence game. Decent move, according to the engine. The question is, and I think this is a very good move because it throws Abhimanyu out of his theory. This is a very obscure line. Yeah. Queen to a5, only played once. I don't think Abhimanyu has analyzed this. So,
but Abhimanyu is enjoying 25 minutes time advantage.
Yes. So he definitely finally, he's having a game out of the opening, right? He's not facing any sort of like 30 move deep theory anymore. Now they're on their own.
Great. I like, and we didn't mention it, but also there's a bonus for the winners of the juniors.
The champions bonus, because the winners of the juniors and junior girls will be awarded a $10,000 scholarship, generously jointly funded by the Dwayne Barber Foundation and US Chess.
And along with that, we get an automatic qualification to the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships in October.
That's a fantastic opportunity, right?
No question about it. I love the game that's going on between Gregory and Melik set. I mean, talk about a battle for first place. And it's one of those positions where you can look at the position from both players and say, these are my trumps. This is terrific. Look at me. I'm doing really, really well. And in this position, the last move was bishop e2. I had stopped myself right here, and I was thinking to myself, okay, I'm a pawn grabber. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play the move e5. I'm going to drive the knight back. You're supposed to go either to h7 or g8. You're not sure.
Let's go.
Yeah, you go g8. I go c5.
So I can have maybe h8, h6, f5.
Exactly. And you're going to take my pawn. So you're a pawn up. You've doubled my pawns. Everything's really beautiful until you start noticing that there are issues. You're not going to be able to, I'm going to win this pawn on b4 back. Once I win the pawn on b4 back, I might be playing rook b6, right? And this is a type of a position where if I'm on the black side, I can say, look at this. I've won a pawn. I've done this. I've done this. I like this. And then if I'm on the white side, I go, yeah, but I've done this.
Yeah, it's always,
I love this battle of ideas.
Each player has something.
Yeah, something that they can cheer themselves on about. But what we do have instead of this sequence with c5 and e5 is the move bishop e2. Gregory is saying, okay, if you try to move your knight too early, there might be breakthroughs. Catch yourself on the d5 and I'll blow open the position. Your first initial take when you see this position?
Yeah, I'm wondering what black wants to do with his king. Because castling short side looks very natural, right? I'm a little bit, maybe slightly worried about the g file being open, but the king on h7 should be pretty safe. The question is whether I do want to castle my king or really start thinking about grabbing the pawn on h4 first.
Exactly.
So that is, I think, the big decision for me, if I just voluntarily go.
Well, but do you like white's position or do you like black's position?
Kind of feel I like white because I like center. These 3 pawns, c4, d4, e4 in the center are really strong.
Right.
So I think I would pick white.
Okay, intriguing. And again, I can make a very cogent argument for why you should be choosing black and so on. Another game, I mean, really, if you want to talk about dusty libraries, check out the game between Shabalov and Benjamin, because if you see this, the first thing you think about is the same-ish variation of the Nimzo-Indian, where you play a3, you force him to take. And for decades, top players, world champions, have been debating whether these double pawns on the c-file are worth the loss of the 2 bishops. And for Shabalov, he said, okay, I'm going to build up this big center, and I'm going to play on the king side as well. I'm not afraid of your playing knight a5 and capturing, and I'm just going to go all out on the king side, as is his want, knight to g4. maybe this move is actually pulling the brakes just a little bit, as the move knight a5 is likely to be met with. Yeah, I like my pawn. I still like my pawn.
I was joking about attacking so fast.
But I'm really curious about Akopian and Novikov, because when we left it, that was just great. That was just a barn burner going on. You know, knight f5 takes, d4, bishop f2. Akopian saying, please, please let it be my move. I'm going to be playing ideas of f4, rook e1, breaking up the team in the center. You got to do something.
And again, both players playing really fast.
Like
I mean, Igor Novikov in this position, 1 hour 26 minutes. Wow.
g5.
Well, now after f6,
Bishop.
only 1 hour, right?
Bishop c5, queen d3, and f6.
He spent some time on the last few moves. Yes.
Who did?
Novikov.
Novikov.
Both
f6.
players.
Both players.
Well,
Slow down.
Akopian still has 1 hour and 25. But
Well,
Novikov,
Akopian
1
was
hour.
walking around like, I got this, I got this, I
I want to
got
see
this.
what's happening there.
Yeah, let me go check out everybody else's
So
board.
Igor spent 10 minutes on move bishop c5 and 20 minutes on move f6.
Oh, and by the way, f3, f4 on the board for...
This is absolutely wild. Wild position.
Yeah,
Well-
but Vladimir Akopian is still playing fast, 1 hour 25 minutes.
Well, my question is, where is Black supposed to put his king? I mean, putting it king side and gh, rook g1, that looks suicide. But wait a minute, castling, give me that pawn on a6, not to mention the fact that you might be walking into something very nasty. Leaving the king in the center?
I think long castle, I would just give up that pawn. I know that's not what you would like to hear, Yasser. But just castle.
More training is needed.
Castle the king, make sure the king is safe.
But you think the king is safe? This is your definition of a safe king? let me introduce you to the Caro Khan and the Fort Knox variation of the French defense. I'm worried about Black's king, Igor's king here, Cristian. Help us out. What's going on?
Yes, but I mean, I'm looking through the lines. This is such a crazy position. It's so difficult to play if you don't know exactly what you are doing. For example,
Yes.
we can go back a couple of moves. Instead of bishop to c5, at least to my eyes, right now after g5,
Right.
the main move should be knight c3,
Yes.
right?
I'll applaud you for that. Yes.
Now, the question is, what do you do? Do you go rook e1 or do you take on c3?
I don't really want to take on c3.
You don't, right?
I'm fearful that I'm exposing my king.
I would be as well.
Yeah. So let me be crazy. Let me go f4 and just pretend that the exchange sacrifice was intended.
Okay. Do you want me to go even crazier?
You're not going to take the exchange.
I'm gonna go knight c4.
Wow.
Oh dear. I told you I didn't want to expose my king, and now you can see what's going on. Boy, I was hoping that I was going to break down the center so I could, but you're landing just in time.
And this is not the only move by any stretch of the imagination. But the lines are absolutely wild. Queen d3, e4, then finally you take on c4 and we go into some sort of an endgame. Who knows how to assess this endgame? I mean, the engine is saying 0-0 as you
Of course, this is
Stop it.
theoretical draw.
Theoretical draw.
nothing new there.
Nothing
right?
new
But,
under
I mean,
the sun. Wow.
This is absolutely crazy.
But yeah,
But
so
he
what if
didn't
after
do
knight
it.
c3, I'm wondering, instead of playing f4, can we just start sacrificing on d4? Like, I don't know, knight takes d4?
But did we, have we improved ourselves by, have we improved our
long
cause?
castle.
Ooh, you can do that.
I can, yes.
Wow.
Okay, now I'm scared. Never mind, no knight takes d4.
Well,
This long castle, that's a very strong move.
yeah, it's crazy.
And then you might be asking, what about f6? And if you go king b8, I have knight c6, but I go king b7 and there's nothing in that position.
the bishop
yeah.
c5.
It really is wild.
bishop c5,
F6.
maybe a lost tempo, f6, f4, and maybe the initiative that white is enjoying
I can't
carry
say
the
necessarily
day.
that bishop c5 was a lost tempo.
It's developing.
It is
developing
developing. It does defend this d4 pawn, and very often, as you were mentioning, Kashka, knight takes d4, any sort of
On
sacrifices
the agenda. Yeah.
might be unpleasant, right? So you want to strengthen the center with bishop c5. I think f6 was a bit uncalled for.
f6.
And it's difficult to call uncalled for f6, right?
You're
because it does
reinforcing the
strengthen
center. Yeah.
the center, but you do lose some time, and f4, I think, is a great reaction by Akopian. The best move in the position instead of f6 would have been a5. Try to start your own counterplay on the queen side.
You know, this is a move I understand.
Finally. Finally something that we understand.
Okay, yeah, I can deal with a check. Okay, you forced me to move my king, but guess what? My rook is actually, somewhat developed on the H file. But a5, a4, golly, good old-fashioned
Also, you could also potentially
attacking.
long castle sometimes, and the pawn is not hanging.
Right?
Yes,
The queen
very
d3,
good point,
f6,
yes.
f4. I love this initiative for white. Quickly, we're going to go to Douglas Root and Max Dlugy, because once again, this is like an old Indian. It seems like the players conspired together today to come to the game and play stuff from the 1950s and 60s.
But they are attacking. We don't see any boring positions.
Not at all. And the move, by the way, the move f3, f4 is Doug saying, I'm tired of being a punching bag. I'm going to get in some shots. I'm not going to play rook b1, which I think a lot of people would, just defending the pawn on b2. He's saying, take the risk of capturing on b2, and maybe I'll try to trap your queen after a move.
But wait, can we trap it immediately, knight a4? Because the f4 pawn took away the e5 square, which is super important.
Oh, excuse me, you're right. Usually the queen has e5 and escape square. But hold on, if I can't take, then I've just got to face the music that's coming with f4, f5. Wait. Oh dear.
But how big of a problem it's going to be if, let's say, I go knight c5?
Knight c5, let's go hog wild. Let's go f5. So I do want to take, and the rook attacks the knight. I think I've provoked you to capture.
I have to capture.
Now I pause for just a moment because there is a move knight d4. I pause long enough to reject it, and I'll attack the bishop.
I move the bishop away, bishop d7.
Or c8, I'm not sure. But bishop d7,
Let's go.
fine.
Yes.
This looks really bad. Let's say b4, and this king is
But
feeling
now I go
really
knight e4. I wonder if I
dangerous.
can get some compensation, rook captures.
Okay, tempo against the queen. I mean, don't you feel drafty? A little bit like you don't have a king shield?
Queen c7.
Not so drafty yet.
Because I want to develop my rooks.
Okay, help yourself.
All right, rook e7.
Rook e7. I don't know, Kate. This is, I'm just feeling like the king.
Yeah.
Wow. And let's just remind everybody about the standings and where Doug and, because both Max and Doug are looking for victories, especially Max. I mean,
He's tying for the second place.
yeah, he's saying, come on, Gregory, you can do it. You can stop, Melik said, and I'll be a point behind as well if I can get a win. But by the way, again, I'm thinking the move f4 was a really nice and fine move. Going to finally Patrick Wolff and Dmitry Gurevich, looks to me like they've got a theoretical position on the board. I remember Dmitry playing these variations as black through countless U.S. championships. He's always liked these classical Sicilian setups for himself. And let me toss it over to Cristian And Cristian, what's caught your fancy?
Well, let's take a look at this Artur Xu versus Kirk Ghazarian, because
He did take. And king
he did
B1.
play king b1, by the way. Take on c4, queen c4, king to b1, best move in the
Right.
position. We were discussing this exact line. d6, g5, once again highlighting the problem of the pawn on h6. This is the hook that I'm going to base my whole play as white around. And this is exactly what he's doing. g5, knight h5. This is the current position on the board. Thank God for them that they don't know what the assessment is, because Artur would be on cloud 9 if he knew that he's close to +4 in the position.
Right.
I mean, this is absolutely wild stuff. G takes h6, the simple G takes h6. Take, now I have a plethora of options I can take on h6. I can go
Yeah.
rook g1. That's the one you
move.
guys like.
Oh, I
yes.
love that.
Rook to, not only that you're going to hint at potential invasion on the g file, but also you're stopping the knight from going to g3. That's
Yeah.
quite crucial in the position.
Right.
Don't touch the pawn on h4 as black. Rook to h1 or queen to h2 is going to capture one of the pieces on the h file. You're sort of stuck in the position. How do you continue? How do you develop your pieces? I'm looking at ideas to go long castle, right?
Yeah.
Maybe with the bishop on d7, this
Right.
is going to be met by e5. That's problematic as well. You cannot
Ouch.
take, because I think I have some knight f5 ideas
Right.
that pretty much put the kibosh on the position. This is game over, right? You cannot take, you get checkmated. So bishop to b7 makes the most sense to me at this point, and then I can just simply take a pawn. Play this position, a pawn up. If you continue with castle, I go bishop to g5.
Right.
The knight on h5 doesn't really have a good way to come back into play in the position. I really don't like. First of all, you don't have any counterplay on the queen side. You would love to do that. You would love to open up the position with d5. Not going to happen. Whenever you go d5, I can go e5. First of all, you're losing a piece right now. So maybe you start with take, and now d5. But I just simply go e5. Where's your counterplay? Right?
Bishop.
You go e5 yourself, well, thank you very much. You're giving me a lot of squares, right? You don't have a way to create anything in the position. It's one of those weird Sicilians in which, whenever we say Sicilian, we know that it's going to be a back and forth affair. There's no back and forth in this one. There's no counterplay for black. And right now, it's only white playing on one goal and also being a pawn up after taking on h6 and rook to g1, and at some point bishop takes h6 is going to come. So Artur Xu definitely in a great position to potentially get his second victory in this one. You know, Kirk Ghazarian is not necessarily not in his best shape, but he's not very happy with his last couple of games. He had a winning position. Actually, he has
Yesterday.
a couple of winning positions against Abhimanyu and against Justin Wang. Against Justin Wang, it was a one-move tactic. Against Abhimanyu, he should have stopped and think in that endgame position and executed the best plan, which would have led to his victory. He knows that those last couple of rounds are definitely weighing him down right now.
Before we take a break, I just want to say the most confounding game for me, Kate, is the game between Carissa and Alice Lee, our marquee matchup in the Girls' Championship. A game that will most likely decide the Girls' Championship. Because everyone went bang, 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 and then they stopped.
Yeah, Carissa took 30 minutes of thinking, and now Alice is already at 34 minutes thinking.
So knight takes g5. All of these moves came like instantly. Then 20-minute think, knight e2, 20-minute think, and we don't have a response. Finally, queen f6.
Queen f6.
Okay, and that was not the queen h4 move that Cristian was prescribing, saying that that was the move for advantage. And maybe this was a mistake. I'm ready.
Can we capture the knight?
Big mistake,
Yeah.
yeah. Queen f6 was a big mistake.
Because after
take the
bishop
knight.
captures on g4, then
Well, she's done. Well, yes, she has taken the knight.
Yeah.
very
Carissa
quickly
didn't have to
again,
be asked
she's
twice.
back
She's
with
back
her
to
speed.
speeding up, right?
Oh, I told you guys, I mean, that knight e2, despite the fact that objectively was a bad move,
And
from a
bishop-
practical perspective, really good move. Good decision by Carissa.
And Alice has just played bishop takes g4. So this is a piece sacrifice.
But I thought now we are very happy to exchange queens, right? And either force the knight to go away, or then we can pin the bishop.
No,
Okay, but
just
now
rook d2. We have to defend that knight.
Okay, but you're still in a kind of a pin, right? Because if your knight moves, I've got to check. So
Right.
I'm ready. I've got two pawns.
Bishop G3.
That
That's gonna
covers
stop
E1.
you, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Oh,
Knight
that's
H5
nice.
maybe.
Bishop H3. Oh, knight H5. I'm just no. I'm playing a rook down. This can't be good, right? Like this is ridiculous. I mean, it
That's not going to work.
yeah, of course it's ridiculous. It's kind of a funny position, right? Because White's pieces are a little bit. Everything's in a pin.
But no knight e4 now. Be careful about back rank checkmate.
Exactly. But everything is in a crazy pin.
Well, the thing is, I can play bishop g2,
Yeah.
give you an exchange back.
And to take, yeah, I got
That's going
you,
to be
I
a
got
piece
you.
for 2 pawns. I
Wow.
think that favors White.
But okay, the current position,
Carissa is looking good.
looking
No,
good.
I think what the assessment, well, the big question is, what's the assessment of the following sequence? You take on f6, you take rook d2, and now knight e4, right?
And now knight e4.
Right. Just go for the rook. And now knight g3, rook, knight takes d2, and how is this position is the question.
Two pieces.
Two pieces
two
for a rook and a
pawns.
couple of pawns. It's still very complicated. The engines are really liking White, but I'm not convinced it's as clear.
Gotcha. All right, we're going to take our first break of the day, and as we do that, as tradition dictates, we go and check in at our friends at Q Boutique. Now, for those of you who have been following our broadcast, I have been highlighting the seniors, the girls, and the junior polos. Yes, but now we're taking a giant leap forward
Very
and
big
doing
one.
it all at once.
Everything else, you can purchase all shirts at once.
Every one of these shirts are available. They are in a limited edition. They are perfect for any chess enthusiast. The tournament logo on the breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the right shoulder. Show your pride for the game in style and comfort, and all of these are available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com for all your chess needs. Thank you, and we're going to see you on the other side of our break.
Yep. See you soon.
I'd say don't give up, keep playing, and also just play for fun. Not exactly to win or anything, just to enjoy the experience of playing every game and hopefully winning.
I would advise that they enjoy the game, because I think that if you enjoy the game, then you will genuinely be able to improve naturally, and your hard work, you will put in the hard work. And just to appreciate chess, it's a really amazing game. There's so many possibilities. Each game is different basically, and so just enjoy the game, and your improvement should come naturally from there.
I think to get better, you just need to love chess as a whole. I feel like it's really difficult to get better if you have a lot of trouble trying to be self-motivated or work by yourself. So I'd say don't give up and keep going.
Probably just learn to develop your pieces in castle. I still have trouble with that sometimes. So just stick to the basic principles.
Honestly, it's just to enjoy this game, to not to worry about what others just to play your best.
Definitely tactics, even above reading chess books or studying openings and all that, just mostly tactics, recognizing positions, and then just playing in tournaments, playing wherever you can. That's really what I did.
Honestly, I would say try to play chess on your own terms. I know I struggled a lot with that. Just don't focus on just trying to impress everyone else. Play it because you love the game and actually enjoy it.
We'll do plenty of tactics. Oh, and the main thing is that you have to play a lot. Try to play in as many tournaments as possible, and also play online games, which should help.
I would say, if it's their first time playing juniors, I know it's a really, almost a stressful experience to have your games be on almost a national stage. And I remember the first time I played here in St. Louis in junior girls, I did not do so hot. I actually did really badly. So I just say like kind of take it easy, enjoy the time you have here. Enjoy the games that you play.
You don't really know if you like something until you try it. So, chess really started to like become really big during COVID. And, if you start playing in-person tournaments, that's when you start to really figure out if you really like playing chess. So my advice is go play in some in-person tournaments, especially since we're in St. Louis. This is a perfect opportunity to come and play.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live coverage of our national championships. Here are the standings with the girls. Kate.
Yeah, after round 6, we have a sole leader, Alice Lee. Fantastic performance so far, 5 points. Zoe Tang right behind her, 4.5 points. Also a great tournament for her.
Right.
And then a two-way tie for the third place. Carissa Yip and Ruyang Yan with 3.5 points each.
And Carissa and Alice are in deep battle. And in the junior?
In the juniors, we have a three-way tie for the first place. Yes, Abhi, Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Guo all have 4 points. And we have two of the leaders facing each other today, Andrew Hong and Arthur Guo.
And your pick, Brandon Jacobson, only half a point behind. And in the seniors.
Seniors, that's all about Melik at Khachiyan,
sure is.
5.5 points out of 6. Absolutely mind-blowing performance so far. And then a four-way tie for the second place. Vladimir Akopian, Gregory Kaidanov, Maxim Dlugy, and Alex Shabalov.
Wow, great stuff. Let's just jump right into the battles as we're going to pick up with the girls, with Carissa and Alice Lee. When we left it, we didn't like the move that Alice had just essayed. She played the move Queen F6, and we had been looking at the engine's top move queen h4 for the longest while and trying
Very
to...
difficult move to find. To understand, knight is threatening f4. The queen is very active on h4, vacating d8 square for the rook.
Crazy lines. Queen f6 was her choice. It's a piece sacrifice. And the idea of Alice's piece sacrifice was that this pin is so uncomfortable that it ended up, she ends up winning an exchange, and they've got this material imbalance of two minor pieces, in this case 2 bishops, for rook and 2 pawns. Now, normally speaking, we like the 2 bishops, right? But in this particular case, it's not like White's pieces are there. I
Right,
mean,
and Black has some kind of developmental advantage, right? Black can bring the rook to d8 and then start pushing pawns maybe on the king side, and White still has to figure out how to develop her pieces.
Optimal squares for the pieces, yeah. Well, I can see that this bishop really does want to go here, the knight does want to go here, the rook does want to go to g1, but I like the minor pieces because they are the 2 bishops. But to my mind, it's still a 3-result game. I won't say that, you know, White is overwhelming or anything of that nature. Also, I wanted to jump quickly to the game of Zoe, because that was actually a very intriguing position. Remember, we were debating it ourselves? I didn't anticipate the move Bishop A4.
We were looking at knight BD2, G5.
Right. You know, the idea, the conventional stuff. Rook E1, you know, you get your, you want to put pressure on the E5 pawn ASAP.
And Kelsey did that immediately. Bishop A4 attacking the knight on C6 and putting pressure on pawn on E5.
And quickly they got to a very unbalanced position as well. Knight takes 2 bishops against bishop and knight, but these double pawns,
ugly
right?
Double pawns.
Very ugly. And she's played the move f5, and White wants to maintain her attack on this pawn. She wants to play knight b3, but maybe she was a little bit afraid that her bishop might end up being pushed passively back. So she did play the move f2, f3, and we're caught up with the players. Kind of feel it's a little easier to play White in this position? What's your take?
I mean, no. I'm wondering if, you know, if I play rook HE8, like, you have to be a little careful about your pieces. The kind of bishop almost being attacked, the knight I can attack in the future, and whenever my rook gets to the 2nd rank, that can be very dangerous for you.
Exactly. If I play, you know, a lackadaisical move, rook E1, I'm suddenly crying because
and f4 is the threat.
Yeah, whoops, it could easily go wrong. So rook on h, I like this follow-up. So those are the 2 games that are, but a third game I wanted to say that really blew up was this game between Rochelle and Rose. When we left it, I already felt that something had kind of gone wrong for White after the move f5. It felt like Black had the initiative, and rook g1 takes. We talked about this move knight c4, bishop takes, and here it comes, bishop takes. I'm guessing the rook takes g4, knight takes g4, and Rochelle just didn't see what she was doing. h2 is hanging, c4 is hanging. She decided to sacrifice a pawn and pretend like, you know, this was all a part of the master plan. That was pawn sacrifice number 2, and now comes d5, and she's looking to play queen d4, castles, improve her compensation. But boy, talk about a position that just got away from us. So the girls sections blow it up. What's happening in the junior section, Christian?
A lot of things are happening in the junior section. Let's take a look, because I don't think we gave a lot of attention to this critical matchup between Arthur Go and Andrew Hong. This is the battle of the co-leaders going into the 7th round. So big matchup. And we discussed at the beginning this idea of early e5 and how it was a very good opening surprise, because it's not easy to deal with it over the chessboard. Knight to h5, taking the pawn after queen to h5 and allowing bishop queen to h4, bishop to g5, a4 ideas. Not seeing immediately how you're going to finish your development can be quite difficult to do over the chessboard. So he took on e5, knight takes e5, queen to c7. He's trying to find a very quick development. Black, that is, Andrew Hong, that is, which makes a lot of sense from a practical perspective. The engine hates it. The engine really doesn't like what Andrew is doing right now. Rook to e8, a4, allowing me to stop your counterattack on the queen side and expansion with the move b5. Perhaps not the right solution, this rook to e8, a bit too slow in my estimation. a4, b6, queen to f4, I like this move by white, by Artur Guo. Bishop to b7, this is what we currently have on the board. But how easy is this endgame for black? I understand you have a tremendous bishop on g7, but it doesn't have a lot of targets. What targets I do have as white is your pawns on the queen side, especially that pawn on b6. So what if I just simply drop back with the bishop to e3, put a lot of pressure on your pawn on... Is that what he did? No, we don't have a move yet.
No.
We don't have a move yet, but this feels very natural, right?
For
the
sure.
bishop on f4 no longer has a task in the position. I don't want to get hit by e5, so I might as well drop back, right? Bishop to e3. How do you defend that bishop on b6? And perhaps you guys can help me and try to go through the variations together, because I understand the engines find some ways of potentially prolonging this game, but after bishop to e3, at least to my eyes, is very, very difficult. And I think Andrew is going to start panicking once he sees that he doesn't have a clear way of defending that pawn.
Absolutely. And
so what do you do after bishop e3?
Bishop e3, I was looking at the prophylactic move rook b8.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is what I think is at least visually the most appealing. And then I will take, let's say...
I don't know if it's appealing. I think it's good for white, right?
What else can you do, right?
Right.
It's kind of a forced situation. It's just a bad endgame.
Exactly.
So bishop to e3, rook to b8.
Right.
Maybe we can put that on your board. Knight takes b6, let's say.
And now...
yes. Okay, bishop to c7. Bishop takes a6.
Or king takes g2.
Or king takes g2, rook takes c7, bishop takes a6.
Yeah,
basically, I'm a pawn up.
Yeah.
And look at those pawns.
On that queen side. Yeah.
Look at those pawns. Look at that a pawn coming down the board.
Well, you don't have to pawn power. It's what it's all about, right?
You don't have to scare Yasser. He is scared.
I'm scared already.
This is really bad. Bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Knight d5. I mean, this is...
Okay, but hold on.
Yeah, knight d5 will give some...
Now I'm kind of feeling like...
You're getting something.
No, I don't know. No, I don't think I'm getting... No, I think white is still for choice, but...
So maybe I should not give you any hopes. I will go rook a3, something like that.
Yeah, something of that nature.
Defend that knight on c3.
Right, exactly. And I'm not ready to defend against 3 connected pass pawns.
This is not fun. This is really not fun, right?
But for Andrew, this is really a setback. I mean, he's coming into this competition with really high hopes, tied for first, 3 rounds to go. He didn't expect this kind of a challenge in the 7th round.
Oh no, Artur is definitely feeling it right now, and
Exactly.
I think you were mentioning Kachka yesterday that he's Grandmaster elect.
Absolutely, yeah.
In fact, he's been having a
great
stellar year. Yes, he's been doing really well in open tournaments, and right now he's showing his stuff in this one. I have to say, pristine opening preparation, really good stuff from Artur Guo, and the middle game, end game positions. He's doing really well in this event. And he has a clear chance at maybe winning the tournament. Sure. He knows that. He feels that through his play. So he's going to take full advantage of it.
Okay, just going to the game of Mishra for a moment, because after the move c4, there was this amazing move c5, which I thought was really a kind of a fun move.
And the best move
was rook e1. So this was a fun moment, and Justin played a theoretically prescribed move, queen a5. Maybe c5 was more engine approved, but okay, c5 for white. And he said, take a pawn. I took a pawn, do your worst. So Mishra has command of the open file, but the business squares, e6, e7, e8, are all covered by the bishop. And after bishop f8, bishop f4, queen a5, Justin just clipped the pawn and said, again, go ahead and kill me. If you
If you can.
Don't go for rook h3. I'm just teasing you with that move. The rook on e1 will be hanging, and it's a challenge.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like I would like to push g4, but black has just g6 and it's still very solid, right?
Well, but that's the kind of thing you need, right? You need black to make some kind of weaknesses in his position, so that you can go bang, 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 and roar.
Somehow I don't trust it. I'm worried about the bishop on f4.
So let's take on g4.
weak.
Let's continue that. I'm actually kind of curious to see if at any point the attack could succeed.
So
Let's go.
queen
Let's
d8,
take.
or you want to capture? Okay.
Just take.
Queen d8 is a fine move to...
We saw a move.
We saw...
Is it g4? I'm not sure.
No, just
What did he do?
let me just refresh the board for... oops, sorry, that's not the board I want to refresh. He played bishop f4 to e5. Okay, kind of a safe, solid move. At some point, you do want to release this rook, right? So whether you play c3 or move the rook.
Or king f1, can I do that?
King f1, just to defend the rook. You want to do something. Now, from black's perspective, he doesn't want to... I mean, you give white enough time. White, whether you play h3 and g4, you're going to blast open. So you've got to do something, and maybe something like b7, b6 to try to, well, use your extra pawn. This is a game that we're going to keep an eye on. I wanted to turn our attention also to the seniors, because of the huge game that's going on between Gregory and Melik. Again, if Gregory doesn't win today with the white pieces, I mean, it's a home run trot to victory for Melik.
So can we come back a little bit?
Yeah.
What happened? Because we thought there could be some crazy things happening.
So in this position, we were kind of... I was much more attracted to locking things down with e5, c5, rook a4, trading my h4 pawn for the pawn on b4. But Gregory had a completely different idea. He doesn't like close positions, much like Shabalov. He enjoys open attacking positions. He played bishop f4, knight e8, queen d2, king g7. What did he do? He opened up the position for his two bishops. Rook g1. That's
threatening knight f5.
Yeah, sneaky little threat. And you'd mentioned in a previous iteration of this game that the king might just hang out on h7.
But right now, knight takes h5. And if you capture, game over, bishop d3.
Oops. Queen d3, yeah. Oops. So there is an issue here, knight f5 as well as knight h5. How problematic is knight f5?
You really want to grab every single pawn you see.
Well, if I'm going to suffer, I might as well suffer with something in my pocket, right? So if we take, I do appreciate that I've also handled this guy. But is there a follow-up? A moment ago, you were just killing me with the bishop coming to d3. Hopefully that's not the case here.
I can still go bishop d3, right?
Sure. But in this case, okay, I'll hang. This is a crucial game.
But I think you're almost forced to take on h4, right?
You see, it's not just that I am a pawn grabber.
I thought something to do with the knights, or...
It's just that I don't have much
Well, knight f5
choice.
is a big threat.
Yeah.
So how do you defend against it?
Well, it's a check, right? It's not more
Visually
than that.
is a big threat.
Well,
it looks ugly. It looks like it kills you.
Well,
right?
it's a check. It's a bishop, rook.
Okay, so I go knight df6.
Knight df6.
I know I'm gonna struggle along with the dark
e5
squares,
maybe?
but
Bishop e5. Knight f5. Sorry. Excuse me. Let me just kind of make an executive decision here.
you have even if you move back, leave maybe bishop c7 here.
Ooh.
No. G7 is protected.
You're surviving.
Somehow it's surviving.
But rook takes g6? No? Okay, no, you're
let's
probably
have
surviving.
a look. Let's have a look.
No, but these are the type of things that Melik is going to start being afraid of. That's absolutely true.
Whether it's a ghost or not, you start.
You start seeing them.
But you're right. Black is surviving here. I can't do that.
But okay. Let's just say that I take command of the dark squares and I start looking at f4, f5.
Okay.
It's not fun.
No, this is not looking good.
It really is not fun. Also, again, rook a4.
But okay, how scared am I? Rook
Be
g8.
scared.
I'm not scared yet.
Be scared. Be afraid. There's
Okay,
a movie
knight
like
d7.
that, right? Like, be afraid, be very afraid. Thump.
No, Yasser is going to take the pawns if you give him. He's not ashamed of taking pawns, that's for sure. If
Call me
anything.
shameless. But let's take a look at their line score as once again he's done the trifecta. What's 4 in a row? We got the hat trick, the trifecta.
The
4 in a row is
something.
Well, he's castled, but fantastic, 5.5.
Yeah, 5.5. I mean,
6. It's
absolutely unexpected
stupendous.
performance for Melik and for all of us.
So this is one game in the seniors we want to keep an eye on.
Crucial.
Game. This for me is classical chess. I just love this. I mean, I love the maneuvering game that we're witnessing between Shabalov and Joel Benjamin. And when I was a kid, I kind of soared to the world champions Michael Botvinnik and Tigran Petrosian. I love the way they played. Their logic was so profound, but logical. I mean, they played beautiful chess. Knight to e3. Okay, I'm meeting you. You've got these two big pieces on the queen side attacking my pawn on c4. So white meets that threat. Also, a key kind of a counter blow for black in these positions is the move f7.
Yeah, the knight is doing a really important job on e3.
Absolutely. Rook to e8. Check this move out. Bishop e2. Knight e1. King f2. So the problem is we've already played the pawn to h5. So if we castle, we're inviting queen h4 and that tickle over there.
And we always talk about king safety, right? But king safety doesn't always mean castle.
No.
It means keeping the king safe, and the king on f2 is guarded by the pawns, the knight is there, and the rook is doing an amazing job on h1, so we want to keep it there.
Exactly. And then one of the great ideas of Michael Botvinnik that I just soared to is, you're supposed to bring your rooks into the center, right? But many times this bishop on c1 doesn't have a square. So how do you get the rook involved? Rook up and over, rook a2. And it's like this combination of all of these ideas for white. Shabalov has done them. And then for Joel, he kind of ran out of improvements. He's done everything he can. He's maximized his pieces. Like, where else can they go? If you go knight f4, well, I'll draw back with the bishop and I'll kick you back, right? So f7, f6, and we've caught up to the players. And again, I love these maneuvering games. How about you, Kate?
Honestly, I'm going to be super honest with you, Yasser. This is not my cup of tea.
Exactly.
I know you like this maneuvering.
No worries.
But the game I really like is, let's go to take a look at pairing Wolffs against Dmitry Gurevich.
Let's jump.
Because look what happened just if we move one move back. We have a exchange sacrifice in Sicilian, and that is kind of the classical chess I studied when I was younger, and I really enjoy.
Exactly. Rook takes c3. It's the exchange sacrifice, but it's almost like the Sicilian sacrifice. And I remember a very important game from a U.S. championship played here, the St. Louis Chess Club, and it was between Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura, and it was just an exchange sacrifice, just like that. But the bishop was on g7, and black went on to win.
Black is not trading queens, because there's queen takes g5. Wait.
What?
Queen g5, queen c7, I would assume.
Oh, sorry.
So it's a tactic. It's not positional sacrifice.
I'm sorry. I just assumed that we were trading queens.
For a second, I thought that you lost your true nature. Yes,
no.
I mean, there's a bishop hanging on g5, and you're just like overlooking it. Okay, queen c3.
I thought the whole idea was to go for this ending. But okay,
What if I take
Queen
on
takes
e4?
What?
Take on e4 with something, maybe with... I was thinking with the knight.
Knight takes e4?
Right, specifically because of what you showed.
Right.
If you take with the bishop, queen takes e7, I didn't like.
Okay, so knight takes... So...
Just now we are defending the bishop on e7. We are threatening knight f2, fork.
Okay, give me the bishop.
And
Knight
now
f2.
knight f2.
I can't disturb you.
You can go h4, but I have queen f6, and I thought that should be enough, right?
Yeah, I think
True.
so.
Still remains
H4,
very
queen
strange,
f6.
very complicated.
What is
I'll
this?
take one of the rooks, let's say the one on h1.
Well, you can... you can... Yeah. Yes, if you like. It wasn't going away.
And
It was
queen
my-
d4.
Queen, this
queen
way
d4, you take my bishop.
Bishop
no,
is
no, no,
hanging
no,
on
no.
e7.
Not yet.
Let me show Christian what he
Christian-
overlooked.
What Christian missed.
It's not easy to spot, but when your eye, something to think about. But did he go for? Yes, he did. He did go queen takes g5.
Queen c7, yes. That's the
What did
position.
you think about this ending, by the way? Had he gone queen takes, pawn takes, rook over, just a clean exchange sacrifice?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to keep the knight on the board to, jump to d7, e5, which I'm worried it's not going to happen now. On the
Because
other,
you can always take.
yeah, white can
When-
take now.
When you want, you play king d2.
Yeah,
it should
I don't
be
think
an
it's
exchange.
enough,
It's not enough compensation,
Yeah.
right?
Look, you have some compensation, but I
Right.
don't think it's enough for equality, and I don't think it's the type of position you want to play when you sacrifice an exchange.
Clear. All right, but we do have this queen takes g5, queen c7 on the board, and the players are in your chess action.
Well, I kind of prefer if the B file is also open or slightly, but I'm happy for that, exchange sacrifice, or now it's not an exchange
By the way,
sacrifice.
knight takes e4,
That's
on
what
the
something
board.
we were expecting.
but it is an exchange sacrifice if I take
Yeah, you can
this,
also
right?
take on e4 and take on a7.
Yeah, but if you take on e4, bishop
Let's go.
takes
Bishop takes, let's go.
d5 or something.
d5, let's go.
It's a weird position, isn't it?
Well,
I take on g2.
I've got a runner
No, with queen.
with queen. Queen takes g2, yeah?
Yes.
Wow. No. I don't want to see rook c8, so no fancy attacks coming on c2. I was thinking about queen c7.
So what's the material balance?
Well,
imbalance right
I've got
now?
4 pawns, and you have 5, so it's an exchange in pawn for a very good bishop. A very good bishop.
Yeah, and the question is how fast is that a pawn, right?
Right.
Yeah, the a pawn can be running pretty fast, but you do have to worry about the c file. So I think queen c7 looks like a nice move to start with.
Well, the problem I'm having, Kate, is bishop to d8. And just I can't play the desired queen g3 because that does give back the exchange, which I'm kind of trying to keep in my pocket. Difficult imbalances going on, but there's so many games, Christian. You've got the game of Igor and
Speaking of
Akopian.
difficult imbalances and positions that nobody has any idea how to assess,
right?
This is one of them. I mean, look at this one. Castle was
Monstrous.
played, by the way, probably the best move objectively.
Wow.
F takes e5, F takes e5, and right now Akopian is thinking and really has a difficult choice ahead of himself because it's very easy to get tempted by this pawn on a6, right? It also comes with
How
a
tempted
tempo.
are you, Yasser?
Raise my
Yasser would probably spend 30 seconds and capture immediately on a6. But it's not that clear. I go king to b8, and this queen on a6 is a bit out of play. Now you allow me to go ideas of e4 at the right moment. Sure, maybe not immediately because you have to worry about bishop g3, the pawn on d4 as well. But how do you play this position after this? Queen to d3, come back, say that you got the loot and now you're returning home? Probably not. I take, and now knight c3. I have my own counterplay brewing on the queen side as well. The king is not entirely safe, I have to say, on c1. So, and by the way, this is on the board. Queen takes a6 was played, king to b8. Queen to b5 seems to be the best move in the position.
Like
and in fact, the only move in the position to maintain an edge for white, but it's not easy to understand why. I'm seeing this move, I see rook f8 potentially, maybe even bishop e7, but rook to f8 asks some questions in the position. There's no more f6 right now coming into play. Maybe rook to g1, take, and king to b7. Wild position. I'm still trying to understand who has the edge in the position. I see a pawn up. White probably should have the edge, but it's not clear, right?
Truly.
It's like one of those Jackson Pollock paintings. Yeah, splash here. Nobody understands exactly what's happening. So,
but it
that's
looks
kind of
beautiful.
what I'm seeing. It's beautiful. Absolutely. It's not necessarily my brand of chess. I think it's more of a Kachka's brand of chess.
Right.
She enjoys this type of positions, this type of wild Sicilians. But I have to say, very, very intriguing game. And both of these players need a victory, right? That's why they're taking so many chances. If they want to play for that coveted title, both of them need a victory. Maybe Novikov is a bit too far away from that. But Akopian definitely wants a win in this one.
All right, and maybe this is your type of position, the game of Douglas Root and Maxim Dlugy. When we left it, I really liked this decision by Doug to go f4 and let's go.
And trying to trap the queen,
exactly.
Right? If black is not careful and captures the pawn on b2.
By the way, that is just one of those moves that really should be hardwired, that your queen is suddenly like, ooh,
yeah,
b2
stuck. Pawn is usually the poison one.
The poison
you want to be very careful
it.
about capturing it.
Right, but rook d8, queen c1, okay, he's basically saying, you know, I'm ready to go with f4, f5, but I want to make sure that you've got no sources of counterplay. Queen a5, let me stop you, says Dlugy. Let me stop you from playing f5. No, you don't. And you're right. There's a problem. If he takes, there's a traffic problem on the
Is it
f
knight d4?
Knight d4 or knight d3, I wasn't sure either. But just that, oops.
I'm very happy you get that extra pawn, but I get the file.
Exactly.
And probably your horsey as well.
Horsey as well. Bishop c8, and we're up to speed, and okay.
You really like this position for Douglas, right?
I did. I want to just see, can I forcibly win it? If
you mean with a pawn?
No, I was trying to checkmate, actually. Bishop takes.
With rook f3?
With f6 and rook f3, right? But I don't think you should take on c3. I don't think you should. I think that this is like just too dangerous, actually.
Right.
But I'm thinking
so
you
can
can
I go
queen,
bishop g7 back?
Queen. Bishop g7 back. Oh man, I didn't even, not even sure I saw that. But okay, but then I want a pawn. I don't know. Your king is really. Your king's really.
But I thought if you move back, maybe I can capture. No, like takes, bishop g7.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, bishop g7.
Queen d2. And maybe I can now take the pawn. Bishop takes f5.
Ah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay, so I'll go queen. In this case, I have to defend the pawn. That makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. f6 is a move I can. Oh, but I don't have to worry about f6 right now because actually the queen is pinned.
Correct.
The pawn is pinned there.
Correct. But it is a pawn, and that is a naked king. You've got to prove some compensation here. It's not going to be so easy.
I agree with you. That looks very dangerous for black.
Again, for Max, you know, he's taking some risk in this game, but he's taking a risk against the tail ender.
But Douglas Root, you know, he's a very strong player, and
he can bite back.
He has 3 rounds to go. You know, he can still have a lot of points. So this can be his break.
Well, so far, it's an intriguing moment for sure. And will he grab the pawn or not? I want to go back to Alice Lee and, Carissa Yip and Alice Lee. Because
are we in a blitz mode there, or the
we
30 minutes thinking mode?
Okay, after takes, I like this move that Alice played because for me as white, I've got a crystal clear idea that I want to go bishop d3, knight,
right.
bring my pieces out. And I like this move knight e4 because it basically interferes with my desired knight c3. Rook g1, g6, knight e3, f6, and I believe we're caught up with the players.
Yes.
So are you, like me, one of those players that just loves
to give a check?
No, it's not to give a check, but developing with tempo.
I like to give a check.
You like to give a check.
But
that's what we teach our students. Give a check.
Developing with a tempo and giving a check, that's
both of us
better.
are very, very happy. And we're forcing king h8, right? Because you don't really want to allow our knight to f5. After king h8, give us your take. How do you assess these positions? It's 2 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces. In this
I
case,
think this
2
is
bishops.
really difficult to assess.
Well, this is the current position.
Yes.
Yep.
On one hand, I just like pieces. I feel the pair of bishops, we have to trust them, that they're going to do the job, that they're very strong. But I also see the pawns, g5, h5. I know it can be really scary to be playing against these pawns.
Yeah, maybe I should actually just start with the move h2, h4. That kind of takes away the potency or the potential of these pawns. You're not going to be rushing. Not that I really want to play the move h5 myself either. I just kind of wanted to take away the impact.
Yeah, I really
G5
like this h4 move.
Likely the engine is going to say white's a smidge better, but I really want to ask Cristian what is going on in the Carissa versus Alice Lee game in terms of the engine eval.
Yeah, because practically, can we say that this is like still three-way game?
You guys were right on point. H4 does give white a slight edge.
Just a smidge, though. Nothing major?
Fairly significant.
Okay.
It's a 1-point advantage, yes.
Wow, okay.
It's already a 1-point advantage after the move H4. And I would assume it's not necessarily because of the material imbalance, but rather because black doesn't really have a good way to continue this position, right? And I have a much easier plan. I can, first of all, look to play h5 at the right moment. I have knight f5 idea due to the pressure on the g file. I have where to place my pieces, I feel like. Whenever you go b5, and I saw that you pointed towards that move, I feel like you're also weakening your position a little bit, right?
Yes.
b5 can be met with knight to f5 followed by knight to d4 at the right moment. You're creating some weaknesses, right? This is what I'm worried about for Alice Lee. And I have to say, this, whenever you see this type of imbalances, an open position, I feel like these are the type of positions Carissa really enjoys, especially after the last few rounds. She was really struggling with her pieces, right? Remember the bishop on a7.
Oh, that was terrible.
Remember that exchange up game against Shreya Mangalana, I believe it was that game where she was really, really under pressure, managed to repeat the position at the right moment and make a draw. But she's not been showing her best chess. That's because she didn't have the best positions out of the opening. Right now, somehow she managed to counteract this brilliant knight takes g4 with knight to e2. I like that from a practical point of view. She got a better position, and I think she's going to do her best to take advantage of that.
So let's say Carissa plays h4. That's a great move, stopping g5. And Alice just makes a very normal move, rook d8. Am I so terrified of bishop c7 here?
Do I take your pawn?
I mean, the knight on e3 can be hanging in the future.
I don't know if I want to take your pawn or not, right?
So if I go rook d7 here and say go take it, and I want to have a knight jump somewhere?
Where does your knight jump that's
Where
so
do you go?
effective? That's
a
the
very
problem.
good question. Nowhere?
Well, it's not intuitively obvious that it has a good square. For example, I mean, I'm just to put it out there, your knight goes away, you might want to think that, geez, my knight should actually not have left and given up.
And that's why I say she doesn't have that many square for
by the way, just
for her pieces.
The disruptive rook e1 by just
the bishop is doing a great job there.
Yeah, just by accidental chance, it just happens that I cover that.
All right, so that means I have to play like a4, right? To really
Right.
just move that pawn away from a dark square.
And even though I agree I'm going to create a weakness, I can go a5, b5, rook d8. It's like, and, you know, ask white, you know, where is this bishop going to be effective? So I was thinking that if my pawn was here, I'm kind of reducing the jumps of the knight a little bit, and also kind of, you know, keeping the bishop under control.
I like that.
And again, it all comes down to what's your best piece as black, and how can I get rid of it, or at least put some tension on it. That is the knight on e4, of course.
Yeah.
So I will go bishop g2.
Bishop to g2. Okay,
Yes.
so one of the things we're told whenever we have rooks against minor pieces,
knight f5, be careful.
You want to double your rooks. You know, like if I just put the other rook on d8, I just don't feel like I'm putting my, so I really, sorry, a4, bishop g2, rook e7. I really want to double my rooks
Knight f5.
so that, you know, like I've got, you know, some ways of bouncing in the
attacking
position. But the move knight f5 is the disruptor, right? I mean,
it's unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So somehow my king isn't good on g8.
So now that I created enough tension, I can go rook to d1.
King h8.
That's fine. And now I go rook d1.
Rook David.
You cannot challenge me on the d file anymore.
Whoa.
Because the knight is hanging, right?
Just a second. This is why we played h4, is kind of to stop this move g5, right?
Let's take that.
Take.
Open up the long diagonal.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm a
say,
little worried about the diagonal being open.
Where?
let's say
H2.
bishop h2.
Bishop h2.
Why not?
Knight here.
Can I go rook e1?
Okay, but this is kind of like what I was kind of hoping for, which was somehow doubling my rooks, right?
I have bishop g3.
Yeah, it's...
Bishop
The question
G-
is whether the knight survives as
And
well.
now if you go something like knight e4.
Yes.
Okay. If you go knight e4, I simply move my knight, like knight f5.
Then you turn the
Right.
tables on my. Yeah, I was trying to pin you, and suddenly you're pinning me. But I do have rook f8, Katja.
Rook
Oh, yeah,
f1?
that's a good move.
Wow. Rook f1, and if I take, you take, huh?
Now I have bishop d4 coming.
True.
Is it that scary though? We have king g8.
Ah, you mean rook e8, right? Or, okay, like this, yeah. So, it's a
One
bit of
of
a
the
wild
things-
position, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the things that I don't know if you made this independent discovery or you just were told it, is when we're playing, I have two pieces in a rook, and you have two rooks. I should not trade a pair of rooks.
Right.
Like, I need you to keep the two rooks, and I'm the one. And when I have the two rooks and you have two minor pieces, you have two minor pieces, I'm looking to trade the rooks. So in that position where we just went king to g8, I kind of like hopefully achieved
What you wanted.
wanted.
By the way, we have a move on the board, a4.
A4.
Carissa did not play h4 to stop the pawns on the king side, but she fixed the pawn on a5, making sure that she can attack it in the future because it is on the dark square.
I think that's a good move too. I like the move h4, maybe better, but I like the move a4 for exactly what you said, fixing the pawn on the dark square so you can't play a5. So I have a target, a long-term target. And again, I'm seeing 3 results in this game. I'm glad that the computer, you know,
From a
not
practical
from the
perspective,
material.
who do you feel is better?
I like the minor pieces.
Me
I
too,
like the two
yes,
bishops.
yes.
You know, but.
And I feel like the king on g8 is not entirely safe.
Right.
It's a funny thing to say because it has a nice shield in front of him, but it just doesn't feel like it's that safe. Bishop c4, if you stay on the g file, knight f5.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just seeing all this type of
Agreed.
tricks in the position.
Agreed. Quickly, we're going to go to Kelsey Lou versus Zoe, because Zoe is doing incredibly well. And when we left it around here. And check this out. Well, check this out.
Yeah.
Check, and rook takes, bishop, bishop d5. And, you know, we always talk about these positions, who's got the initiative against the king, and the bishops of opposite color position. And it's about Zoe sacrificed a pawn to get some initiative going. I think that was a clever decision.
But can we do just rook f2 here?
Yes. So we'll take it.
Take.
And we'll zip, zap, zip.
King
Right?
g1, and that's going to go into some like drawish stuff, right? Bishop takes on a7.
Drawish stuff is right. I don't think it gets more drawish than this. So yeah, the pieces get hosed off the board. And
But Zoe's probably happy for this because we did not like her double pawns.
Earlier. Turning the tide to you, Cristian. What's happening in the juniors?
Take a look at this last move. We were discussing this position,
Right.
bishop e3, go for the b6 pawn. The next move is g4.
G4, obviously.
I did not think of this move whatsoever. This is a move that shows that you're confident about your position, you're confident about your play, because to my eyes, practically it doesn't make a lot of sense. You're
Right.
weakening up this long diagonal. Where are you going with this g-pawn? But it seems like he has something. He has a plan in his mind, and that is to weaken and soften the square d5 for one of the knights to land there. And take a look at this. g5, bishop to c6, g4, g5, knight to h5, bishop to e3. Finally, I'm starting to attack that pawn on b6. And we have knight to e5. Tremendous pressure piling up on Andrew Hung right now, and it seems that unfortunately he's feeling it, because I don't see the follow-up after knight takes b6. How do you continue? Rook to b8. I continue with knight d5. I'm bringing all my pieces into play, and this one is turning into a wild situation. But how do you get any sort of counterplay? The only thing that makes sense is e6 to try to destabilize my position, but I'm going to go in. I'm going knight c7, right? Sure, you have a check, but that's about it.
Right.
There's nothing else outside of this check on f3, and all my pieces and all my squares are protected outside of that. So I'm looking at the position, I'm taking the pawn on b6, and I'm asking Andrew, what's your next move? Because my other knight that was not doing much in the position is coming to d5. Is going to get centralized. You don't have any counterplay. I'm a pawn up. I'm probably going to be multiple pawns up after I take that pawn on a6 as well. This one is looking really good. By the way, guys, this is huge for the standings.
Exactly.
This is the battle of the co-leaders, right?
Sure.
Two of the co-leaders. Abhimanyu is playing Justin Wang.
Right.
But if Arthur wins this one with the white pieces, I mean, he's catching some fire. And definitely, I mean, he's putting his stake in the tournament and saying, hey, I'm here to win it.
And
well,
look at the
G4,
clock
G5
also.
is working out really nicely. A move that and
he's
took
taking
the
that
pawn.
pawn.
He's just asking the question.
What's next, Andrew?
next?
What are you doing? I mean, you're giving me this pawn on b6, allowing my knight to get stable on b6. This is not looking good.
And Arthur Go has 48 minutes, whereas Andrew Hung only 24.
Lots of pressure on Andrew Hung right now.
You showed us the tournament standings there with Mishra also in the mix, tied for first. Let's jump into his game against Justin Wang, because that was a game that Mishra sacrificed a pawn for what looks like a big build-up on the king side.
Yeah. Did he just play bishop c8?
I've got it on the board. Just a second, let me catch
bishop
up.
c8.
Let me just catch up with you, Cristian. We left it with bishop e5 and g6 by Justin Wang, and Mishra played the move queen g5. Looks right. I'm ready to play. I was ready to play rook g3, by the way. So I'm just checking it out. Bishop c8.
Isn't this over after bishop c7?
Yeah, we have some tactics here.
Uh-oh.
I think he just missed some tactics.
Hold on, bishop. Whoa. Bishop c7, queen d2.
Ooh.
Hey, you know, I mean, maybe old, but you know, I got some ideas.
Bishop a5.
Bishop A5.
Wow.
What a move.
Okay, that's
Following you.
that is the key move you have to see.
Oh.
Wow, so easy to miss.
That is so easy to miss. I didn't even see it.
Me neither. Wow.
Wait. But let's go back. Bishop C7, Rook, Queen A2, right?
Queen A2, I like that move too.
How is that?
Well, if we take on D8, take on B1,
Bishop F1.
Bishop F1.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on F8.
I hate these eternal pins. Oh, I feel so physically helpless when now Rook D8.
Bishop D6 is coming.
Bishop D6, Queen H6.
Oh, and if you take on C7, take a look at that. If you take on C7 after Bishop F1.
Oh, sorry.
Then I take on F8, and all your pieces are actually going to get lost.
It's almost like a dominoes, right?
Nice.
Queen D8, Queen
Check,
C7,
check.
Queen C8. I'm picking up all of your pieces.
That's just like a puzzle rush tactic. Our pieces are just set up for this nice combination.
Guys, we're having a big moment right now.
Right?
Both in this one, but also in the Guo versus Hong game. I mean,
And Abhimanyu has a lot of time. He has 41 minutes.
And by the way, we do have a result. We were thinking that the game was kind of finely balanced between Melikset and Gregory, and it was drawn. And by the way, for Melikset, this is fantastic. I know it breaks a streak.
Incredible
I mean,
result.
but drawing with black against one of his closest pursuers, he may just have clinched at least a tie.
Right, and he also liked his position. I mean, Gregory's Kaidanov, right? So
Yeah.
you were worried about Melik, maybe his king being under attack.
Exactly. Well, he did get his knight to G7. Oh, this
Oh,
was
that
the,
finished pretty
that
fast.
was a strange finish. What a time to make a repetition.
Very strange, yeah.
I mean, good time for Melik said, right? You are still enjoying your
Wow.
lead.
Okay, very good. Sorry, you were telling us about the juniors, though, because also in Arthur goes and Andrew.
Well, they're following that line that we looked at, right? But
Right.
now Knight C D5 just...
Knight C3 to D5.
It's really looking good for white. I mean, all of my pieces are playing an active role.
Well, the other nice thing about Knight D5 is you are
Stopping
somehow-
Knight F3 for the moment.
Exactly.
Yes.
And by the way, A5, F4, Bishop takes A6. I
Knight
see a
C7.
lot of good.
Yeah.
Knight C7, Knight takes A6. I mean,
I see
everything
a
is
lot of
playing in
good
my
moves
position,
for
right?
white.
Where is your counterplay?
Well, it's all based upon some kingside stuff, but I
Knight
don't
on
see
H5 is out of play for the moment.
it. Right?
Yeah, I think if we move back maybe a little bit, and instead of knight takes b6, one way for white to go wrong after knight e5 is to simply capture the knight, right? Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, and now actually, you know, if you capture even bishop takes b6, I have knight f4,
Knight F4.
and black maybe actually having some dangerous stuff happening. The bishop is fantastic.
Exactly. And yeah, it's easy to go wrong.
Yeah.
It's easy to go wrong in
But
these
if you
positions.
do what Arthur did, just knight takes b6,
That is a very nice move. And,
and then
rook
maybe
b8.
blink
And
the
did
other
he,
knight.
as he followed up with knight c3, d5?
No, he's still...
Because that's a key move. I mean, a5 is also good, but you know, knight f3 check, there might be some counterplay, but knight c3, d5
You're just
really,
stopping the pieces.
yeah, it puts a kibosh on this, and you know, hey, a4, a5, bishop takes a6, maybe even on a really good day, I play f4, and I totally take over the entirety of the position this way as well. So very, very good. And again, did Mishra? This
Not
is
yet.
this
Not
is the
yet.
money shot, right?
This is the money shot. This is the big one.
Bishop c7.
If he finds bishop c7, it's game over.
And by the way, I mean, yeah, it's sort of like you intuitively you don't see this move because you've blocked your vision.
Mm-hmm.
The c7 square is protected. It's covered.
Yeah.
You have to see that the rook is, first of all, it's a good discovery, because once you discover that,
Mishra is feeling it. Look at him.
yeah, Mishra
Look at him. He's ready. He's ready to go.
No,
No, he
he's
wants to
reaching
play
for his
H3.
H pawn.
No.
Don't do it, Mishra. He's done it.
He missed it.
He missed it.
What a miss.
Well, but hold on a second.
It's still really good. I mean, look.
Isn't that a part of White's strategy, though?
Great
play?
attacking chances still
H4?
in play. Yes.
I mean, okay, you see the move, Bishop C6, but you're also thinking.
Yeah, but can I
Queen
go with my
D8,
move?
only
Queen
move,
D8?
which
yeah,
he
I
plays
move
it.
very
love
fast.
it. I love Queen D8. I mean,
I just want to trade that queen to make sure my king is safe.
right. And it's something I talk about all the time. Whenever you trade, think of it as your marketplace, where we're going to make these trades together. You know, I'm going to trade you a loaf of bread for a pound of sugar and so forth and so on. We're trading queens, and you always ask yourself, who benefits? And the answer is, whose king is more vulnerable? Who's on the attack? In this case, White's on the attack. So White would rather not be trading queens because it reduces the attacking potential. So anything like queen takes d8, rook takes d8, forgetting the fact that black is a pawn up. We don't never forget that.
We can't forget that.
But it would be a great deal for Justin to trade queens. But Cristian, we have a guest in studio.
Gregory, first of all, I have to ask you, did everybody that was on 3.5 take you out for dinner last night, get you ready, give you a nice massage for today's game, analyze absolutely everything during the night? What was the feeling?
No, it was just a normal game for me. I mean, I prepared, you know, like it is a normal game. First of all, I'm not very good playing under pressure, plus there shouldn't be any pressure because Melik is so much ahead that, you know, even if I win this game, chance
Still
to
1
catch
point
him,
ahead.
yeah, very, very slim. However, you know, I prepared a lot and my preparation was successful. I got very good advantage after the opening. And
you were blitzing up to this move, knight to e2.
Yeah, right here, I knew that the move is bishop g2. But during the game, I thought that maybe knight g3 is even better. So
try to go for e4, yeah.
And e4. So knight g3 is basically over the board inspiration.
I mean, by the way, it has been played by some very strong players.
Okay, I didn't know.
So it's definitely a good move.
Okay.
h4, e6, and now e4, and a5. Okay, g6. I think it was. How did you assess? Because we were trying to assess this position as well. We weren't really sure.
I was optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. So because obviously there are problems with my pawn structure, right? So he also has problems with the pawn structure. He has 2 weak pawns before a6, right? d5 as well, and. So it's double-edged, basically, but I should be better with the bishop pair. With his king is not very comfortable.
Yeah.
But I knew I need to be precise, and I spent quite a bit of time here, but I just didn't find the way to go. Originally, let's go back. Originally, my plan was just one move back. White, knight g7. No, knight f5, knight g7. Originally, my plan was to play knight h6. But then rook h6, bishop h6, knight f5, and I didn't like my position.
Yes.
I thought black has very good compensation for the exchange. And
no more attack, yeah?
Right. So knight e3 I also looked at, but there was something about knight e3. I thought he's going to play knight f8, and again, I thought his position is like super solid. Those knights protect the king so well. And and so
not easy to create anything against his weaknesses, right?
Right. I didn't really want to make a draw. I wanted to play for a win, but I just didn't see any way to make life difficult for him. I feel like if I would continue playing, I can lose, but I don't see how I can win this.
Strategically, easy to go wrong, right?
Right.
You need bishop e5, f4, f5 somehow, but it just is not happening.
Right. He does have weaknesses on b4 and a6, and theoretically, in abstract way, if I trade queens and go into some kind of endgame, those weaknesses could tell, but I just couldn't figure out how to do it. So.
Gregory, I need to ask you about this position because we're looking at it right now. It seems to have simplified a little bit, but it was so crazy out of the opening. This was the position, I mean, we didn't understand anything. Have you seen this in your preparation? When
What is the opening? I don't even recognize the position.
It's some sort of a...
They played in a different room, so I didn't even see it.
It's a Sicilian and some crazy shadowing variation.
Of course, you know, they're both experts in this line. Igor plays this line his whole life as black.
They played it last year as well.
Oh, okay.
So it's some sort of a battle going on here.
Theoretical battle.
Theoretical battle.
Right.
I think in this position, after bishop h3, he played knight e5 last year. Now he decided to go for knight b6. And this is what we have right now. Were you looking at their game at all? Were you worried about their game?
They play in different room.
You didn't go there at all?
Yeah, I didn't see. I was much more concentrated on the game because Carissa and Alice.
Okay. Yes.
Because it was very interesting because after Alice quickly played knight takes g4, Carissa went into thinking, and so it was
some crazy preparation from Alice, and good response by Carissa, by the way. So great game, that one as well. Gregory, thank you very much for joining us, and still a couple of rounds to go, still plenty to fight for.
Yeah, we'll try to
let you
do
go
my
get
best.
some rest. Thank you very much.
Quick question for you, Gregory. You played in the game, the two bishops. You opened the position, bishop e2 and bishop f4, and you played to open the position, trading on d5 subsequently. But you had an interesting option of shutting the game down. e5, I'm assuming knight g8, c5, I'm assuming bishop takes h4, and rook b4. So in one hand, you trade off the h4 pawn for the b4 pawn. Was this a consideration? Did you pay attention to this during the game? I was optimistic that you were going to play like this, and I thought this was going to be creating a very intriguing imbalance.
To be honest, I didn't look at this. No. I didn't want to force anything, and I felt like I don't want to close the position. If I would want to close the position, then I probably wouldn't play knight g3. Then
even earlier,
I would play just e5 earlier. But I was looking for a completely different type of the game. So
exactly.
That's why it didn't enter my mind.
All right. Well, Gregory, good luck in the remaining games. Very, very nice. As for Melik set, what a wonderful result. Drawing with the black pieces, and let's take a look at the results.
So we have one result. Kaidanov drew against Khachiyan, very important draw for Melik, and he's still enjoying his lead in this tournament after round 7.
Absolutely, +2 lead. Just quickly checking in on the game of Douglas Root and Max Dlugy. I got to tell you, I love what Douglas has done. He first of all, in that position, remember we were looking at this, and I was saying, you grab the pawn, and Black's king, you're just a pawn down, but Black's king is also under assault. That missing G pawn means a rook, a rover, is really going to be in White's favor, and we're picking up the position after this move, rook e8. Again, I'm thumping for rook f4, and this guy bringing this guy into the game. Anything where I get my pieces over to the king side, I'm all for it. It just feels like Max is under a terrible pressure.
Yeah, and it's very direct for White, right?
Exactly.
I just do a rook lift to h3 to g3, one of those, or even g4, h4, queen h6. And
once your rook is on the g file, queen h6 plays itself.
And here we go, rook f4 on the board.
Yeah, it looks like, to me, White's attack is just playing itself as, it's all going well for White at the moment. And for Max, I mean, I know he had the win, but sometimes you take too many risks with the black pieces, you get punished.
I'm wondering, can we do queen d8, just like that queen is doing nothing there? Let's bring it to f6 and try to survive.
I'm picking up a trend here. You wanted queen d8 in Mishra's game. You want queen d8.
That queen is doing nothing there.
Seizing the defensive. Yeah, no, actually, seriously, it's not a joke, but I do understand why you want to bring your queen over, right? I mean, I'm trying to play for knight e4, but yeah, I can imagine, you're suffering, you're pawn down, but you want to put up the best defense that you can, and I think queen d8
I don't really see a way otherwise to be defending the king side. I mean, knight on a6 is never making that route, and if not the queen, then who?
But Douglas is looking good in this one, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Great attacking chances for Douglas.
Picking up the game of Patrick Wolff and Dmitry for a moment. This was that crazy game with rook takes c3 and that whole business. We got to this position, h4, rook f1, bishop d8, queen takes d6. We've caught up with the play. First impressions very favorable for white here. Again, exchange up, bishop takes e6 on tap, rook on f8 is under threat. Maybe
there's
one
some
of those
big problems.
rests.
I think this is just game over.
Game over.
Because queen h6.
Yeah, okay.
I can go rook takes f7.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
This is really bad if you take with the king.
Yeah.
Rook f1.
Rook f1.
And the
bishop f6, and that's a mate on the board.
True that.
I really like what white did, just like these forcing moves. If we go back a little bit, here we saw first h4, forcing the queen to f6.
Right, because the queen has to keep protection of the bishop. So h4, queen f6.
Another forcing move, rook df1, again attacking the queen.
We can't play bishop f5 stopping the attack. That just walks into g4.
No, I mean,
so I have to play
d8.
bishop
That's
to
a
d8.
good move. But now you have to go queen e7.
And he had to play queen e7.
Only move.
Only move. Because this... by the way, Patrick got off to a terrible start, the worst you can imagine. I think he lost his first 3 games, and it was like, wow. But here you see the best of Patrick Wolff, because Patrick had, first of all, he's a U.S. champion. You don't win the U.S. championship without being really good.
And he is also the U.S. junior champion.
Was he also as well? But one of the features of his play was he was really, really good at forcing lines. I mean, he calculated incredibly well, and when he was at his best, he had a very, very forceful game, and it was very impressive. And here you see him with all of these moves: queen c7, queen d6, h4, rook f1.
Very impressive forcing moves.
If he does get in this rook takes f7, that would be a spectacular finish, Cristian. I love that move.
He is getting it.
He is
getting it because it's forced, and you don't have a way to defend against it right now.
Well, for some reason, queen takes g2.
I think I go rook g1. You might be in other type of trouble. Yes.
And
bishop takes e6 maybe now.
Sure. Bishop takes e6.
You have some queen takes c2. I don't know. There's something brewing for sure. Now bishop takes f7 is a big threat. So
right.
You have to be very careful.
What can I do here? Queen takes.
But can I just do it like very simple move actually, just queen d4. After rook g1, yes.
Yes.
Queen e2, just queen d4. I want to be attacking on g7.
That's a nice
And if you're going to play e5,
yeah,
then I'm going to play some rook takes f7.
F7?
Can I do that?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, king h1.
King a1.
A1, sorry. No checkmate? No, I have rook takes g7.
Double check.
Rook takes g7, king h8, and rook g8.
Show me what I missed. Beautiful. That's like the Paul Morphy opera game. The only thing you're checkmating me with is what you've got left on the board, a rook and a bishop. Wow.
So I don't really see how you want to be defending
Sneaky.
after queen d4, because I'm just targeting g7.
Bad stuff
Sneaky.
happening to the black king, guys.
Wow.
It's really bad right now.
It's really bad.
And I think Dmitry is starting to realize that he missed rook takes f7. In all these lines, there's something hanging on f7 at some point. And I think he underestimated that, perhaps missed it entirely.
The nice one is right here, this rook takes f7. And I've got a feeling that Patrick is alert to this opportunity. He's sort of like, wait a minute.
So
so let's try to...
what's going to happen. Yes, rook takes
Let's take
f7.
with the rook, you take on e6 with the bishop most likely. And now I go something like, I don't know, queen f6.
Okay.
Does that save me in any way, shape, or form? Or
I don't know.
Like, how do you continue right now?
Can I go queen d7?
You certainly can. That's a checkmating threat.
So,
okay.
But now...
I take.
And you take the bishop, and you're materially winning.
Easy enough.
Easy enough. So bishop takes e6. Can I move this bishop somewhere?
No, because then queen b8.
Queen b8 is amazing.
Queen b8. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, that is absolutely nasty. That was why we were looking at queen f6, huh? Queen g5. Well, this makes it. Well, I could have gone queen e7 the last time too. So, queen e7, Kate. Is there a clue?
Maybe just rook d1.
After queen g1, maybe I can start with rook f1.
What if just rook d1?
Here, this is a nice one.
I just want to capture the bishop.
Not just. That's just like destruction. Destruction is going on here in this game.
Just too many things hanging for
Too
black.
many things hanging.
You don't have a counterplay at your hands.
I mean, this is an amazing game. Again, apologies, but I do feel that the Alice Lee versus Carissa matchup, that is going to decide.
By the way, that's Zoe Tang versus Kelsey Lu.
Yeah, and
that
they
one
did go
seems
into
to be quite equal.
They did go. Wow, I think wasn't this our variation?
Well, I thought rook f2, but actually I probably prefer Kelsey's play.
Which was rook e1.
Rook e1. This is nice because you also activate the rook. You can capture.
I like this professional get in one extra check before, two extra checks. Get a minute on the clock, rook takes.
Now we can expect king g1.
King to g1, and I'm assuming I have to go back.
And then just we capture the pawn on the a7 with the bishop.
Pretty even, I'm going to say. Oops, sorry. Although, the structure, maybe there's something to play for, but sorry, we got completely sidetracked. I'm trying to get to the Carissa game, but I'm not getting there.
So
we left it with a4, king h8, and we were trying to say that maybe Alice's king was somehow a tactical target, right? We were, some variations we were playing knight f5, and other variations you want to activate your pawn. So knight c4, and Alice played knight c5. Okay, Alice is looking to activate her rook. She's also asking about this question, what about the a pawn? Bishop e3 on the board, and I think we've caught up. Who's made progress? What's your take?
So black can capture pawn on a4, but it may be somewhat... Yes, I'm learning. Your school.
Okay, yes, you're ruined. Okay, but aren't you kind of leaving your knight a little bit in the... Okay, if I go b3, knight c3, I've given you a square, but if I go bishop here first, with the double threat of bishop takes, check, and b3.
Right. But...
You do have a check, I agree.
And if I have just like rook on d8 as well, but I cannot do that right now. I know, that's too many things.
2 moves at once, not allowed according to my FIDE handbook.
So what, king g7?
King G7, okay. B3. Knight also on my agenda, right?
But now I go rook d8.
Oh, rook d8, important tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, rook d8. Gosh darn it, that is a very important tempo. I will have to play knight d6 first then, so that I'm giving myself this checking square, and I'm looking at b3. This is double-edged stuff, Cristian. Clear our cobwebs here. Who's improved their position since we last took a look?
The assessment hasn't changed that much.
Not
It is
dramatic.
still white who is ahead. But indeed, completely double-edged stuff after knight takes a4. Unclear who is going to come out on top after this. Bishop to g2. Sure, your knight is a bit out of play so
Bishop
far. I will be able to
G2.
go bishop to d4 later on in the position. Double-edged, white is still better, but I have to say it's all going to come down to the last few minutes of this one, because I'm not expecting any sort of crazy imbalances being created and the advantage swinging both ways. I'm expecting this one to stay close up until those last few minutes, when some big blunders will happen because the position is so difficult and so complex.
Vital to our standings, because
Huge.
Carissa needs a win.
If she
obviously
wins,
by
Super
the
important game.
standings.
If she can win against Alice Lee, she's slowly catching up to her with
Half a
4.5
point
points.
behind, and if
Right.
Zoe makes a draw
Zoe,
today,
yeah.
then she's going to catch up with Alice going into the final two. Huge matchup, guys.
But for
Huge
those
matchup.
who are joining us late, first of all, shame on you for joining us late. But what was incredibly humorous about this game is the first 14 moves, man.
So fast.
Alice gained 5 minutes on her clock. And then it was that moment where G4, knight takes G4 came. Alice had played everything instantaneously up until that moment. Carissa went into a deep tank thing. She played knight E2. And then
Yeah, so
Alice also caught up on the clock as well. She went into a tank.
yeah, in that moment, if you left for 1 hour and then came back, there will be only 2 extra moves.
Played between them, actually. And are the times a factor now after that burst of energy in the opening?
I mean, the position is going to be more and more complicated, right? With the pawns running and kind of attacking the light pieces. And both have less than 30 minutes. So they have similar time, 26 minutes for Carissa Yip, 24 for Alice Lee. But they
Nerves
still
could be a
have
factor.
16 moves to make.
Yeah, nerves could be a factor easily. But that key move, knight takes A4.
And she's taking that pawn,
She's taken the pawn.
Good
now,
move,
I was
yes.
playing
Take the
bishop
pawn.
D4, and the crazy part was Cristian was saying the engine likes bishop G2. I was trying to exploit the knight offside.
Yeah. I had an
Okay.
idea after that bishop D4 that we played. So bishop
Sure.
D4,
Yeah.
king G7.
Okay.
And now you wanted to play
I
knight
think it was
D6.
knight to D6.
And if
yeah.
I give you a check on E1, I force the king to go to the E file.
Correct.
And then I, let's say, play rook E6, attack the knight. On my next move,
And by the way, bishop D4, she played king G. Yes?
I'm going to play rook D8 and make a pin for that bishop.
Okay, so first of all, this guy is hanging. So I've got to give you a check.
I can move to F7.
F7. So I go bishop C4. You take my
take,
knight. And this knight, wow. Okay, rook E1.
Yeah,
We're shaky hands. I'm not sure I know what I'm doing. You could go rook D8, like.
No, then you take with check. Oh, my
And
knight's
move my
going to be
king?
trapped. All right, let's go rook E8.
Rook E8. Oh, but then your knight is trapped.
But I have C5.
Ah, thank you. That clears some. Could you be in an eternal? No, you're not in an eternal pin. That's a funny one. You know how those bishops work, right? C5. Oh,
I have a lot of pawns as black.
for sure you do. So rook to E6, knight check, king F7. Looks right. Bishop C4. You took a knight. Looks right. And your key saving move is the C5 move. Wow, rook here, rook here. Not seeing it. I just ran out of ammunition. I was.
Can we go
firing.
B3 now?
Which one?
B3.
Yeah, but B3 is what I tried, and Kate hit me with C5.
It's a big hit.
Big hit. And she was saying that, like, the black got a lot of pawns, and hard to argue with that.
The thing is, if I would have a pawn on F4, just
Yes.
to stop you those pawns, that would be so nice.
I know, it's like one of those eternal pin moments, but not to be. So here, this is, sorry, I'm going to just refresh my board for a moment. This is the current position, King G7. This is where I went.
I like that move.
Yeah, this is where I went knight D6, because if I played the desired B3, you hit me with rook D8, right?
Right.
And
then
that's a
rook
problem.
E1 is a serious threat.
Very serious.
I think knight D6 makes a lot of sense, at least practically.
And then Kate was very forcing. She was very insistent.
check.
She wanted me to put my king along the D file so that rook D8 would come.
Okay, so let's try knight.
Knight takes B7.
Sure, why not? Let's try it out.
Because last time knight F5 just didn't work for me.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you, Yasser. You're not taking pawns. I mean, something is wrong.
It's been
It's been a long tournament. You're starting not to take pawns anymore.
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
I'm questioning my
starting to be worried about you.
my instincts here.
So let's go rook b8.
Rook to B8.
And now when you capture the pawn on a5, I'll go rook d8 to pin that bishop, which was my initial plan.
Exactly. So here's like one of those
Annoying. Really
very,
annoying.
very
yes.
annoying. I'm not getting the grip on the position.
So
that
if I go
hope.
bishop c4, you go what?
Rook E4.
Rook e4, some king d3, and now you can just take on d4 and take on b7. That's not good.
Yeah, very happy with 2 extra pawns.
And it's like, woof, right? It's not just king. Somehow your knight is safe. And she took that pawn on a4, did Alice, and said, okay, show me what you got.
Not that easy. Really not that easy.
Now we kind of start to understand why bishop g2 a moment ago was the...
Okay, I have an idea.
computer- Yeah.
Can we go into that main line that we discussed? So knight d6, rook e1. Now I go knight f5 first.
Yes, that was our initial thought. And then Kate
now I
just
give
went
you
king.
another check on h6.
So now you're playing for a draw.
No, I'm not.
No?
So my idea was that whenever you go king g7, now I go bishop c4 and there's no more knight hanging on d6. And if you go rook d6, I have knight f5.
That is true.
But I can capture the knight and then pin the bishop rook d8.
You can, absolutely. And,
But why wouldn't you just...
then I was not sure what's happening after knight f5 again.
Well, a lot of pieces.
Bishop
Checkmate.
f6.
Bishop takes
Be
f6.
careful, Yasser.
Yasser.
Let us show Yasser what he missed.
The new chapter in Christian's book, what Yasser
It is
missed.
a very nice pattern. You have to show the pattern. By the way, we do have
Prasama seems to be going towards a repetition.
and a draw. This
Okay.
was the bishops of opposite color position.
And it's interesting, Gracie is very low on time. She has only 8 minutes, but she just needs to make one move. And yes, they are claiming threefold repetition. Chris Bird is there. Let's see if he approves.
What are you going to do? Ask Chris.
By the way, there's another really interesting game. Rochelle Wu, Rose Atwell. Rochelle is really attacking now.
When we left it at the position after d5, and the position had well and truly blown up at this moment. Castle's short. How about that? d6. Bishop.
I thought the king was going long side, the short side.
Well, yeah, but Rochelle's king is still in the center of the board. What is this? G5 is hanging. This bishop, by the way, is kind of like in ambush, right?
Yeah, that's an amazing thing about bishops. They can be really, really far away and then
still be
still doing
attacking
an amazing job.
Across the board. H7, H6, fortifying the pawn on G5, and we've got a mess.
But like bishop c4 now, I'm worried about the black king and some sacrifices on g5.
I don't disagree. I'm just trying to still get the zen of the position. King h7, maybe bishop f5 is on black's agenda. It's a mess. Cristian, what do we got? You're like frustrating. Somebody missed. Did Patrick Wolff miss that rook f7 business?
No, it's on the board actually.
It's on
the board. Let's
board.
take a look. Rook takes f7 just happened.
A beauty by Patrick as he's shaking off the rust.
So let's refresh.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I'll refresh. All right. This is, when we left it after h5. Dima played queen g5, rook f7. Patrick will not be denied, and that is the money move. We just think it's a winning variation.
This one is looking good, guys.
Very good. Dima is not happy.
Kudos to Patrick. I mean, he's really getting his hits in those last 3 games. I think 2.5 out of 3 if he wins this one.
Exactly. We're looking at queen takes e6, attacking the rook, attacking the bishop.
Threatening checkmate on e8?
Yes, actually threatening check. The most important threat in the position. Queen e8 mate, queen e7, and I loved your rook d1 idea. So that, it's kind of like one of these puzzle rushes, right? You see they're good for like 3 points each time.
Yeah,
these
tactics is just so important to see.
Right.
So the whole position kind of comes together. We were also looking at bishop takes e6. I don't know if there is difference between these two moves. I feel like both should be winning. I'm a little bit... no, there's nothing. Bishop takes c2 and queen takes g2. No. Yeah, they should both be very good. And queen takes e6 on the board. Yeah, this is a very nice game for Patrick.
Absolutely. Oh, definitely feels like it belongs in that best game collection if he gets the finish that he wants. Some beautiful either checkmating finish or just collecting pieces. Cristian, what's caught your attention?
Well, there's a lot of action in the juniors section, guys.
Let's go.
They actually followed Arthur Go versus Andrew Hong. Big clash for the top position. And take a look at what happened. Knight c7. We were discussing about this position, right?
Right.
And I said e6 makes at least visually the most sense because you want to kick this knight away and get some play on the king side. Knight c7, and I really like this move, a5. You can play knight takes a6, absolutely no problems, but then you give black something to play for.
Right.
This exchange sacrifice, the knights are starting to swarm around your king, jump around. You don't want to see this on the board. Why would you want to see this on the board when you can just simply kill the game, kill the counterplay with the move a5. Now, whenever rook takes b6, I take back. The bishop stays on e3, guards this entry for the knight on h5, controlling the square f4. This is really beautiful chess by Arthur Guo right now. And knight to f3 was played, knight takes a6, rook b7. He doesn't even want to touch that rook on d1.
Exactly.
There's no counterplay. I have 2 extra pawns. I have this deadly one that's going to get pushed down the board, of course.
B4.
I have so many ways. Knight c5 is one way, rook to d3, just simply moving the rook away is another way. This one is looking like it will be over anytime soon, and I have to say, and look at Andrew. I mean, the body language says it all. Andrew has, he's over this game. He knows that he's in big trouble. It's very unlikely that he's going to survive this one.
Well, I just push him, baby. B2, B4.
You can
connected pass pawns.
C5.
Take any exchange that you want.
Speaking of Arthurs and pushing pawns, we have another crazy game. Arthur Zhu and Kirk Ghazarian.
When we left that game, Kirk was in dire straits, actually. We thought that it went back to that whole move with King B1. And
the best move in the position, right? Defending pawn on a2.
He did capture the pawn, but he didn't follow it out with that move bishop g5, which the computer engine, easy for us to talk about it. We're sitting nice and comfy in the studio. And, well, okay, some Some kicking by Kirk is going on here. H5.
I'm not sure about kicking by Kirk. I
I'm
think
not
right now he's
Knight
better.
takes E6.
I mean,
Rook G6.
so
Oh,
white
this is
sacrifices a
visually-
piece. 2 pawns are ready to be pushed
Okay,
even
but
more forward.
You're
E6 is
sacrificing
hanging.
2 pieces, right? Because that guy's hanging and that guy's hanging.
So
You know?
let's see. Let's take on A4, right?
Well, it's like one of these visual moves. You get into a position like this and your opponent castles. And it's like, is that even legal? You know, you're stunned.
You know, this happened
Like,
to me at World Junior Championship. I was having fantastic position, just putting pressure as a
Everywhere.
white, you know, kind of guarding the open files. And my opponent long castled on move like 29. And I was just like,
is that legal?
is that legal? I even was like, yeah,
Look at my
I
score
checked
sheet.
my score sheet. She never moved the king. And actually, the position was somewhat equal afterward. I had
Right.
to fight another 2 hours to actually win the game. But I just stopped thinking about castling.
There was this great game that Larson was telling me the story. So he's in a Sicilian, and his opponent has captured on F7. And it was really double-edged. He took back on F7, and Vladimir did something else, and he put his king back on an E8. So Vladimir really started thinking about what he's supposed to do, and then he made a move to prevent his opponent from castling. And Bent realized that he had forgotten, his opponent had forgotten that he had moved his king.
Oh.
So he wasted a turn to stop Bent from castling, forgetting that he couldn't. But okay, what's going on in this crazy game between Arthur and Kirk?
I like white's position, I have to
Somewhat,
say. But
Kirk is now winning from an
What?
objective point of view, yes.
I like all the attacks. I mean, I understand white does not have that many pieces around the king anymore.
Well,
and I
it's
mean,
a
giving,
2 pieces
yeah.
that you gave up. Okay, come
Queen
on.
takes A4 is not the right move. though.
Is not the right
Right,
move.
there is only one move in the position, and that's queen to B5 after rook to G6.
Wow. Okay, that's...
Don't ask me why.
Well, again, you know...
I understand, sort of. You
when
want
you're
to get the
being
queen off the
attacked,
D file, right?
Trade off the queen.
It's actually difficult
of
to
course.
find a square for the king, for the queen.
That's also
Right, because
part
if
of
you
the
go to
equation,
H3, I make a fork. If you go to F3, I have discovered attack
which
on
fork?
C3.
Well, if you go to F3,
Oh,
you've
yeah.
got a discovered check.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And then the other one was if you go to H3, there was...
I don't think you want to exchange the queens. That's for sure.
No, that's the problem.
But queen H3, what's...
Queen H3, well,
Oh,
you
there's
just...
no knight F2. There's still the bishop on B6.
Yeah, the bishop comes back. Okay, but the problem is your queen on D3 and your rook on E6 were very nicely...
But now
doing
maybe you
their
can go queen
business.
E2, right?
Pardon me?
Queen E2.
You can go on the attack
I like
yourself,
that.
queen E2.
Exactly.
And to guard the H5 pawn.
Yeah, this queen B5 is...
Well, no, it's not just for, but yeah, so if you move back,
I agree.
Let's say if the black queen captures the knight on A4,
You start to think about queen takes H5.
queen to H5, and I mean,
Double checkmate,
Yeah.
right? Right. So it's not just taking the pawn; it's the aggression.
but it
of
is
the
part of
queen.
your school. Like you should be proud of me.
I am, but just hearing you saying it, you know, and guarding the you threaten mate and wand, but you also guard the H5 pawn.
I really feel bad for... Oh,
He took the knight.
He took the knight.
So what's the evaluation after capturing the knight? Is white's back in the game? Let's say rook takes E6.
Yes.
That's the move, right?
Yes.
And the evaluation
0-0.
No.
Classical drawish
You see,
position.
the crazy part is
I know.
we were asking about the evaluation between Alice Lee and Carissa Yip, those the crazy 2 bishops versus rook and 2 pawns. And if he had said triple zeros, I'm ready to agree. Now we give a position where you're 2 pieces up and it's triple zeros. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, come on.
And by the
come
way,
on.
Arthur, he recaptured with the pawn. I thought he wanted to capture with the rook.
Guys,
What?
this is absolutely wild stuff. Yeah,
He
he
took
should
with
have
the pawn?
He should have recaptured with the rook. Taking with the pawn is
How do you do that? How do you take with the pawn
That's
in
a
this
good
position?
So I thought we wanted the pawn to push and the rook to maybe...
Of course we did. Now we have queen b5.
No, this doesn't make any sense. Yes, this is really bad. Now queen b5 finishes the game.
And we've taken a piece and we've got that great chance to opportunity.
Wait,
of
what did
trading
he miss?
queens.
Was he looking for some queen d7 after queen b5?
Yes, but then I just take, right?
So queen b5, queen d7 check.
Well, the crazy part is that if you take with the pawn on d7, you know, you might be thinking that after king f7 somehow your rook is protected, you know, because the pawn should be changed. But no, this is two extra. This is two pieces.
But
for black.
to be frank, the variation was absolutely wild. Take a look at this. So maybe we can put it on your board. Rook takes e6.
Yep.
What do you do now?
That's the
Let's
thing.
say king f7.
I really
right?
don't know what to
f6 is a
do.
big problem.
Yes.
So you should probably go king f7. Now I go queen c4. Makes sense, right?
Okay, I like it.
Threats of double checkmate or something. Yeah.
Exactly. So you have to defend against that with probably queen to b5, attack that queen.
And the king marches.
Oh, the king goes out, but you probably want to take on e7.
Okay.
You just simply don't have
Sure,
enough
sure,
firepower
sure.
in that one.
Fair.
Which is not clear.
Okay.
But let's say you go into the straight line.
Right.
Queen e6, king f8.
Okay.
And now there's only, once again, one move. Not easy to spot at all. No. Queen g6. Only move.
Not even looking in that direction.
Exactly. You're
Wow.
not looking into that direction. You're making use of that godforsaken pawn on h6 that's been there for many, many days, and finally it does something. Rook g8.
This is an amazing game.
And now once again h7, the only move.
No.
Yes.
What?
And then we get into some sort of perpetual in the position.
But this one you just gave up the pawn h6 for free. There was
Right.
nothing
It's crazy.
better.
It's absolutely crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my
some
gosh.
perpetual, and you cannot go rook g7 because I go f6. It's
This is
almost
wow.
impossible.
By
Let
the
me
way,
Handshake.
looks like a handshake on the board as all I see is naked kings and a bishop.
Out
So
of that
draw.
crazy position, wow. So
Wow.
draw between Vladimir Akopian and Igor Novikov.
Sorry, I do want to go to the game of Arthur and Andrew.
Look how happy they
because-
are, both of them, just analyzing chess.
Yeah, this is, well,
But
this
guys-
is completely winning for Arthur.
Carissa versus Alice, that's the big one, right?
Yes, for the girls'
in
championship.
The girls section. And it seems like Carissa has been led astray by this complicated situation right now. She played rook to d8, bishop f2. And by the way, b3, this is where all her problems started.
Yeah.
Rook to d8, and she was supposed to find this very difficult move, knight to e3.
Okay.
Only move that kept her in the game.
Because we were looking for
You
knight
cannot
f5
take on
checks.
d4 because of knight f5.
Yeah.
Now I have to go something like rook to e4, and the position continues.
Okay.
She played bishop f2, but retreating is not an option. Because after knight c3, you take knight e2, and I'm forcing some very favorable exchanges for black, right?
Exactly.
Where's your attack against my king? I mean, my king was always in danger.
Right.
You don't have the two bishops anymore. You're not controlling both the light and the dark squares. You're in trouble right now because I'm picking up the h2 pawn,
Or
which
Cristian,
is
what
the
about
simple
rook
way
a8?
out.
Is
What?
rook a8 winning?
Rook where?
a8?
Rook a8, and you're trying to take
you
on
want to
e1.
take on E1,
What if I go bishop c3?
Oh, okay, that's a good move. Never mind. Capturing the pawn on h2.
Continue.
Right. I mean, rook a8 and probably is fine as well. Rook h2 is just the simple way out. You take on b7. I go rook to d5, controlling the knight, and then I start pushing my pawns. It's going to be a race, but it feels like the race is going to be favoring black by quite a significant margin. Guys, if Alice wins this one,
Oh,
against
she's got
Carissa
the
with black
tournament
pieces,
in the bag. Yeah.
I mean, first of all, she's going to be a point ahead, most likely, of Zoe, who I haven't checked in a while.
With 2 rounds remaining.
With
that's
2 rounds to
huge.
go, I mean, this is huge for Alice. If she
Absolutely.
manages to win this one, I mean, I have to say,
And this
she's looking
is her
prime
road
to
ahead.
win the junior championship, the junior
got
girls championship.
White with,
Iris?
I mean, she's black today with Carissa, but then she's playing Mo and Mangalam. Players have
With white.
still 3 points, so they're still doing somewhat well, but a good point lead, that's a great spot to be in for Alice.
And I did check Kelsey versus Zoe. That's a complete draw.
Right.
Nothing is going to happen in that one.
Exactly. By the way, this position that Alice has, for me, this is formidable, but I wouldn't even want to go into a race, frankly. I'm just thinking, I'll defend the pawn. You've got to defend this pawn. And for sure, I'm going to get two connected passed pawns. I mean, even if you play h4, there's no race.
Yeah, now the pawns are just going after you, and it's unclear to see what white is going to be doing here.
Right.
Your goal is just to be stopping them. That's the whole job.
Right. You're not getting a passer on the queen side. I'm going to go h6, g5, king g6. And what you're going to do one day is you're going to start bringing your minor pieces over to try to slow me down on the king side. But I'm looking at Alice and I'm really liking her position. You're saying Zoe is making a draw. Ru Yan, she's got a board full of pieces. We haven't given her game a great deal of attention, but she's actually doing very well in the competition as well. This looks like it's one of those Najdorfs with g3 and bishop g2, one of the quiet
B for controlling c5 square.
Well,
but
what?
A move a little bit unexpected. Usually that pawn is on b3, just
right?
guarding c4 square.
Like what? And isn't the whole idea to jump to d5 one day? Like, why not jump there? She played b4 bishop, and we've caught up with the players, but I don't know what's going on. You tell me. Am I supposed to take this guy? And if you take, am I
jump?
Well, but bishop g5. I mean, my dream is just to control everything nicely with c2, c3, but bishop g5.
I'm wondering if I can play maybe h4, stopping bishop g5, then bishop b2, and then jump on d5.
Makes sense.
What is your plan? b6, probably crashing the queen side?
Yeah. What is my plan? I don't know if I have good plans in these positions. b5? I don't know. I don't have a feel for these. I'm not an e4 player by nature by white. I'm more of a Sicilian player for as black. Maybe your h4 is kind of confounding me because you're weakening your king side, but you're taking away my dynamic idea of bishop g5. Right. My queen on a7, kind of menacing that diagonal, maybe hitting e3, as an x-ray. Tough position. Yeah, but we just had this endgame where Igor and Vladimir have traded down to naked kings, basically.
Right.
And these people have not traded anything.
No trading. I want to keep my bishops, keep my pieces.
Holding on to everything. Christian, back over to you. What was caught your eye?
Lots of action in the junior section, guys. I have to say, a lot of decisive results on the horizon. Take a look at this one. Rook to g6, queen takes a4, f takes e6. That was a very questionable move, of course. Queen to b5, immediately spotted by Kirk. Queen to h3 and queen to e2 just landed on the board. I think this was the move that he missed, the move that Artur missed in the position, because not only that it attacks, but it also defends the crucial h5. If I manage to get the queen on this diagonal, the king is checkmated, right? So do not allow the queen to get to h5. That's exactly what he's doing after queen to e2. It's almost resignation time. You're a couple of pieces down, and you don't have any attack going on in the position.
So I like this move, rook dg1.
That's fine. I just go rook to f1. I understand you have a check on the board on g8, but rook to f8 just kills your attack.
Can I just go h7?
You can. You can try.
I'm ambitious.
I have some checks as well.
All right, I move. King a1.
Where do you go?
King a1.
If you go king a1, I have a very pretty way of finishing the game. Knight f1.
Yeah, threatening mate on...
There's some mates, and you don't have a way to get back to that.
There are no pieces around my white king.
Exactly.
Where's my knight on b3 or something?
Where's the palace guard, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, look, you are not threatening to go
queen
h8. Whenever you go rook to g8, I covered that with bishop to f6. So you're still many moves away from creating something tangible in the position. It just doesn't look like Artur will be able to do anything in this one, and Kirk probably will get, should I say, deserved victory? I'm not sure. I mean, this game was absolutely all over the place.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I mean, Artur had an incredible opportunity out of the opening, and he tried. He definitely took some risks, and unfortunately, his decision-making was just not 100% precise. He needed that. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get it, and right now he's on the receiving end of the attack.
Yeah, Kirk was very unlucky yesterday when Mishra was able to defend that really horrible-looking endgame.
Yep.
So maybe today it's coming back, and he's not only defending his very bad position, but actually making.
But guys, we haven't talked about Balaji that much, and he's been stringing some victories together. I'm not 100% sure how many points he's behind the leaders, but I believe he's on 2.5 out of the last 3 and looking to get another victory today against Jason Liang, and that one is looking pretty good for him. I mean, there's an attack brewing in that one. Take a look at that. He's on 3 points. If he wins this one again, he's getting close.
Yes.
Definitely a big game for Balaji.
Yeah, this tournament is still open for so many players to try to win the event.
Exactly.
The juniors, the door's open, but the door is closed as far as the seniors. I just wanted to check in on the game of Douglas Root and Max Dlugy, because when we left it, it looked like Max was in real trouble. He did try your defense, queen to d8, knight f3, inviting rook takes e2. Max said, well, I've got nothing else going for me. f6.
f6, very important move.
Knight g5. Bishop e6, queen h7, and we've got the good old-fashioned king hunt going on here.
Douglas.
Check.
Wow, getting his first victory.
b4. b4.
Oh, I like that. Oh, that's nice.
Alert! Don't reach for the queen. And after b4, knight takes b4, knight h7.
I'm preparing really nice checkmate. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh, that's a visual.
Is this?
Is that unstoppable?
I mean, you have queen e5. You get checkmated. I think this is over, guys.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Oh, that b4. Oh.
Wow.
So nice.
Nice, right?
So nice.
Mate, you could almost announce it, but you
Let's
wouldn't
just
want
see
to.
why it's so important, because if I don't play b4 and I try immediately with knight h7 the same trick,
you get checkmated.
Rook e1.
Yes.
It is me who has problems.
Oh,
wow.
no.
So this b4 move, I just give up the pawn. You can capture it with the queen, and once you capture it with the knight, you are no longer
threatening
the e1 square.
Right.
Very nice way to finish the game for Douglas. Get his first victory in style.
Right.
Great game.
Wow. And for Max, by the way, this is quite the tumultuous last 3 rounds have not really gone his way at all. And yeah, if he was to lose this, it's the opposite of a hat trick. It's castling long, you're getting 3 zeros.
Did he lose his last 3? I thought he lost his last 2.
Yeah, well, we
no, with this one,
yes.
it would be his last.
Yeah, this will.
Who did he lose against?
He lost to Melik.
Yes.
And then he
the
lost
bishop
to
ending, right?
Right.
Akopian. That
And
was that bishop.
Akopian yesterday. Oh.
No, it was the 4. That was the aliens.
The longest pawn chain in
invaders.
in
the senior championships.
On the chessboard in this tournament.
Somehow Dima hung in there. I mean, we kind of thought it was, he took. Why? I think it was rook.
Well,
rook d1
Rook
was.
d1, game over, right?
But he saw that there's a traffic. accident.
Hang in there is a
Yeah.
bit of an overstatement.
Yeah. No, this is over for sure. Okay. Cristian, back over to you.
Well, I'm still looking at the juniors because that's where the action is, and this one is huge for the standings. Abhi versus Justin Wang, right? I think we left it somewhere around here. Rook to e5 was the last move, or maybe after rook takes e3, and I really like what black did, Justin. The next sequence of moves, take a look. You have to do something with black. You have to create some counter chances. This one is over. Maxim Dlugy loses.
Resigned.
And Douglas gets his first victory in style. I mean, knight h7, beautiful. Beautiful way to finish the game.
Yes.
Getting back to this one, take a look at this. f4. You cannot take because of bishop to g7, on the pin, lose the piece, game over. Okay. Rook to e5, queen to g4. Look,
let's trade queens.
I'm an extra pawn on this side, right? But I have to do something because you're checkmating me. You're coming h5, and if I allow this pin to continue on the g file, I'm in trouble. So I have to do something. I really like the sequence, defensive sequence that Justin Wang found. Rook to e8, f3, bishop to e5, f takes g2, queen takes g4, bishop takes g4, king takes g2, and we enter this endgame, which I have no idea how to do.
I was expecting this great explanation.
I really, look, the engine is saying 0.1, 0.3. I'm not 100% sure what's happening right now. I see bishop to f3 followed by bishop to e4, but I still see this very annoying pin on the 8th rank. To be honest, despite the fact that he's a pawn down, I still see Abhi as the practical favorite in this position. But I have to say, the way the trend is going and the way Justin is finding every single defensive task, I have to say he's doing well in this one, and Abhi still has plenty of work to do to get some sort of an advantage in this one. And he's risking as well. He is a pawn down. That a pawn, if it stays alive, I mean, that's going to be a dangerous weapon in black's hand.
Thank you, Cristian. I just think there's a little too much honesty from Cristian. I don't know what's going on.
What is it doing? B6? Is he going for b6? Wait a minute.
He's reaching. He's done it. He's played b7.
All right, b6.
b6.
Okay, that's fine.
I remember annotating games. This is the period before computers. And when you didn't know what was going on, you would say, with dynamic chances for both sides. Both sides stand well.
And that's the problem, with this position. You play b6, very natural move, but now, after the move f4, for example, you don't have a clear way of simplifying the position anymore.
Yeah, these eternal pins, this rook on e8.
Yeah, I have to say, real like White's position, the bishop on e5, extremely strong, the pin on the back rank. Monstrous. And I can always threaten bishop d6 to trade the bishops and then maybe recapture one of those pawns with my rooks.
Exactly.
Somehow Justin is just super relaxed. I mean, you see him
chill,
walking around, b6, no problem, played a la tempo, just think for like 30 seconds. Why not?
Right. I'd like to turn our attention to the game between Shabalov and Joel Benjamin, because that game really blew up. When we left it, it seemed like both players had kind of reached some kind of maximum, if you will. You know, queen f1. I mean, Joel had been putting a lot of pressure on these double pawns, but in the meanwhile, White is somehow, he's got the center, he's got space, and if you don't hit, well, you know, there are things around your king, h6, f4, d5, c5 ideas. Bam, f5. Joel wanted to force the action, and they've got this position, trade.
I mean,
d5.
I'm so happy now for the bishop on b2. I feel like that bishop was very useless for so long.
Well, funny, the bishop on b2 said, actually, I'm worried about queen takes f5 and knight e3 check ideas. Let me kick you out.
Let's just go back.
Let me get this knight on h6 away, knight on g5 away. g4, look at this. This is crazy stuff that's going on. Takes. But now two pieces are hanging, right? See, this is when, you know, Shabalov gets his kind of game, you know, where tactics, you know, are paramount. Crazy stuff happens.
But what is
check.
this move?
I don't believe it. I think Shabalov must be winning.
I mean, that's just...
It's a check.
Wait, why can't you just capture with queen?
I understand, but I wanted to keep the light squares.
Yeah, but bishop e3, I have extra knight.
True. Well, maybe. Bishop e3, you have extra knight. Yep, I'm not going to argue that. That looks very good. What can I say?
So I think you have something better, just moving the king away.
Well, that was my first thought, yes.
Guys,
because,
I think we should move to Arthur Guo versus Andrew Hung, just because I feel a resignation coming.
Let's
take a look. Arthur was enjoying very nice position.
Arthur, yeah, that was the 3 connected pass pawns game.
And he's doing the push and baby strategy.
Yeah. Make it simple. Push and baby.
Rook takes c4, knight takes c4. That's going to be
knight takes
an exchange up. You're not getting any counterplay, and I'm pushing my pawns.
Yeah.
To promotion. Also, Andrew, only 1 minute left on his clock.
Still 9 moves to make.
9 moves to make, but the clock is not his biggest problem.
It's the passers.
It's the passers, yes.
Yeah.
White has to be a little careful about some backrank checkmates.
Just kick some. You're right. I mean, my knight on c4 is not needed. The pawns were going to do the job, right? Just kick those bishops out of the way a bit, so that and to cover the back rank mate. You have another idea here, Kate?
No, I like the idea.
I think white is winning for sure. By the way, you mentioned Balaji and Jason, but you didn't follow up on why Balaji was winning?
Well, he's doing very well because, I mean, I'm taking on g7 very soon, and you're in trouble, yeah? I mean, you're getting checkmated on the king side first. I think the only way out is to sacrifice the exchange, but if you do that, I don't see you coming back.
It's not a happy.
Rook takes c6 is the only move, right? In the position.
Is h5? Can I try to?
You can try.
Throw something in the mix.
Well, will I go queen g6 or will I take on h5?
Right. I was just wondering. I can't be disruptive, right?
You certainly can.
I don't know what I'm doing, frankly. I
think
I'm just losing.
Why I don't just capture that pawn?
Exactly.
I will just.
I was thinking I was.
Knight takes g7, maybe.
Yeah. Trying to throw some. And by the way, we do have a result as Patrick Wolff won a very nice game. It wasn't the spectacular finish that we'd hoped for, but it was a nice win.
Yeah, I mean, that rook takes f7, really important tactical trick.
A beauty.
He found it.
Yeah, a beauty for sure. We didn't see the game between Josiah and Brandon Jacobson, and I think Brandon, was he your pick?
Yes.
Yes.
Brandon is my pick. What's happening with him?
Looks even-ish, I want to say.
I think Brandon is down to his last minute. That's the only problem.
Oh, wow. But he needs one more move to make 40th move.
That's right.
His last move was, in fact, knight on e1 to c2.
So when I get, rook c3, then I get my bishop out.
Well, I mean, maybe black's for choice here, actually, right? I mean, on a good day, if you can play bishop and knight, you're a happy camper. No, not going well for Josiah here. But we have a special guest with Cristian.
Douglas, a difficult tournament for you up to this point, but finally you get that breakthrough. What an incredible victory. Congratulations. Tell us a bit about your experience with this game, but also with the tournament as a whole.
Oh, I just made so many blunders. I'm hoping I finally didn't this game.
No?
I'm very fortunate to have won. And I'm really happy. It looked like a nice game. I haven't had time to go over it in any detail yet.
Alexei, your wife, who is also here with you as your second, she did say that you had to dust off some rust off your shoulders, but now finally that you did that, you produced a masterpiece, I have to say. And I want to go towards the end. This was the critical moment when you found this move B4, very beautiful. Tell us a bit about the story of this move, why this works, and what were your feelings when you found this move from afar?
Oh, well, I knew I had my threat of knight h7 and queen h8 check followed by queen f8 mate. But if I wait too long, then he might be able to consolidate. And so, and he was at the moment threatening a checkmate, or at least a very bad check with the rook e1 check, and I'd have to, which I would have to give up my queen with queen f1 to avoid mate. But so in order to gain time for my intended knight h7, I could play the interference move b4. And
it's like a study situation right now. He cannot defend with queen e5 because the rook d8, everything is kind of, just connecting very well for you in this one. Douglas, congratulations. Big game for you guys. Any questions for Douglas?
Yeah, Douglas, congratulations on a very nice game. We really liked in the studio the sequence, right? f4 kind of making the b2 pawn poison, and then queen c1 and f5. Was that the moment when you started to feel like, you know, you have the game in your hands? Were you comfortable at this moment, or did you still think, you know, that's a fighting game?
I thought that I had a good attack at this point. Whether it was winning or not, I couldn't say it this early for certain. I hoped it was, but it looked good to me, and so I went for this exchange. I thought he might actually take on f5 with the bishop after after g takes f5, e takes f5, bishop takes f5. In which case I have moves such as knight d4 because the bishop is pinned to the knight, and then rook e5, and I was considering g4 at this point, which looked strong to me at the time.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, a3 I think is the best, but g4 looks very promising as well. Beautiful. Yeah. Yasser.
Very nice game and spectacular
nice
finish. Congratulations.
Absolutely. And here are our results in the seniors. There's one game remaining.
Only one game. So we have Ruud, who won against Dlugy, Kaidanov, Drew against Khachiyan, Patrick Wolff won against Dmitry Gurevich.
Also very nice victory.
Right, and Akopian drew with Novikov.
The one game that was the most spectacular ends in a draw. It's like, what?
Yeah.
And the remaining game, Shabalov Benjamin, that looks like it might go into a decisive game as well. I wanted to turn our attention to Carissa and Alice Lee, because this is going to decide the tournament. And, well, I don't know, but...
So rook a8 happened, as I predicted, but maybe not the best
there was
move.
an inclusion. No, there was one important inclusion, and that was first rook e1, remember? Because, okay, now she went for this. And this was some strange decision-making going on here. This move, I found, you know, I was sitting there explaining, when you've got the two rooks, trade one off. No, she didn't go for it. And she's turned it into a bit of a race. I mean, I don't doubt that black is for choice after f4.
Is he, though?
But, right?
Is
it? I mean, because knight d8.
Knight d8, knight d6. I mean,
knight d6.
Knight d6, knight f5.
Yeah, if the rooks were off the board, the pawns are really running fast.
Exactly. With the rooks on the board, I'm not so sure Alice has got this one in the bag. But a while
well, we actually have Patrick with us in the studio, and he says he's scared. But
he's scared.
You scared for who? If you were white or if you were black?
I'd be scared if I was white because I'd think I should be winning this position, but I'd see all sorts of ways I could lose it.
That's true. I mean, it's so difficult to assess, right?
Exactly.
I know, like you put it into the engine, and it's just all so easy, but that f-pawn is dangerous.
Yeah. No question, at the board.
And white's pawns are nowhere right now.
Not yet, absolutely.
Yeah, so, I don't know.
Yeah, interesting one. Still plenty to play for in that one. But Patrick, I mean, another victory for you. Yesterday you played all the way until the last final.
Yeah, it was a tough game. I was actually pretty proud of my game yesterday. I thought
it was a great game. By the way, sorry to interrupt. This one is over. I think Kirk got another victory. A difficult one, I have to say. He was completely losing out of the opening. But Patrick, back to your game.
Yeah.
This was the big moment right here when he decided to take rook takes c3.
Yeah.
How did you assess it at this point? How did you decide to go for this queen c3, queen c7?
Okay,
Were you worried about that?
I'll tell you. So scroll back 2 moves.
Yes.
Okay, right here, right? I played bishop c4 after a long think.
Okay.
And I did not see rook a8, bishop b3, rook takes c3. And then I played the move, and I was like, oh no. And so while he was thinking, I was thinking. Even though I'm walking around, I spent like whatever it was, 15 minutes thinking.
Because if you have to take with the b pawn, it gets dicey, right?
Yes. So, well, if I take with the b pawn, I think I lose immediately with knight takes e4. But instead, what I thought I could play bishop takes f6.
Mm-hmm. Bishop takes.
Yeah, exactly. I thought I could play this position, but I didn't want to play this position.
Right. Yeah.
So I look at the eval bar. It says it's equal. That's fine.
Forget about it. Yeah.
But I mean, these positions are often okay for white, but black's having all the fun.
Yeah.
But then I saw queen takes c3, and the more I looked at it, the more I liked it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And it works.
I think it just works.
It does.
Yeah.
And this was the critical moment. At
Yes.
this point, he got a bit greedy to keep the queens on the board. Queen to e7 was the only way to continue this game.
Yeah, that made sense to me. And then I thought queen e5?
Yes. Queen e5, I go back, bishop f5, or...
Right, yeah. And even here, like, I could even go rook takes f5. I think that position, like, maybe it's not completely correct, I don't know, but it's it's a much easier, like, white is better for sure.
Pleasant.
The eval bar, yeah. Like, white is always better. You put the pawn on e3. Yeah.
G4,
White's got all the
G5,
pressure.
yeah.
So I wasn't afraid of this. And then he played queen g6, and I saw this rook takes f7 tactic. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, this is over after this.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that good. when you're sitting and calculating, it's not that clear.
Unstoppable, yeah. Rook f7 is just killing the game.
Yeah, that tactic with rook e1 is very pretty. I was very pleased when I saw that.
Yeah.
This I calculated all the way. And then I also, if you go back, there's this, he can also try this bishop takes c2 check.
At what point?
Yeah, so he can, like, here or...
Bishop takes c2?
Yeah, but I think, so I can take with the bishop.
Yes.
But I can also, I think, take with the king.
Okay, let's see. Queen takes and go up.
And go up,
A3.
yeah. So the eval bar doesn't like it as much. That's interesting. So it just thinks the position after bishop takes c2 is winning. That makes sense.
So you have to go, yeah. King f, okay, some crazy moves. Yeah, king f8 is the only way to not die.
No, but you do die, right? Because it's queen e8 mate.
Right. That's the only way not to die.
Well, bishop takes f7.
Yes, queen f7.
Oh, yeah, sure. But, I mean,
we play this position.
Yeah, sure. That's right. Yeah, you can do this.
It's not that easy of a conversion, right? I mean,
yeah,
your king is still a bit weak.
Yeah, although I suspect it's actually not that bad. But anyway, I think. But if you go back, it looks like I had better. This is the nice thing is, like, I don't have to worry about it. I can just let him move and then I'll decide. But if you go back instead to one move. Well, yeah, queen takes e6, bishop c2, check. And does it just want me to take with the bishop?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just that good, huh? I mean, it looked like it was going to be very good.
Yeah. And I guess the only question is what to do after king f8, right?
Yeah.
Because if he goes into this endgame, this is hopeless.
Yeah.
But king f8, it seems like rook d1. Oh my goodness. Rook d1 is just winning.
So easy when you've got the...
Well, I know.
No, but I mean, I knew this position was very good, right?
Yeah.
Because his light squares are infinitely worse than my dark squares.
Right.
Yeah, it was really interesting how somehow it became a Sozin. And I mean, Dmitry and I have played so many of these classical Sicilians. Sometimes they're rousers. And in the old days, I mean 30 plus years ago, they were Sozins. And we must have had 5 or 6 Valmirovich attacks. So it's very funny that somehow this became kind of like a Sozin. But this rook takes f7. Yeah.
And Yasser was praising your style, saying that you're extremely good at direct play. What is working better in the second
That's a very, very nice way to say that I'm very one-dimensional. Thank you. really beautiful.
A great attacker.
What's different in the second part of the event compared to the first part of the event? What's working better?
You know, I mean, I've been making this joke for the last couple of days that I've been shaking the rust off, and I feel like by the time the tournament ends, I'm going to be ready to play. And I think I was just really rusty. And you know, my first game against Kaidanov, I mean, he surprised me in the opening. He played Bishop E3, which I did not expect in the Najdov, and I just forgot the line. I just totally forgot the opening. And then against Max, I had a perfectly good position and just like really didn't like stop at the critical moment. Queen takes d4 was terrible, right? Bishop h6 was very good. And then against Shabalov, well, I played the opening badly. He outplayed me in the opening. But then on top of that, I played this move, bishop takes h6, which is right idea, wrong execution completely. What I should have done is play queen e3 first.
Yeah.
King h7, and then bishop h6. And I realized afterwards, you know, part of getting back into the rhythm is being sort of aware of like the tension in the game and like the critical moments and the emotion and just sort of like, and this, it's hard to explain with words, but anyone who plays chess sort of like just understands this, right? You just sort of have to get into the feel of it. And, you know, I the last couple games I've gotten into the feel of it. I was very, very happy with my game against Joel because he completely surprised me in the opening. And I played my line, but it's a position I've never played before. I fought really, really hard. I got slightly outplayed. I had a slightly better position at one point, then I was slightly worse. But I held, and I saw I was running low on time. I managed the time pretty well. I checked it afterwards. I think it was a very well played game by both of us, actually. I don't think there were any real mistakes. That gave me a really good feeling, you know. And then, of course, I just hope for the best. I prepared for the game. He completely stepped out of my preparation, and we got a fight. And my one-dimensional approach, my very direct play, was very successful in this game. So I was very happy.
Patrick, congratulations
Thank
for
you.
a great victory. We'll see you in the next 2 rounds.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm back.
Thank you, Patrick. Indeed, we have a couple of results, including
Yeah, they're
Rochelle Wu
coming.
just made a perpetual check. Rose picked up a bishop on h2, but there was a perpet in the position. But we have a number of games going on that are really, well, super tense, incredibly interesting, including the game of Alice Lee and Carissa. Still, I do think that Alice stands better, but I do think it's also a 3-result game, which is like really crazy.
And look at the clock. Alice has 1 minute 30 seconds.
1 minute, and by the way, this looks like Gu won this game, a matchup of our leaders as.
And he's our current leader, right now.
With
Very
5
important
points.
win.
Oh, you know, it would help if I knew what was going on in this game. I actually thought it was Carissa to play. And I was like, why is she thinking? Why isn't she not just playing bishop at e5 check and, you know, forcing the king back? Because if it was white to move, let's say we just play a very, very bad move. But if it was Carissa's on turn, you know, she could easily set up for
Alice has 45 seconds. How many moves to make?
I believe
right
4 moves.
here, rook e6, move 36.
Okay, 5 moves to go for Alice.
5 moves
She needs
and
to-
down on her clock. I told you, I thought nerves might play a role in this game.
F4,
And she
okay.
goes. Push them.
F4.
All right.
Doesn't this invite a draw by bishop?
At this point, I
E5
think
check?
Alice is happy with a draw. I'm not going to
You
lie.
think so?
The position is so complicated.
Of course, Carissa came in needing a victory. Like, it's absolutely crucial for her to play for a win.
Okay, so bishop e5 followed by rook e7. Is there any way I can play for more with black?
So king
Or with
f7,
white.
that's very dangerous, right? Just to avoid any kind of...
King f7, I guess that might actually work as well.
Well, takes.
Okay, I have
Then
to push
I
that
go,
pawn.
F3.
Push that.
Push that guy. Check. You're inviting my pieces. Maybe I can weave something here.
Do I go
King e7.
King e7, king e6? I don't know.
King e7 at night. It's
Okay, I can still
Keep
push.
going. Push,
F2,
push,
let's
push,
go.
push. Push 'em, baby.
Push 'em, baby. Check.
King D7.
Check.
King D8.
I thought King E6, no?
You might checkmate me after knight G5. I'm not sure.
You're not careful.
No, let's go King E6. I'm scared there.
I'm not
but
sure.
why would you play this risky with the black pieces? I mean, are you playing? You think you're winning?
Yeah, I'm playing for a win. I don't know if I'm winning,
wow.
but
Wow. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought that black was trying to draw this game.
no.
Okay.
I have pawn on F2. I'm promoting.
Okay.
Bishop E5.
Bishop E5. She has to go.
Didn't
Actually,
understand
she doesn't have to go
what was going on.
King F7.
King
King F7. Okay.
Alice is also playing for a win.
Alice agrees with you.
I'm not sure if that's the good way to go, but that's the way to play for win, right? Because King G8, again, if we take a look at that, you said Rook E7, right? After King
Yeah, but
G8.
she's played King F7. We'll stay with the game position for just a moment.
Oh, and we have a result.
Uh-oh.
Victory for Balaji.
Was winning when we left
back
it. And he won.
Into this tournament. I mean,
terrible start, but a great recovery.
Really bad
for
start. I think he was like maybe 1 out of 3 or something along those lines.
Right.
But it's a long
Now
tournament, so
He's back. Bounce back. So, okay, so King went to F7.
Rook F6 check.
Oh, no, I thought we were taking the pawn.
But
Rook
Carissa
F6.
gave check.
Carissa gave check. Well, now you go back, and now you're a really, really happy camper because we don't have Rook E7. A moment ago we had Rook E7, but Carissa, that looks like a mistake to my
But maybe
eyes.
she wants to capture the pawn after, and you don't have F3 push. Right?
No. Okay, if I capture immediately, then my knight gets to return with check.
Oh, okay, that's an important
Okay,
tempo.
I return. Yeah, my knight on. What's my knight doing on B7?
King G8. Okay.
No, Carissa, this is a blunder, right, Christian?
I have no idea. I'm not.
Oh, you
I'm
don't
not
have your
using the
engine.
engine
Sorry.
because we do have a guest actually with us.
Okay,
Maybe
sorry.
he can help us with analyzing
Jump
this.
in.
We have a Kirk Ghazarian after a crucial victory for him. Kirk, tell us a bit about this game that we're watching right now. Can you discern anything in the position? What's happening?
Well, he doesn't. You don't
Obviously,
have it
white
on your
shouldn't exchange
board.
rooks, otherwise black should be winning
Yes,
with his pawn
yes.
edge. But on the other hand, it's not clear how white can avoid the exchange of rooks. Maybe rook takes c6, f3, rook c7.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's at least rook f7 for black.
At least, you say. Okay.
At least.
Maybe at most as well. But maybe there's also rook f5. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Rook f5, there's again this check rook c8, and if not rook f8, if I try king f7, knight d6 check, king e6, knight takes f5, you can't play f2 because of knight e3, and if you play king takes f5, there's bishop d4, and if f2, rook f8. So black should go for a draw.
Yeah.
In that case.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
And Alice has 11 seconds.
This one was a draw.
Mishra, draw.
Great, by the way, defensive skills by Justin Wang in
No
that one.
question about it. Yeah, he was under pressure.
And we have a sole leader in the juniors right now. It's Arthur Guo.
Yes.
All right, let's get back to Alice, perhaps, just to close the last few moves before the time control. Rook e8, okay.
Okay, I'm really having a hard time understanding what the heck is going on between these players. Rook e8. What is Alice doing?
Bishop d4, maybe?
I mean, isn't she helping white coordinate her pieces?
I don't know, Yasser.
Knight is coming with the tempo.
She needs to make just last move to get then the extra 30 minutes.
One more move, okay.
One move.
Last
One
move. D4. How much? She let her clock tick down to what?
10
She has 10 seconds right
10
now.
seconds and F3.
And she's good.
And she's made time control
She's
with this
made
move.
time control, yes.
Woo.
Now,
well, let's talk to our guest. Christian, back to you.
well, Yasser, you weren't understanding anything from that one, but we didn't understand anything from this game. With the engine, it's much easier to understand things, but tell us your perspective, Kirk.
Well, okay, I was out of book quite early in this game. I think after h6 I didn't know what to do because I didn't expect this line when I played the Taimanov. I mean...
Something like this, yeah.
Yeah, I played knight c4 quite quickly, but I suppose it was a mistake. I realized quite after my position was extremely difficult to play.
Yes.
But these positions are also never easy. It's very risky opening both sides, always, in these open Sicilian battles.
When did you feel like you're starting to turn the tide in this one?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think I was completely lost at some point in this game. I was very lucky in the complications. The positions spiraled out of control for him.
Yes.
Yeah, by the way, instead of b4, I was thinking maybe I could play something else. I was thinking of knight d5. Knight d5, knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5.
Maybe b3.
Let's say queen c7. Yes, I expect this. This is the problem. White just eventually crashes through in the long run.
Yeah.
It's just if White just keeps sacrificing forward, Black cannot defend. The main problem is there's no side of the board where Black's king is safe.
Exactly. And he was trying to do that. He was
Yes.
trying to crash through.
Yeah, he actually understood the spirit of the opening. He was trying to play in this sacrificial, reckless manner, but the problem was you also have to be precise as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Take.
By the way, I
F5.
saw after queen d3, I could go queen takes d3.
Yes.
And go into that endgame. And I saw, of course, now I'm no longer lost, but this is an endgame I cannot win at all. So I was just rather going into the complications than go to this endgame where I can't win.
Keep the pieces on the board.
Yeah.
Give him some room to make errors.
Yeah, I was actually not surprised by the evaluation. During the game, I thought it could be something like that. But if he can win by force, the position's still complicated and I'm a piece up.
And I think this is the only move. Did you spot this move during the game, this queen
e2? Let me remember. What if knight f6, rook g7, it just keeps
G7,
continuing, right?
yeah.
The attack.
Yeah.
And if queen c6, f takes c6, hanging a4? Yeah, okay, but I wasn't
Completely
worried
wild
about
stuff.
this.
Yeah. This is impossible to play over the board. And he played bishop to b6, and finally, at this point, you're starting to...
Why is queen b5 stronger?
There was some problems after rook g6. If you take, he could have taken with the rook.
Yeah, this position is so unclear because there's so many moves going on. I wasn't sure, and my opponent was getting low on time.
Completely wild. And that was part of your strategy as well.
Of course, yeah.
Right. F takes c6, queen to b5, and after this, you're finally stabilizing the position.
Yeah.
Stabilizing. Kind of a way to say that. Yeah, king to e6, queen to g6, he's just running away of fire, running out of firepower, and you were rook up. Nicely done. Kirk, you've had some difficult games in the last couple of rounds. You had a beautiful position against Justin Wang out of the opening yesterday against Abhi. How did you recover after those hiccups?
I mean, I was actually quite lucky in today's game, I would say, that the position spiraled out of control and I won the game. But,
balances out a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely balances out my earlier games. I mean, my game in round 4 was quite painful. I died without any counterplay. It was just complete suffocation. Yeah, my game against Justin Wang, I missed this knight e5 possibility. Bishop takes f6 followed by knight e5 in the opening, so that was a missed opportunity. And yeah, in my game yesterday, okay, I see that I had a chance to win, but I was less upset because that position was very difficult to win already for White, and the whole time I thought it was a fortress.
Yeah.
But it's a very useful concept to know about in the future, that maneuver, yeah.
That's great. Well, Kirk, congratulations. Always taking something positive out of your games. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thank you.
And our congratulations to you as well, Kirk. Nicely done. And results in the juniors this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of results. So Mishra drew against Wang, Zhu lost to Ghazarian, Daggupati won against Liang, and Guo won against Hong.
Huge win for Guo as he takes a clear lead with 2 rounds to go, a half a point lead. And we'll just pop in to Shabalov, who seems to be winning his game against Joel Benjamin. That's the sole game remaining in the seniors tournament. Let me just see. When we left it,
What happened after that knight e1?
Yeah, it was the knight e1 move. That was the one that really caught our eye. He did take it, and he said, just like you, Kate, I'm a piece up. What's wrong with being a piece up? And nothing. Joel, no, there's no. Joel's desperate now. He just sacrificed a rook. but no, it's
There's no dark
good-
square bishop to really attack the king.
Yeah,
here.
and Cristian, you have a guest in studio.
Absolutely. We are right now with the sole leader in the junior section. Arthur, first of all, congratulations. Just an incredible game. It was a matter of preparation in this one. You caught him out of the opening and he started erring very quickly. Tell us a bit about this opening preparation of yours.
Yeah, so basically, I knew he plays in Najdorf. I didn't want to go into it. Bishop e5, I saw he played knight d7 once against the other Arthur. So I knew he wanted a game. I think this g6 line, you have to like know it straight down.
Really know it.
Yeah, because e5 is the most testing, and if you don't, it's trouble for black.
And he immediately went into
Yeah,
the tank.
instead of d takes e5, my preparation was knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knight takes.
And knight d7.
Knight d7. Knight takes f7. This computer says +6, but my stronger computer back home says it's equal.
Equal-ish,
Bishop
yeah,
takes
yeah.
bishop takes d4. This is hard to find. Bishop takes f2, king h1, rook takes d8, bishop g5, knight f6, bishop c4.
Deep stuff.
Yeah, king g7, rook d2, and then you have to find d5, which is just like
insane,
like impossible.
Yeah.
No, not d5 here. Bishop c5, rook e1, and then d5.
Okay.
Otherwise, the position's just
collapses.
Yeah.
And once he started thinking at this point, you knew that you will probably have the upper hand.
Yeah.
And you did just that. And I have to say, I really like this idea of yours of g4, g5.
G4, yeah. I think you missed this. If you could go back to one of the other critical moments after b6. I mean, we both, for like a few minutes, thought like black was equalizing, but I think you missed this queen f4 idea, which is just like, if you provoke e5, the d6 square comes weak. I didn't think of queen h4, but I thought it was just better for white.
You're just getting the knight in.
exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, even in this endgame, I thought of bishop e3 here instead of g4, which computer says the top move. I think they're kind of interchangeable.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I really like g4. From a practical perspective,
Exactly,
it just feels like you're posing more problems for him. Bishop c6. It's also a move that shows confidence somewhat, right? Because you are weakening your king a little bit, and you have to calculate quite precisely. And he collapsed immediately after.
Yeah.
Arthur, you've been having quite the tournament so far. Tell us a bit about your routine. What do you do during the day? Do you call your coach? What do you do? You have a coach?
No, I don't have a coach, so I just prep by myself. But yeah, I've been I do prep, go to sleep, prep when I wake up, watch a little TV in between. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, keep it simple, and it's definitely working. How do you see your chances to get to that elusive title?
I don't know. I mean, like it's fine right now, at least. I think Abhi has a chance tomorrow, so I mean, there's plenty of people that can catch up.
Plenty of chess to be played in the last couple of rounds. Yeah. Congratulations for your victory. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And Kate, you have a question.
Yeah, so you have a very successful year. You are a grandmaster-elect, right? Congratulations for that as well. What's been happening with you this year that it's so successful?
Honestly, I've been asking the same question myself. I honestly don't know. I've been stuck around like 2450 for like 2 years, mainly because I've been focusing on non-chess related things. But this summer, I went to Europe right after school and got my final 2 norms there, and then got over 2500, which was a confidence boost, and that definitely helped in this tournament, so far at least.
Arthur, inquiring minds want to know. You said, I've got a stronger computer than this one. Tell our viewers what computer you have and what you swear by.
Yasser, this is just Stockfish 14.
This is basic stuff.
Yeah, this is basic. I have Stockfish 15. I know a 16 came out, but I've yet to buy that one yet.
And your laptop, do you use a specific video card on your laptop for your engine?
I honestly don't know. I mean, you can ask my dad, but it's been working so far, so that's all I need.
Keep up the good work. Congratulations, and 2 rounds to go. So, yeah, championship rounds dead ahead. Well done. I sounded like a techie, like I really knew what I was talking about. I said, who was that guy?
Yeah, so you are planning to play the US Seniors next year, right? And want to get ready.
Right? I mean, I wanted to know. He's got Stockfish 15, Stockfish 16.
Pick the brains, yeah.
Dang, that's impressive. We're going to take a break here, but more championship chess dead ahead. See you on the other side of the break.
I think just the biggest thing is just to, love the game. That's the big thing why I've continued for like so many years now. Just finding passion in what you love. There's always times when like chess feels kind of boring or you just don't want to stare at it for hours and hours. But always what keeps me coming back is just that I love the game, I love winning, and hopefully I continue that here.
Well, I would say you have to love the game, because if you don't have any passion, then it's very hard to improve. So first learn to enjoy the process, and then once you've figured that out, you can improve quite easily.
For me, at least for me, when I was growing up, I was just playing the game just for the passion of it. I didn't really have any clear goal in mind, and I'd say the same, just play the game if you enjoy it. You don't know where it'll take you, and just see how it goes.
I would tell them to aim high, but I wouldn't say to chase that goal too much. I would say just focus on improving whatever you need to improve at the time, and just try to play for the love of the game, not for like a title you might be chasing or a rating you might want.
I'd say the first main thing in order to become better at basically anything is to enjoy the game. Otherwise, everything will feel like torture. So my advice is enjoy the game and work on the areas which you feel that are not up to the mark. And work hard, and everything else will come your way.
I think the big thing is you have to be self-motivated. I know a lot of young players, their parents push them a lot, which is a good thing. But I think in the end, the people who make it really far are the ones who are always hard on themselves and pushing themselves to be better, regardless of what level they're at. So I think that's the number one thing, just that sort of attitude of being tough on yourself and always pushing yourself to get to that next level.
Well, I mean, I've solved around 1,200 or 1,300 hours of chess tempo when I was a kid, and that helped me immensely. And one of the things I regret was not having a solid repertoire from the beginning during my games. So it's very important to play very solid openings from the beginning of your chess career, because if you get in opening trouble repeatedly, you'll find yourself under more problems during the game.
Early in your career, you should try to be familiar with different positions, for example, and also like different approaches.
I think it's really important about really enjoying the game, enjoying playing, enjoying solving puzzles, enjoying practicing. And especially with the availability of resources nowadays with streamers, engines, all these resources, it's not hard to improve, but I think it's important to kind of find that motivation when you begin to kind of get better. And the more you enjoy the game, of course, the farther you'll go.
I think like passion in chess is very, very important, especially for young kids. And so I love that these days there's so many resources to get into chess, like YouTube. You got streamers like Gotham Chess and Incr who, are fun to watch. And I think the problem that kids face is that they get bogged down in the opening theory or these like theoretical things that they feel like they have to know. But it's important for them to first just learn the fun things about chess, the tactics, the fun, the exciting, the attacking chess. So I think that's the most important thing.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Bigim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello and welcome back. These are the results for round 7.
Yeah,
Kate.
round 7 girls juniors, very peaceful round so far. We have all draws. Wu drew with Atwell, Liu drew with Tank, and Mangalam drew against Prasanna.
But huge tension remains in the game between Carissa and Allison. What about the junior championships?
In the junior championship, we do have some really big results. So first, Mishra drew against Wang, Zhu lost against Ghazarian, Daggupati won against Liang, and big win for Guo against Hong.
Absolutely. And in the seniors, we have a clear leader.
Clear leader. So the results, Ruth won against Dlugy, very beautiful game.
Yes.
Kaidanov against Khachiyan, draw. Wolff won against Gurevich, this really nice sacrifice, Rook takes f7. And then we have a draw, Akopian against Novikov.
But that draw between Gregory, Kaidanov, and Khachiyan, that all but secured a tournament victory for Melik set. So there we have 5 games remaining, and like I said, a lot of tension remains in the game between Carissa and Allison. In fact, the way I'm looking at it, it's a 3-result game. Anything can happen. The last move was knight d6, rook f8. And for example, in this position, if I'm in Carissa's shoes, I'm really, really happy because I'm thinking that, okay, I've got at least a perpet, or rather a repetition, not a perpetual. The repetition I have is something like, say, rook to c7 with the obvious threat of rook check. You're going to have to play rook f4. You know, you got to tickle my bishop and get out of those mating nets, and I have a check. You got to go back, and we can go back and forth. Or, in this position, I can go for a crazy line where it's a race. Now, at first blush, it really looks like not much of a race. I mean, wait a minute, you know, you're just ready to go, and you could take the pawn. But okay, let's say I go here, and you can start to see what I'm talking about. Let's put another move on.
Yeah, let's go G4.
G4, B5. This is the kind of thing I was saying in terms of, well, it's a race, and results.
This type of endgames are absolutely impossible
crazy to calculate, right?
Impossible, yes.
So 3-result game, but
and just a footnote,
please.
you know, Carissa, she spent 20 minutes on this move so far because she had 4 minutes remaining. Then she lost those 4 minutes, got another 30 minutes, and now she spent 15
Making the time
minutes.
control.
She really has to go for it.
She's
though.
really thinking hard whether she wants to go for it, still thinking for 20 minutes already.
She has to go for it because if she doesn't, I mean, she's almost out of contention, right?
Right.
If they make a draw, she's going to be 1.5 points behind Alice. With 2 rounds to go, her fate is not in her hands.
And what about also, I mean, the move rook c7, I find that the most attractive, but how about knight e4 for just a second? Just if you play f2, right? Well, here's a race. Let me take it.
I'll take.
Yep. And who's fastest? Let's put it like that.
It should be white, right?
Yeah, because you have to recapture that pawn on a2.
And I passed the midline. I guess that's an easy way to kind of look at it.
You say the midline. It's interesting. I say the equator. You passed the equator, right? You know, your half of the world, my half of the world.
I passed it first. I should be first.
There you go. So for Carissa, I mean, and wow, I thought that she was seriously worse. Let's put it that way. If we were to go back to that moment where I think it was it was just about here, right? I thought that this move for me just clarified that, well, Alice is going to go h6, g5, king g6, very, very slowly. But those pawns march.
Right.
They march slowly, but they do get there. Whereas what happened in the game, it kind of like blew up, right? Now suddenly the imbalances are all over the place. I didn't know what was going on. And we caught up with the players, by the way. Rook c7 is my move. Carissa is considering knight e4. She's considering rook c7. Jumping over to you, Cristian, what should Carissa play according to the engines?
Well, I wasn't watching that. I wasn't checking on that. I think the eval was somewhere around equal, but definitely Carissa has some chances to continue the game,
right?
To make it into a race, right? And this is probably what she should go for. What I'm struck by is the situation in this game between Josiah and Brandon, and this one is quite important because if Brandon wins this game, then he's getting closer to the leadership position, right? He needs this victory. He's had a difficult time with that game against Balaji. He's not been finding his play in this one, but he has a golden opportunity to do so against Josiah with the black pieces. Important game. Take a look at this. I think we left it somewhere around rook to c3, and we said, sure, black is better, but white should be close enough to equality, to establishing equality. Bishop to d2, rook to d3, bishop to e1. Now I'm starting to threaten ideas of knight to b4, knight to c6. Rook to b3, rook to d1, bishop to g5. It's one of those positions in which it's so symmetrical, right? It feels like white shouldn't have anything to worry about. But black has one idea, and one idea only, in this position, and that is to attack the pawn on e4 after the move g6 and f5. It's a simple idea, but it's a very useful idea and very productive idea as well for black in this position, because right now you're creating some tension. I have ideas of knight to f6 to force you to take on f5, and in fact he took already on f5, which is sort of a mistake. Take h4. This is what we have right now. Knight to c2 and f4, and I'm looking at the position. I don't see how this knight is getting involved into play. You would love to jump the knight to e4. Good luck with that. You're not going to be able to get there. Rook to a1, but knight to f6. How do you defend this pawn on d5? You go rook to a5, I would assume, but after rook to b1, check. King to h2, rook to b2.
Oops.
I think it's time to resign, right?
Yeah.
You're losing a piece.
I'm losing a piece.
So in fact, after knight to f6, you go rook a7, I take on d5, and defend the bishop on e7 at the same time.
Right.
You don't have any more compensation. You don't have any more counterplay in the position. The only way to defend it is with rook to d1, but after rook to b5, you're losing the pawn.
Exactly.
Guys, this might actually just be over from a technical perspective for Josiah and for Brandon. Knight f6, if Brandon finds that move, sure. Keep an eye on the clock, because Brandon has been having some difficulties with his time management. Before the first time control, right now he's down to his last 7 minutes as well. Still a conversion task ahead of himself. But I have to say, after Knight f6, the position is simple enough that I will give Brandon great chances to convert this one and take the full point home.
Yeah, no, Knight f6 is crying to be played. You centralize the knight, you hit a pawn. What could be simpler? I'm still having troubles understanding what's going on between Carissa and Alice Lee.
She did not play rook c7 as we expected.
She didn't play knight e4.
You know,
I mean, knight e4 to stop rook c7, knight e4. She played b4.
Push them. That's what you keep saying. Just push the pawns.
In this case, you're on b3.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent's on f2. It's not a race, so you got to stop. You got to play knight e4 or rook c7. And Alice played rook to d2. Give me the bishop. I want to push the pawn, and bishop c5. And well, don't we just go f2? Like, oops. You got to take, right?
Yes, I believe so. But maybe my pawn is running really fast. So I capture.
Right.
You recapture and b5.
Right. So take a pawn.
b6.
b6. And let's see. You're going to go b7, right?
Right. And rook c8.
But I mean, it's black playing for the win, right? I mean, it has to be black playing for the win here. Now the only question is what should I be doing to play for the win? Okay, I play badly.
Yeah, I also think you have to play rook b8, otherwise I can play knight c8, right? Kind of stopping the rook from even thinking.
It was strange.
About.
The other line I was looking at was rook h4, to bring my rook across. So rook b8, I'm assuming b7.
Can I play rook c8 here?
Rook c8 here, takes. Oh boy, don't tell me.
Are you capturing the pawn?
Don't tell me I'm not in time to get to the pawn. Hold on, what is going on? Again, this position really is confusing me. I don't understand what's going on. f2 takes, b6 takes.
No, you guys are on the right path.
Rook b8?
Yeah.
And then Kate wants to play rook c8.
Right, that's a great move. Yeah.
Rook takes c8, knight takes c8.
Yeah, and there's only one way to
get back.
Stay in the game right now. It's rook h4.
Okay.
Followed by king b3, I would assume. And now I just go rook h1 and we make a draw.
Yeah, but the question for me was, what happens if she goes c3? I guess it's just check.
Check and rook
then
h1,
back
right?
to rook h1 again. It just goes back.
And we may see this on the board because we have bishop captures f2, rook captures, and b5.
Okay.
There's one way to continue the game for black, and that is to take on h2, b6. And now perhaps go rook to f2 first.
Kate mentioned knight c8 or
Yeah, but now
b7.
Knight c8, rook f7.
Yeah,
right?
the other rook is going to go to c7. Actually, either of those.
By
So
the
let's
way,
go b7.
really difficult move. Yeah, b7 is probably the best, and now rook b8. That's one way to continue this game.
But isn't black playing for the win now?
Black is playing for the win, I would say so.
Right, so b4 was just a blunder, right?
It was.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
really?
Of course. I mean,
I'm trying to create something here.
no, nothing makes sense.
It was, but it wasn't that easy and that straightforward. And I wouldn't necessarily call it a blunder. Like, what would you have played?
Rook c7.
Right, and rook f4.
And rook c8.
And rook c8 and get into this endgame. I think this is what she was afraid of. Take, knight to e4, right?
Right.
And now rook takes h2.
And isn't this like just a complete mess?
Well, rook h4.
Oh, then I have to play king
Can
c3. I
we
understand.
capture knight takes g5? How is that in game?
And that endgame is most likely very close to equality, yes. Well, first of all, you cannot take on g5 first.
Why not?
You mean right now?
Right now, yes.
Yeah. You take on g5, f2, and take on h7.
Well,
That's
but I mean,
draw,
black
right?
can't, white can't lose.
But
White can
that's
never
good.
lose.
But you cannot win either.
But I'm trying to survive, right?
No. No, wait a minute. Hold on.
No,
First of
Carissa
all,
is trying to win. Carissa is trying to create some imbalances at all costs.
But
you cannot win that endgame. I go king e7. I don't take the knight on h7.
First of all, you can lose the ending. You can definitely lose the ending because Larry Christensen lost that ending of king and rook versus bishop and 2 pawns.
No, but that's the thing. You don't get the bishop. I go king e7 after knight h7. I don't take the knight.
Oh.
So you have to give me the bishop. And I think knight and 2 pawns is not, it is very difficult. Bishop and 2
Hold on,
pawns.
I think we're talking past one another. Let's
keep going.
Let's try it again.
Yes.
I mean, we
This
are
is
trying
getting
to
frustrating.
survive as Carissa, right? If we can play for win, great. But most likely we are trying to survive. After b4, we may be not surviving.
I think Carissa is playing for a win.
Even after with b4?
That's what I'm trying to say. I think Carissa is trying to find a way to complicate things and play for a win.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to sum up my thoughts.
Yasser, we are waiting.
b4 is a blunder.
That's what Christian said, but now he said she's
Again,
playing
I'm not
for a win?
sure if
It's a
from a
blunder.
practical perspective it's a blunder.
Knight e4 or rook c7 were better moves.
But that's a draw.
But there are better moves, I'm saying.
Maybe,
I think that
objectively, yes.
this is actually kind of playing for a loss. Carissa could lose this game very easily now. She took, and
But maybe she
can
Oh,
win it
sorry,
as
no,
well.
no. That's our analysis.
Yeah,
sorry.
b5
She
is
can
on the
win
board.
it as
B5
well,
is-
though.
is on the board.
Who
Okay,
knows? Maybe she
cool.
can win it.
What's got your attention?
What do you mean what's got my attention?
Well, I mean, you
We've been
don't have your
talking about
chess
this.
engine on. I'm wondering what you're
We've been talking
what you're
about this
looking
anyway.
at.
Let's take a look. So let's refresh this position to just
Oh,
make
please.
sure we are on the
On the
current-
up to date.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so here we are.
Yeah.
Now we are looking at
B5
bishop
is
take
on.
h2, but maybe white is fine there. No, rook takes h2,
Yeah.
Okay.
b6, and Christian, you wanted to go back, or Yasser, you wanted to go
Yes.
back.
Rook
to
f2 is the
f2.
best move. Yes, rook
Yes.
h f2. And now I have to go b7. I have to be very precise with white.
Otherwise, you lose.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I lose. Yes.
Rook b8.
Rook b8. And now, the best move, and maybe the only one, is to go king c3.
And you're telling me that this is the way Carissa should be playing. She
No.
only has one move that doesn't lose.
She's not going. Yeah, I mean, king c3 is such a difficult move to make. Right?
So if we go rook c8, which is a move that is kind of more logical, but
that's what I would play. Yes, rook f8.
Rook f8.
Rook f8, the only move, but very strong one.
Of course. Yes.
And now if I run with my pawn, I'm slower because your g pawn is just faster, right? No question.
Well, first of all, not only that, but I have a big threat after rook f8, and that is rook takes b7.
Just to take
oh,
the rook.
just take and run.
Well, no.
Instead of g4, I
Oh,
can
it's
you're
a
losing.
pin.
Yeah, you don't promote the pawn.
You didn't tell me the pawn is pinned.
Sorry, well, that's why he wanted to play king c3, which is otherwise makes no sense. He's just trying to avoid this situation. Oops.
All right, so now I understand king c3. We are just getting out of the pin.
It's a stupid move, though.
Not
that you have
only
to put
that, but I
yeah.
think what she's trying to do with king c3 is to also get closer to the pawn. So perhaps at some point we will have transitions where I take on b8, I exchange a pair of rooks, and I reach your pawn with my king.
Wow.
In that variation.
That you're in the
no,
square?
b7 first. B7
Oh,
first.
sorry.
b7 first,
B-
rook to b8, and now king c3.
And somehow you end up running over here. Wow.
Well, just to give you an example, maybe g4,
Okay.
king d3.
And I assume I keep going.
Let's say rook c8,
I've got to go back. Yep.
rook f8,
Rook.
and now maybe take that one or maybe take the rook on b8. I think take the rook on b8.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And then you're in the square. Yeah.
King e3, and you go g2, I go king f2. Complicated stuff, very
okay,
complicated.
we're gonna stay with this game, but can we go to Iris mode and Ru Yangian? Because either there is a genius move or a blunder.
We're going to stay with this game, or can we go to Iris?
Oh, sorry, I mean, we're gonna stay with this game, we're gonna come back to it later.
Okay, genius. Okay, what
so-
would you have?
So yes, Oh,
And
we
by
have
the
a
way,
result.
Shabalov, who was a rook ahead for last few moves, has won his game against Joe Benjamin.
Well, that's a big result. Does that mean that
Huge.
he's right now only 1.5 points behind Melik?
Which means that Melik hasn't secured clear first
Or a
tie for
tiebreak?
first.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's not yet secured a tiebreak.
So
Still a lot to play for.
King h2, queen b4,
H5. Can I just capture knight takes g4 check and then the bishop on b2 is for grabs?
Yep, let's take
Or
a
do you
look.
want to checkmate me here somewhere?
I
Like you-
don't have a lot of material to checkmate you. I'm going to have to play like a quiet move for
Or I thought maybe you capture on g6?
capture on g6.
I
Okay.
probably have to recapture and rook g1.
Ah, of course.
But then there
Jeez.
is d5. And that's extra horsey, right?
It sure looks like a piece for it. Yeah, the rook is just defending nicely the g6. I take, but rook f6 looks like a...
d6? Okay, maybe we are running.
Don't think so. d7. What else?
d7, let's go.
Yeah.
And the funny
What
part
else?
is once you capture on f2, let's say I
You
just
still-
moved king h1.
And there's no check on the light squares, yeah? Check. Or
No,
king
I just
h1
don't
right
take
away.
King h1?
Not sure about that one.
No?
Maybe so, though. I mean, you still threaten queen takes g6.
Can we see the standings for a second? Because I
sure.
know that Liang has been winning a lot of games.
Well, no, she's right in the mix there. Zoe Liang putting some pressure on Alice. But
Does this h5 move is not necessary? I think that's just...
sorry, we were here. I'm not sure that.
D5.
I mean, it looks
maybe,
like
yeah.
it's a complete winning. You're a piece up, right?
Right.
I mean, not to allow d6. I mean, don't allow.
No tricks, right.
Well, or at least maybe in this position play rook c4, right? Something like this. So use
Yeah.
your extra piece.
Okay, still no move, by the way, from Alice in that game after b5.
But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
h5
Liang.
seems to be, I think, just a blunder.
Well, but she was
No?
down 2 pawns, right? It wasn't. It
But
was.
you can just move... Oh, e4 is hanging too. Okay, maybe it's just a very bad position for white.
2 extra pawns. Very cool. So, by the way, we have all of the results of the seniors, right?
Right. All games are done.
And by the way, whitewash, 3 wins for white, no wins for black. And in the junior section,
And we have standings for seniors after round 7. All games are done. So we have a clear first. Melik Khachiyan, 6 out of 7, still fantastic score. Second clear, Alex Shabalov with 4.5, and then a 2-way tie for the third place, Vladimir Akopian and Gregory Kaidanov with 4 points each.
exactly. And we do have more moves.
Yeah, they're
and
going straight
Alice-
into that line. Take on h2, b6, rook to f2 back.
Right.
And right now it's that b7, rook b8, king c3 that Carissa has to find.
In order to try to save the game, which I have my doubts, frankly, that.
This is very difficult. b7 is the move you make, but king c3, very tough move to make, and you have only 13 minutes
King
for the
c3
rest of the game.
is very, very difficult. I don't want to call it, but I don't see her finding it.
Well-
It's such a difficult concept. Getting the king in front of the other pawn that you're trying to push, I mean, it does make a lot of sense.
Well, coming into today's round, we felt that this game would determine the winner. Should Alice win this game? I mean, for me, that's just incredible result. Beating Carissa, scoring so well. She'll have this event, but I'm really confused by this game. This game will. Oh my gosh, Rook F2. So tell us why King C3 once again was it a check in King C3 or was it
B7,
King
Rook
C3?
B8, and now King C3.
King C3 immediately.
Immediately.
Yes.
I mean, if I drop back with my rook,
Yeah,
you're going to
king-
have to play Rook C8, aren't you?
I don't think so. Do I?
Okay.
Can I go King D3, for example?
Well, that was my question.
But I
That's
just
it.
started running G4 or H5. Yeah.
But now H5, maybe I can try to go for Rook C5 and pick up some pawns. But Rook C5, you have Rook D8.
Rook C5, Rook D8.
Okay, so let's get closer with the king. King
But
D-
after Rook
E3.
D8, you always have Rook C8. Right?
Well, that's
so you
okay, but that's what I want to try to
Right.
induce. Okay, so sorry, what, Christian?
King E3, what do you do now?
King E3. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know why.
But now I go Rook C8. Now
Okay.
you need to stay close to the
Yeah, I
Rook
want to
on
capture
F8.
the Rook on F8 and then play Knight C8.
If you allow me to, yeah. That's why
one
King
of those
H7.
tricks. One of those tricks. Yes, clear.
Now it gets in again into a race. Yeah, it turns into a race once again.
King C3. King C3.
Look, that's a money move. If she finds that move in that variation, I mean, kudos to her. But it's such a difficult move to make.
By the way, in juniors in the game, Josiah, Stearman, and Brandon Jacobson, Brandon managed to capture that pawn on D5.
Exactly. You should be technically winning that game. As Christian
Brandon.
was mentioning, there's this D5 extra pawn.
The only thing that can stop him is the lack of time. But even that, he's up to 4 minutes right now, and the position is just too simple.
Right.
King
Yes.
F5.
Can I go King H5 just to pick up the next
You want to
pawn?
take another pawn? Yeah, that's why not?
Because if I trade the dark square bishops, then my knight will land on E3, fantastic square.
True.
Yeah, yeah. No, that one is in the
It's
back
over.
for
Yeah.
Brandon. And where does that put Brandon in the standings?
What I was going to say.
It could be tied for second.
A half a point behind Arthur, right?
Right.
Everything to be played for in the juniors.
That's what I mean. That's the tournament that feels wide open, whereas the seniors and the girls, the doors closing rapidly. But we have a guest with Christian in studio.
Alexander has been a topsy-turvy game, this one, and previous game as well, but you got it done. Very complicated middle game. Yasser was saying that this is what chess should look like. Tell us a bit about your story.
I think the opening went well for me, and then I totally misplayed the middle game, and I believe at some point Joel got better. And according to him, he was close to winning, and
Really?
he was.
At what point?
When he played F5, yeah, he said that instead of F5 taking on D4 and just taking on D4 and just sacrificing the piece on A4, that's what he spent his time on.
Close to winning is a
maybe, yeah,
a bit
maybe
too
it's
much,
an
yes.
exaggeration. It's like, yeah. But definitely didn't look very convincing for me.
Okay.
But F5, I believe it was just a blunder. I don't know, after Rook C2, I think black is already close to losing.
D5
D5 immediately,
is-
probably better, but shouldn't change that much. Yeah, I believe 5 should be better now.
Yeah.
So again, if even if Joel doesn't do anything, instead of playing F5, just standing there, I don't think I can do anything. On no, I don't know about my conversion. Here I was chosen which piece to leave for him, a bishop or a knight, and maybe made a wrong choice.
I
but,
think the conversion was clean enough. Yeah, clean enough.
Yeah, I
Stabilize the
don't-
position, don't get checkmated, and it should be
Right,
enough,
that's,
right?
Yeah, but another game ended up unfavorably for me. The big hope, Gregory, just couldn't do anything against Melik. Melik just was much better out of the opening again, and playing incredibly confident right now. And so my only chance is to win tomorrow and maybe set up the
But I have to say,
last round
you're playing
shutdown.
against Melik in the last
In
round.
the last round, yeah. So if I'm down a point, it's going to be a really fun game. But for that, I need to win tomorrow.
Everything to play for absolutely in the last couple of rounds. Alex, congratulations for an important victory, guys.
Thank you.
Our congratulations, Shabalov, and definitely we love exciting last rounds around here. A crazy game, a crazy moment just happened in the game between Iris and Ru Yang.
I don't understand what's happening there. Everything is hanging.
We thought Ru Yang would just simply take the bishop, and convert.
Right.
Instead, she took a pawn.
And attacked the rook on d2.
And with the bishop hanging, the rook hanging, okay, all in, let's go. Rook takes. And
that pawn is 3 times defended. But I'm opening up the bishop because if you recapture with the rook, some complications may arise.
Right? And you're just thinking, well, why did I make it messy? Why did I give my opponent a chance to make it messy? And maybe I'm missing something, but taking on g4, taking on b2, like the simple solution. Getting late in the tournament, late in the round, and is there, did White get in a bolt of lightning? What's happening?
I feel like White is complicating stuff.
Definitely.
This is really good position. I was very worried for Iris if Black captured that bishop and another bishop on b2. But right now, if you capture, let's say, either the rook or the bishop, whatever you want to start with.
Okay.
Let's say you capture here. I capture the rook on c6.
Right.
You capture.
Yep.
I capture on e4.
Okay, that's a tempo as well.
I kind of want to capture on e4 first. Just so that maybe if you take on d6, I have some rook takes g6 at some point hanging in the air.
And I'm just 2 pawns down. That's good. Out of everything that could have happened. Plus the pawn on h5 is very tricky.
There's some tricks in the position.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Including potential
I feel White
h6.
is alive.
I like it.
Time's a factor as well.
Well,
5 minutes.
Ru Yangian has 30 minutes and Iris Mo only 5 minutes. But again, I think Iris is getting...
13, I think.
13 minutes.
13. Oh,
But this move, rook takes d6, was definitely a shock move. I mean, what else did she expect? Ru Yang expect after knight takes e4? I'm not sure, but...
I think she just missed that the bishop is suddenly open on that diagonal.
Yeah, well, bishop b2 takes e5 check. I mean, that's what White has been playing for probably for the last dozen moves. Over to you, Cristian. What do you have for us?
Well, a lot of things have happened in the Alice Lee-Carissa game, so maybe we should move to that one. Just try to understand what transpired. Because Carissa went for the much more logical move, knight to e4.
Okay.
Instead of all this nonsense with king to c3. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Knight to e4, keep that pawn in check on g4. Do not allow it to go to g3. I like what she's doing. Connect the pawns. What's next for Black right now?
Well, I'm just wondering if there's some checkmating patterns with the 2 rooks, right? Like if I go here.
I take that.
Yeah, check.
Go up.
Because I want to promote.
No, I wanted you to go back so that I could get you my, vaunted. So you go up.
I think I go up.
And I go check.
Let's say king c4.
And we munch.
Take, I go b7.
b7. And
then we make
some now you can try rook f4.
Yeah.
And in case I go king b5, rook b3, now I have to defend the pawn, king a6, and you get your checkmate.
That's a mating pattern.
There you go. I was trying to mate you on the first rank, not on the side of the board. But okay, we don't do that, of course. So the current position, over to you, Cristian. What's going on?
Well, it's completely crazy. Rook e5 or rook f4, try to destabilize that knight, continue promoting or at least trying to promote that g-pawn. But the question arises, whenever you go rook to f4.
She's played
she played
rook e5.
e5, which allows knight f6.
Well, that's kind of like those variations where I was getting the 2 rooks on the open board.
Okay,
so
but
knight
so
f6,
let's go knight
check.
f6 just
King
for a
G7.
second. You go king g7. You don't take on f6.
No, because I think she's trying maybe for some checkmating pattern.
I
as
thought
Yasser
you're trying
suggested.
to take on f6 and make a draw. Okay. Let's take on g4. Where's the mate?
Well, I don't know if there's a mate. So
King
much.
c3, yes. Let's keep going up.
Not
Can
so
I first
much.
attack the knight, rook e4?
With or without check?
With check.
With check.
This position,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So we're looking for
Okay,
this.
can I go knight f6 now?
Yeah.
And say that those two pawns are very close to promotion.
True, true.
No, I think what she wants is after knight f6 to take on f6 and make a draw. Take, rook takes c5, rook f4, probably.
Rook f4.
And now if you go h5, maybe I have rook b5. Or rook b4, excuse me. If you go rook b5, king c3, then we make some sort of a draw, right? Knight g3.
Knight g3.
Whoa. Oh, that's losing.
But now I can go rook f3, right?
That's
And I do
losing.
have the pattern.
Why is it losing?
Oh my goodness, knight
Christian?
f6 was the way to
Hold?
equalize.
To hold.
To hold. Now you can go with your pattern.
Oh, but rook f3, I don't think it does it work? Because
Yes, that's
It
a big
worked.
problem.
All right, so
that
this way.
is a big problem. I'm not threatening the knight. I'm threatening checkmate.
Checkmate in two. Rook f. So.
Oh no, Carissa missed rook to e3.
Right.
Because if we don't go rook e3, but we go rook f3, which was my first idea to just attack the knight, Carissa can go b7.
Correct.
Right.
And you promote with a check. But rook to e3, she only focused on black trying to capture the knight on g3. But in fact, what I'm trying to do is set up the checkmate.
Absolutely.
And after b7, rook to f2, I don't touch the knight because of rook to c8. And
Here
she
we
played
go.
it.
Yeah. Very good move, rook e3.
Yeah.
Carissa missed this,
blunder.
and with this, Alice Lee is going to take it. I don't think there's any doubt at this point. There's no way to defend. You can go knight h1, but g3 is just going to be all she wrote in that one.
Yeah. And here is what the rest of the tournament looks like for Alice. Right, so
Yeah.
she's winning with the maybe tournament favorite, although Alice is definitely one of the favorites as well against Carissa. And then she has two more players, Mo and Mangalam. That's all she needs to.
Well,
she has a point advantage.
Yeah, well, I
Wow.
definitely saw Carissa as being her biggest rival, but this blunder, knight g3, well, that just basically gifted the tournament to
But this is what we call
Alice.
in tennis an unforced error.
Really a
Yeah.
bad error.
Because you have
that-
10 minutes, there's no pressure on the clock. You have 10 minutes. You have two big options, and knight f6 is the most forced one. You have to calculate knight f6. I think at this point, she just wanted to win this position too much. Maybe knight g3, she really hoped that there's still something that could potentially give her the full point in the position. Maybe what she didn't expect was that she's actually going to lose this one. She's getting checkmated.
Well, indeed, that's exactly what's happening. Rook f2 and rook e1 mate. Zoe, how is Zoe doing? Because she's been nursing an extra pawn for some time. She's trying to get the pawn past that dark square bishop that has been kind of a gatekeeper. We prematurely called it a draw, I think, some time ago, Kate, and yeah.
I still think it's probably a draw, but I'm not sure what's happening now in the Irismo Ruyangian game. That got really complicated.
Well, it totally confusing to play knight takes e4, rook takes, bishop takes, rook f6 on the board, and
And that sneaky move h6.
h6 check also on the board. You know, that it's something about that pawn. I'd probably rather not take it. I'd probably like to hide my king behind it and like, you take, she did it. She did play king h7. You take the rook and okay, sort of like, yeah, I have to figure out how to re-win the game, but you know, something like knight e1, I'm not interested in taking this bishop.
But you know, Yasser, I'm curious, what if I don't capture that rook on f6,
Okay.
but I play Oh, I thought rook d8 is sneaky, but that doesn't work. Okay, some mating patterns.
It's crazy, right? Rook d8. Yeah.
Rook d8.
Yeah, what's happening in this one?
Bishop takes on the board.
I guess you have to take back
knight
and-
e1.
Knight e1? Are
That's
you
like
trying to get checkmated, Yasser?
A move from the crypt, right? Well, this was like, I thought I was getting in with a check, but maybe not.
But actually, can I play the rook d8? Sorry, I don't want to capture the rook. Just rook d8 right now.
So okay, what am I missing? I'm a rook up. Am I a rook up? I mean, I'm having a hard time just counting what's going on.
But she took on f6.
She did. That's already
she
on
did
the board,
take on f6.
Kate. That's already been played. Rook d8 is fascinating. I mean, it's just like, what? But boy, did Liang really give her opponent a chance here. This is chaos. This is
So
not
let's go along with this knight e1 idea, right, of yours. Knight f6.
By the way,
okay.
she took on f6.
Wait.
Queen takes f6, and queen c3. I'm sure this is her intention, and we think Alice's game is about to finish, so we're going to return to it.
This is the big one, yeah.
As after rook e3, rook to d6 takes c6 is on the board. Every time I think I'm going to call the game's over, like it's easy.
Okay, so let's finish it off. How do we do that?
So rook f2 check.
King c1, only move.
Check.
Check on g1 or?
G1. I think G1, then we capture the rook in G3. No? That's it.
And c7? I don't know. I'm going with a check.
Rook f.
Yes. b7, g2.
Yes.
That's it.
I mean, this should be winning.
Completely. It's an extra girl. Extra rook, actually, sorry.
But are we sure about it?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to c8.
b8 loses because of check. And
Yes.
Yes, so c8, queen, check.
Okay, let's stay
Go.
king somewhere.
And we go check. So now we've covered.
Yes.
And then we just drop our, doesn't matter, we just drop our queen anywhere in the center, and we just make sure that there's no perpets. We're rook up.
And we have another pawn that's running.
And we have another pawn.
We want one more queen.
Right? Yeah, that's good enough. So essentially from the current position, Alice has a forced win with rook f2.
Can we find something cleaner?
Yes, I thought, I didn't see that. I thought we were going to go check.
Right.
And after king, like something like a mate, and you know what I mean. We just
something like that. So I have to go king b1, right? After rook c3.
Rook c3, king b1.
I think is the only way.
Check. Yeah. And then king a1? Or where did you want to go, Christian?
I wanted to go c1, but
c1.
Really not liking it any other way.
So
take on b6, I go c7, but you don't take on b6. You're a tricky guy.
I'm waiting for you to play c7.
And then you give me another check.
Exactly, and then I'll go this way.
Yeah, yeah, this one seems to be over.
Okay, choices.
Okay, is that really cleaner? Let's just...
Well, I like the extra rook. I like the extra rook personally, but...
she has options.
By the way, is it just me, or is it the camera? It just looks like Carissa just kind of sank down.
Yeah.
The body posture.
She knows. She knows.
Yeah, she realizes she's completely messed this up.
Yeah, I'm really curious whether she didn't play knight f6 because she was worried about draw, or if she missed that move. Because this knight g3, game over.
Rook f2.
Rook f2.
Look, kudos to Carissa. You know, she put up an incredible fight, starting from the opening, through the middle game, and even this whole endgame calculation. I mean, this was such a difficult game for both players. To calculate these pawn races is one of the most difficult things in chess. In fact.
But I'm really confounded by the decision to play b4, not to play knight e4, coordinating the pieces, stopping the pawn from going to f2. For anybody who's joining us late, right about here, this move b4 was really, for me, a stunning move. You play rook c7, and you play rook c8, and you trade rooks, or you play the move knight e4.
You don't even have to trade rooks. You make a draw if you want to, right? Rook c7, rook c8.
And you just stop the pawn from going to f2, right? But this move b4 got her into trouble. She wasn't losing after the move b4, and it was right here. This was the losing moment, right? This was where she did have the move knight f6 check, and the chess engine said draw, but knight g3, and now she is losing. And by the way, this is her second national championship for the girls, Alice. I mean, it's hard to believe that she's, 14 years old?
13 years old.
It's the second appearance in the U.S. Women's Championship, because she will be getting that ticket to play in the U.S. Women's Championship. She qualifies by rating.
Yeah,
also.
I mean, she's in the top 5.
There shouldn't be any discussion about that. But she is, as the champion, she will be getting that ticket to the U.S. Women's Championship.
Well, as Carissa said, she was playing for the $10,000 scholarship as well. She was like looking forward to that.
That's the big one. By the way, I have a question. If you win like 10 of these, do you get like 100,000 by the time you you go to college?
Because I think Dwayne is agreeable to that.
Alice is only 13 years of age. How many of these has she won already? Would this be her first title of U.S. Junior Girls?
Yes, I believe so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a good start. She still has like 5 years.
Right, exactly. Yeah, well, what's your cutoff age?
But also, you never know when she goes to college, right? These young superstars, they can start college at like 15.
14.
Or maybe she's already taking college classes.
She is, actually, which is ridiculous.
Well, we were joking with Alice because she was giving this interview where we were talking about her stream, you know, Alice's Pawn Palace. We were talking about her academic career. And we were saying, you know, the governor's campaign. She starts next week, campaigning for governor. What would be your win? I'd go for the extra rook. I'd go rook check, trade.
Yeah, I
rooks.
definitely go rook g1, take g3. But Alice goes rook a3, threatening checkmate.
Exactly. That was the other thing. Would you go for? Because we were looking at this line, right, where we were going check and then playing g3.
So I guess let's look at king a1 also. We didn't look at this one, right?
I'm sorry.
After king b1, rook b3, and king a1. I think we checked king c1, but we didn't check king a1.
King a1. I see. Yes, sorry. So now, can I... It's like it's funny. I was trying to mate you on the first and second rank. Now I'm trying to mate you on the side.
That seems decisive. Yes.
I mean, black has extra rook.
I can go rook d8 and rook a8, but that's not going to help me much.
No.
This is Alice's 4th appearance, we've been told, in the U.S. Junior Girls, and she hasn't won it yet. So definitely winning this one.
Closing in on victory.
It's big. It's big.
First appearance was when she was 9.
Yes, incredible.
That's crazy.
Incredible.
That's crazy.
Exactly. Rook
to d2. Okay, all right. We haven't even considered this move for whatever reason.
For Carissa. Yeah, well, actually, I didn't consider rook a3. I was doing everything with a check. I mean, why wouldn't you be forcing and do it with a check? Now she plays rook c3 check.
Rook takes c6, and that's it. Yes, that's very...
I see. Takes.
She gives up the rook, but takes 2 pawns.
No more
Now
pawns.
She has extra 2 pawns.
Exactly.
You
Rook
can
to
just cut off the king,
d6, cut the king.
and then the
follow
2
it
pawns
up
run
with
by
h5.
themselves.
Yes, yes.
Support the little guys. King G7. I'm all about supporting the guys.
Yes.
Wow, amazing game. This was really like
Confounding.
crazy preparation and then unequal
Preparation
material.
was crazy because this was a center counter with Queen C4, a very, very obscure line in the opening, and it was like Alice had prepared it. Like, how could she guess?
Incredible. Yes, I mean, this is just absolutely
How could she possibly have guessed that Carissa was going to play this really offbeat opening? And
I'll tell you one way. So there is this story from the Olympiad, the Women's Chess Olympiad last year, that was played in India last year.
Okay.
And the women's team was not doing great for the first 4 rounds.
Okay.
And then we decided, I was coaching Begim, and she was on first
And
board.
Just to interrupt
This
you,
one is over.
We do have a result. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful game.
Yeah.
And I told her, hey, we need to do something. You're not getting the type of positions that you want. The team is not doing well. We need to do something drastic. And I told her to play this E4, E5, D4. Just see how it goes.
Center counter.
And we looked at this line with Queen to C4, in fact. And it was Carissa on the 3rd board that played the same thing. E4, E5, D4. So they both
that's
played
where it
E4,
comes
E5,
from.
D4. So probably from that experience, she kind of draws some inspiration because she wasn't doing that great in the tournament. She needed something drastic, and perhaps that's how she came to the conclusion to play this E4, E5, D4. But
yeah,
she played it
because-
before, and maybe that's why Alice was already well prepared for it.
Well prepared. Gotcha. By the way, Ru Yang Yan, I think she spoiled what was a pretty smooth victory because the current position, I think White
seems close to equal. Right?
Yeah, White is just
White is
pawned down
very
and
happy.
very, very, very
Very
happy.
happy.
Iris saved this one, and wow.
And Iris
big
is also one of the youngest participants, only 13 years old.
Exactly. Rook F3 on the board. I think we can handle that one. King G2. Just protecting the F2 pawn.
Oh, can I do B2 afterwards?
King G2, B2, and I'll get, I have to sacrifice my, actually I don't, I could play Bishop A2, but I would play Bishop takes G6 and get Rook and Pawn versus Rook
Yeah,
and Knight.
very
Must be
clean draw.
a draw. What other games are going on? We have
One more game in the
result?
juniors.
We do have.
Josiah Stearman, Brandon Jacobson.
Still going on.
Brandon is enjoying 2-pawn advantage.
Yes. Very, very big advantage. That must be a technical win. And
I think that's the big one. We should probably stay with this,
And Zoe
just because
is-
it's so important for the standings, right?
Right.
If Brandon wins this one, I mean, he's back in the mix.
Right.
Half a point behind the sole leader, Arthur Aguo, and I'm actually kind of curious to see the next round pairings.
Yeah,
if we
yeah.
have
The
them.
road ahead, right, for Arthur and for Brandon.
But you know what, talking about important games for the standings, we have in the girls also Zoe Tang.
Yeah, no, that's
She's
ongoing.
clearly also attacking Alice Lee, so that's maybe a game we can also take a look at.
But that seems to be equal, right? Not much.
We've been saying that for 2 hours.
Not much has been happening, I think, in that one.
Look, there is this pawn on G6. Is it that equal? Like now, White is serious about running with that only pawn on the board.
So we go Rook G1. I guess King F6. Right.
I
Really
can
wanna
hide
play.
on H6, right? Anytime I need to.
I really want to play, after rook g1, king f6, I really want to play this move, rook g2.
Yeah, just to trap my rook here.
I know. It's like some kind of a funny business to trap the rook, but okay.
But this should be winning, right? If I capture and bishop h2, because the pawn is running. All right, let's take a look at the pairings for round 8 in the US Junior Championship.
A peek ahead, huh?
Right, round 8. Wang against Jacobson, Hong against Stearman, Liang against Guo, Ghazarian facing Daggupati, and Mishra against Zhu. Wow.
Mishra versus Arthur Zhu, that's a big imbalance in terms of rating.
Mishra looks good for that.
With the white pieces, definitely big chance for him to try to score a victory.
Liang, Igor. And the girls' pairings.
In the girls, we have Atwell against Prasanna, Yen against Mangalam, Lee against Mu, Tank against Yip, that's going to be a big match.
Right.
And Wu against Liu.
But it's all about Alice, as she's doing just fabulous. And finally, the senior pairings.
Here we have Dlugy against Novikov, Benjamin against Akopian, Gurevich against Shabalov, Khachiyan against Wolff, another very big game, and Ruth against Kaidanov.
Well, the way Patrick sounded, he's upbeat. He's looking forward to this challenge of stopping the runaway train.
I think the whole field wants Patrick to, get back and, and steal some points from Melik.
Exactly so. As we have 3 games remaining, Iris versus Ru Yangyan, a game we expected to draw. Zoe's game with Kelsey, we expect to draw there. But Brandon, we expect that he will win with his 2 extra pawns.
These pawns are just running.
Yes, they certainly are. And for Josiah, it's like...
Josiah has a lot of
What have I
time.
done?
Yeah, 26 minutes. Brandon only 2 minutes, but a giant advantage on the board.
Right.
Yeah, Josiah is not happy about his position.
No, he's had a rough event so far, and I mean yesterday's loss out of the 08, that was less than an hour. You never want to lose like that. That leaves a sour taste in your mouth.
Totally,
for sure.
yeah.
I have to say, he shouldn't have lost this game either. Position was more or less equal, but there was still some pressure. He just wasn't able to handle it very well.
Bishop c5 check, king f1.
And h3.
And h3.
And that pawn is...
That's scary.
That guy is going.
Yeah.
Even though, h3, I take on f4.
King takes.
King takes knight d3. You're still winning, I think, but...
Takes on f3.
Yeah, take on f3. Maybe king g3, actually. I kind
Yeah,
of
because
like
there's knight takes e5, some sneaky.
Well, even that, I should be winning king g3. But yes.
Yeah,
Just a
king
little more
g3
accurate
finishes.
Yeah, king takes.
Yep, he goes for
knight,
it.
knight d3 check, king g3. Just a little bit more accurate, I would say.
Big victory. Really big victory
we
for
go.
Brandon. Important victory for Brandon.
He's going to see handshake very soon.
Stylish finish. I like king g3.
Yeah.
Ooh. Plays on. That was a surprise.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the resignation right now. A spite capture.
Here we go.
Spike checks I get. Spike captures the...
You can always say, I was piece up in that game, but I lost.
Oh, so close, so close. Wow. So actually, in the juniors, it was a split, 2-2. 2 white wins, 2 black victories, and 4 out of 5. I mean, the decisive games in these national championships have been through the roof. Across all the tournaments, by the way. I mean, it feels like victories galore in this event.
Yeah, maybe only in the girls section we're going to see a number of draws in this round, but all the other tournaments, yeah.
The players are just so solid.
I think we actually going to see a repetition very soon in the game Kelsey Liu and Zoe Tang.
Let's jump to it.
I feel like they already repeated a few times.
Yeah, I think that one is close to being over. And just rook f1, rook e1, rook f1, rook e1. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of ways to continue.
But it's like one of those games that somehow 20, 30 moves ago, I wouldn't have been surprised if they found a repetition, that they played it, like an extra 5 hours, just to make sure.
Yeah, Iris, she's the one who can be very happy for surviving her very difficult position against Ru Yang.
Yeah, it was that shot, rook takes d6, like a jolt.
That's a game changer.
Right.
And here we go, rook f1 check.
And they've already repeated a couple of times, right? So g6, so king f6, so that's one check. That's two checks. Yeah. King e7.
Yep. King e7.
So we're expecting something like rook
g1. And now I think she's ready to...
You have to bring the king back
Stop
to
the clock.
f6. And then...
And I say that king f6 repeats the position 3 times, right?
After rook g1, yes.
Rook g1, king f6, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Zoe's just making sure if she doesn't have a way to maybe play on, because she does have an extra pawn, but that pawn on g6 is just very advanced.
Yeah, true.
Rook to e1.
Well, somebody's got a very neat score sheet there.
Very nice handwriting.
I think the neatest score sheet, I mean, Paul Benko and Victor Korchnoi belong into a separate class of terrible, terrible, terrible writers. But I think Peter Leko belongs into a class all of his own. I mean, his score sheets are somehow, works of art. Gary Kasparov's score sheets through the first 20 moves were fine, but they got progressively worse.
And they're not claiming the draw, they're just playing on, repeating.
Right. And in the meanwhile, as this repetition unfolds, we do have a guest in studio with Cristian.
Alice, back and forth game, but finally you come out on top. But I have to ask you, what was this opening preparation? How did you anticipate e4, e5, d4 coming from Carissa?
Yeah, so I think she actually played this recently in Charlotte Super Swiss. That was a week ago, and against, I think, Dmitry Mardov. So I saw the game where she played like this queen c4 move. So that wasn't in my file, so I had to do like, my coach sent me some lines there.
Some new files.
Yeah. So after, so I like sort of anticipated this also, the g4 line, because I know that the U.S. like Women's Olympiad team like plays this d4 line, and I think there was a game in the Olympia where Tatev Abrahamian played g4. So I was able to like look over the lines there. And this knight takes g4, I knew this idea before the game, although of course there were like a lot of other lines I had to review. So I didn't review like it too deeply. Like I missed this knight e2 move.
Right, and this knight e2 move is not liked by the engine, but definitely poses some serious practical problems, right?
Yeah, because here, so I know after c4 there was queen f6, so I thought after knight e2 I could try queen f6 also, though like, of course, it was kind of annoying for me because I can't do knight f6, otherwise c4.
Yeah.
So queen f6, I
think queen h4 was the only move.
Yeah, I didn't really consider queen h4. I was just like calculating to make sure that queen f6 didn't like immediately lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess queen h4 was the best move.
And then you got into this endgame. How did you assess this one?
Yeah, I had no idea like how to assess this, but I thought, I mean, I thought it was probably objectively equal, although I did think that I could try to play for something. I guess the engine synced white is slightly better.
What the authors love to call dynamic equality.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I thought knight e3 here, and then I wasn't sure what to do. I thought
best
like
move,
maybe yeah, like because if rook takes d4, knight f5, so
yes.
I really wasn't sure what to do. I guess even sacrificing the exchange is okay.
Even this is more or less fine.
Yeah, I have 3 pawns.
and perhaps this would have been the way you would have
Yeah,
played. But,
but-
this was the moment that kind of baffled
Yeah.
all of us.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what I was doing here. Like, I knew I had to be better, especially after I got like 92, and maybe I should have just like done rook takes h2.
Who was playing for a win in this moment?
I feel like she was playing for the win because she always had this option of like after bishop d4, f3. She can always like repeat, I guess, like if she wants, like rook c7, and then yeah, like rook back. But I don't think she wanted a draw, so she went for this b4. But I thought here, I mean, I thought it should still be okay for me because at the very least there are some lines where I was calculating that I can sacrifice my rook for the knight and the b pawn.
And I think perhaps this one was one of them, right?
Yeah.
At this point when she had knight to f6, you already sacrificed these.
Yeah, I was
right?
pretty happy here. Like, I was going to do rook takes f6 and then rook takes c5. And I thought it should probably be a draw, but I can still try to play it because I have the extra pawn.
There's still some play left, absolutely.
Yeah, but she played knight g3. And then I was like, oh, wait, I have this idea of rook e3, and then I'm threatening rook f2 and rook e1. So then I thought that I should probably be winning here.
Do you think that this is what she missed?
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe she had like calculated some lines here with like b7.
b7
but
and knight e2 or something like that?
I mean, knight e2, but then she probably realized that I can like take on e2, and then I think there's...
Which rook?
I think I was planning the f rook and then rook c3, rook b... Oh no, rook c3, rook b2. And then I get the two connected back.
Two pawns, yes.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. Take.
Yeah, and that should be winning.
This should be winning, absolutely. Nicely calculated, yeah. And after that, I think it was quite clinical from you, rook takes c6. Get the 2 pawns extra and just win that one.
Yeah.
Alice, is this the first time you win against Carissa?
Yeah. This is the first time I think I actually played it over the board, so it was something like really new for me. And I was like, going into this game, I thought a draw would be fine. But I definitely wasn't expecting to win. And it was just like really great to be able to win against such a strong player, and this definitely has helped, of course, like with my tournament standing.
Well, I'm sure you're welcoming this surprise, let's say.
Yeah.
Guys, any questions for our leader in the junior girls section?
Our congratulations, to be sure, Alice. I just had a quick question. For me, the move b3, b4 was a surprise. I thought it was a mistake from Carissa, and I was actually curious, just to get your opinion, what did you think would be the result after knight e4? Did you...
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the most obvious move, I thought.
Yeah, I thought knight e4 was annoying, but I'm not sure what I was planning to do here. I think like f2 probably white is pushing for a win. Probably white.
That was my feeling as well. That white would be better if you played f2.
Yeah, so I think I was planning to play. I think I was calculating like rook e2.
Rook e2. Okay.
And if like knight takes g5, f2. Although like I mean, I still thought like this would be like slightly worse for me.
Wait, but knight takes g5, f2, rook c7? How is that?
And then I think maybe I can move my rook f4.
And somehow she still has...
some chaos on the board going on
Yeah,
here.
like I'm not sure if like rook c8, then rook f8 repeat, right? So I mean, it's like...
White always has a draw in her pocket.
White always has the draw if
Right.
she wanted.
Yeah.
With rook c8, rook c7.
Okay, so just knight e4 was a part of your calculations as well.
Yeah.
All right, Alice, you've got 2 very big games to still play. Keep your mind on the tournament, and our congratulations for a very, very big win today.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Wow. What a great performance.
No,
wow.
it stands out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you just, wow.
And really fighting games. This game, I think, was super interesting, starting with that preparation.
No
then,
question about it.
I mean, imbalances throughout. And then the end game where you have to be so surgically precise.
Well, I'm so stunned by the opening where Alice plays the first 14 moves and grabs 5 extra minutes on the clock. And it's like, wow. How well prepared did you have to be?
So we have the last game.
We're going to see this end game.
It's somehow Ru Yang got rook a knight. That's a stunner. I didn't think that she was going to get this, but she did achieve it. And we're going to be here for another 3.5 hours, guys.
So let's take a look.
Joking.
When was the last time that there was a capture? Just so we keep track of that 50 moves rule. Once I claimed 40 move rule, and then the arbiter said, so you completed 40 moves. I was like, that's a draw.
74. Move 74.
No, it's 50.
We're only 3 moves into this.
Only 3 moves.
Only 3 moves. We're here for another 47 moves.
Oh wow, that's really good.
You know, I won this endgame once against a pretty strong GM.
Oh wow.
Did you?
I did, yes, against Durarbayli, Vasif Durarbayli from, I believe, Azerbaijan.
Yes, that's my teammate from Webster.
Yes.
But
yes, we'll get a confirmation on this one.
This was in the Pro Chess League.
Pro Chess
with
League.
very few seconds left on the clock for both of us. But
So
it's playable. I mean, you can win it if you make a few mistakes.
I remember you want to pin the knight to the king, right? That's like the easiest way to
Yes.
just make a draw. I think I drew it a few times. Just if I can grab my rook, put it on f8, and your king is always kind of stuck.
And as these two players will battle this out, we do have a guest in studio. Cristian, over to you.
Brandon, after the accident against Balaji, you're back in this tournament with a crucial victory. How important was for you to get a victory in today's round?
Yeah, no, I've missed chances pretty much every game. Against Balaji, I kind of got overambitious with queen b6. I had no reason to lose that game. And then against Arthur yesterday, I had a big chance with e4 instead of bishop c6, and then it kind of fizzled out. So it was definitely important. I keep missing all my chances. But I think the main adjustment I made was just trying not to be upset with myself about mistakes, because I think normally my issue this tournament has been like once I'm making an accuracy, I'm getting kind of upset with myself. I'm not able to psychologically adjust. So I think I did that a lot better this game and kept focused the whole 100-move game.
And another aspect that I noticed is that despite the fact that you want to win, you need to win, you're still not playing these super sharp lines. You want to keep the game long. Was that part of the strategy as well?
Well, yeah. So in the opening, I played this bishop d7 move. So the best line, or sorry, h6, starting with h6.
Yes.
Instead of h6, I mean the main line goes taken bishop g4, which I assume he prepared. But I remember it gets some pretty dry positions. So, I mean, this h6 bishop d7, it transposes to kind of something that I've analyzed. It's kind of interesting because
similar to what you did against Balaji, almost, right?
I've analyzed some positions where White's actually sort of down a full tempo because he went bishop c. So like he went d3, d4, the bishop on c2, and then a4.
Yeah.
Like in some position in a normal Roy where his bishop's on b3, gets d4 in one move, then a4 in one move. So it's like he wasted me with his bishop.
Yeah.
But the thing is, his knight is on f1 instead of g3, which could actually help him in some cases
because
too.
he goes to e3.
So I need to exactly. So I was trying to figure out the differences. Now I'm not sure if what I did was correct, but it felt like kind of the principal way of playing.
I think it was. Yeah.
Because so the point is, if queen takes a4 instead of rook takes a4, c6, and the point is now if c4, I'm in time for knight bd7. Or knight a6, yeah, same thing. And he can't go queen takes c6 because his queen gets trapped. And now he can't go, the point is he can't go bishop e3 to defend now because e4 is hanging.
So this knight to c5, yeah.
So, yeah, so c6, d6, and now I think queen b6 might have been a bit unsound. I'm not sure if it was actually the correct move. All right, well, computer says it's fine.
I think it's good.
Yeah, all right. I thought maybe he should try, like, let's say queen c2 instead of knight e3.
Yes.
Queen takes c6 and bishop e3. I was a little bit afraid of this because then he just goes rook a1 next. And okay, at some point I can go d5 and I'm probably okay, but I don't know I'm going to win this game. And also, I mean, a5 is always a weak long term. And I think computer only gives 0.3, but it felt a little bit dangerous for me.
It's a bit unpleasant, right?
He played knight e3, which makes a lot of sense, but I wasn't too afraid of it because, yeah, I think I'm pretty well placed for all of this. Yeah, for queen d2, I felt like I might have missed a chance around here. Was queen b3 any good? Maybe instead of queen b5? No, apparently not. All right, because I was thinking maybe queen b3. And if takes out of knight f6 and he can't defend the pawn is the issue. So rook a1 and knight f6 here. But I guess he can just play some move, yeah, queen c1, it's nothing.
Yeah, and I think this was, getting knight to d2 was critical for his chances throughout the game. Like,
right.
Especially when he played knight f6, knight e1, that was the mistake.
That
he was
makes
supposed
sense.
to go queen a2 and then knight d2 and then pick
Yeah,
up
it's kind of hard to do that because, I mean, I can go bishop e7, bishop d8 and keep the pawn.
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
yeah, I figured probably he has some accurate way to equalize here, but I thought I at least was trying everything I could try.
Of
and
course.
Seeing how it goes, yeah. So knight e1, I kind of felt like I might have let it slip a bit before the time control, but I think I did a good job of keeping pressure the whole game, even if it was a draw at some point. By the way, he found this nice idea with rook a6 on move 30. because the issue, because like I think it's actually a pretty nice defense because I can't go rook c2 now because I mean like I can, but queen takes c2, queen e1, king h2, queen takes e3, and yeah, he can go queen c7. Or
Queen c7.
I guess he has a lot of draws, but yeah, I guess I thought simplest was queen c7.
Queen c7.
And he's getting enough counterplay. My queen is kind of shut out.
Rook
and I can't-
a7. Yeah.
Right.
You have to.
So yeah, I think what I did was the most principled. I'm not exactly sure where he went wrong, but like my only job was just to keep putting pressure, even if it was a draw.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
like it was actually kind of simple for me to play because like I was just playing the move that felt like kept the initiative going every move, and like I didn't really have much of a choice.
I think it was still equal.
Still equal. Wow, I'm surprised. Yeah.
Somewhere around here, but this is already starting to become extremely uncomfortable, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the issue is that his pieces are so jumbled up that his rook can never really get active because his pieces are so loose.
I think this was the critical
Knight e1 was a
mistake.
mistake. Yeah, I thought he should try waiting. Yeah, king f1. So the point is that his knight, like the knight and the rook are kind of like, it's like kind of like a mutual zugzwang because I don't want to let his knight get to an active square.
b4, c6.
Like if rook b2,
yeah.
always I have like knight a3, for example.
Knight
But
a3, c4.
exactly. So it kind of makes sense for him to wait. Yeah, and rook a1. I guess he's in time for his counterplay. But that's already very difficult to see. And yeah, I think in the game, like okay, h4, yeah, h4 felt wrong, but already it's very uncomfortable. Yeah, I thought he would play like king f1 or knight c2 and just sort of play this. But I think eventually I will win the d pawn. And okay, I'm up a pawn, the game goes on, but I think practically it's very difficult for white. And yeah, I mean, once the pawn is fixed on h4, I think it's pretty much game over.
Your tournament, the juniors, is very, very tight at the top. A lot of players are vying for position. Artur Guo is definitely one of the surprises, I would say, of this event. How would you anticipate the last couple of rounds play out?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, also I think like Abhi's half point behind, yeah? So I think, you know, it's kind of hard to say anything right now. Like, for all I know, Artur will win the last 2 games. There's nothing I can do. So all I can really do is play my best chess the last 2 games and see how it goes. But it's really interesting. And I did not expect, like, I knew it was going to be close, but I didn't expect it to be this close.
Yeah.
Like, it's really anybody's game at this point.
Guys, any questions for Brandon?
Brandon, I have a question. So 2 rounds to go. Are you going to take risks, like play it, you know, risk position, even if it's a draw that you don't want to draw because you really want to go for the first place? Or are you just happy, you know, if you finish second, third, you're not going to be risking that much?
Well, I don't think I should answer that question right now. But, I mean, I think it sort of depends on a lot of things, right? It depends on the positions they get at the opening, the position, you know, how everybody else is doing. But in terms of my strategy, there's not really much I can really do besides play my best and see how it goes because I think it's a bit too soon to go all out to try to win when there's still 2 games left and anything can happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Brandon. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. 2 more rounds to go. Round 7, I'm just looking. It's a dream result for Alice Lee. She's the only winner in her section. And, wow, her standings speak for themselves.
Yeah, let's look at that. Standings after round 7 in the U.S. Girls Junior. Alice Lee, the sole leader, 6 out of 7. Absolutely fantastic performance.
True.
Second place, Zoe Tang, 5 points.
Surprise.
And Ruyang Yan, 4 points, third place.
Also a surprise. And in the juniors, this is the wide open tournament we've been talking about.
Right, but we do have a sole leader, Artur Guo. Very important win for him today to lead the tournament. And then a 2-way tie for the second place, Brandon Jacobson and Abhimanyu Mishra with 4.5 points.
Andrew and Balaji, just something outside. Somebody please stop Arthur. And we may have a playoffs. But tell us about the seniors.
I mean, the seniors. We have Melik Khachiyan, 6 points, 1.5 points ahead of Alex Shabalov, who is second. And then 2 players tying for third, Vladimir Akopian and Gregory Kaidanov with 4 points.
And Cristian, as we close our broadcast, sum up round 7.
Just incredible chess all throughout the 3 national championships, and I have to say, Melik Khachiyan still is looking like the man to be caught. But I have to say, it's going to be very, very difficult. Nevertheless, Alex Shabalov, we know he never gives up. So in the last couple of rounds, everything still to be played for. Alice Lee is just impressing day after day, and in the juniors section, anything, absolutely anything can happen. But Artur Guo right now, he's playing the chess of his life. Preparation, stellar, middle game and end game execution, just pristine. So definitely still a lot of things to be played for, and in the last couple of rounds, everything will be decided. We'll be here to call all the action.
Absolutely. Championship rounds 8 and 9 coming up tomorrow. Join us at the same time, same channel, same place.
Yeah.
And tell your friends where you're hanging out.
And we are expecting a lot of exciting games.
All right. See you all tomorrow. Good
Bye.
night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.